would block that deal. Then Biden and Harris had to come out and basically get behind Trump because it's an election year. Don't you think that the former president is also an individual that, if given this choice, would block that decision?
He's got views, and he's a leader, and so what you're basically saying is Biden is following the leader, and Vice President Harris is following the leader. That's not a good position for the U.S. to be in if it's trying to lead in the world. That's one of the problems going on in the world, is the vacuum of leadership from the U.S., and the world is really having to look at that in each of the forums. What are we going to do when the U.S. is not really showing where it's going to go?
I'd love to also get your thoughts on one policy proposal Trump continuously talks about. So Republicans, when Kamala Harris came out, was talking about price gouging across the board for groceries. The Republicans were all saying she's a communist, this is price controls. What's the difference between that and capping interest rates on credit cards, which was a Bernie Sanders policy proposal? Now Trump's saying they should do it too.
I'm not in favor of all of those, but price controls, you know, as described by VP Harris, were sweeping, and that's just not a good answer to what you're going to do about inflation. You've got to have some answer that talks about more production, and that's what President Trump did. I think that's the better approach. If VP Harris is asked about inflation the next time, I hope she doesn't talk about the middle class, and maybe she can just say, look, I'm going to try to have our economy, the private sector of the United States, produce a lot more. That's the way to deal with inflation. And she's just not saying that. She's got the government pushed into the middle of every part of the U.S. markets.
You said that the U.S. needs leadership, and clear leadership in terms of what its positions are in certain places. I'm just wondering, do you have a clear sense of how to weigh national security versus letting fair and free trade and business, what that looks like under Trump?
I don't know under Trump. I know that issue. So starting in the 1980s, there was a big push and discussion of what was industrial policy, how far did you want to go. There was the beginnings of CFIUS, the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States. I was at the Treasury Department at the time and substantially involved in that. And there was lots of discussion of what is our national security, and within the U.S. government, how do we balance the various interests. So the Treasury Department is the chair of the CFIUS, and that keeps a balance between the Commerce Department, which wants to export and wants to not, or you know, tended to, and the Defense Department, which often wanted to block. And so that kind of debate has been with us for a long time. It needs to be really worked out among leaders within the U.S. As the decisions come down. In the 1980s, it was Fairchild Semiconductor. It was France's investment in the U.S. and Japan's investment in the U.S. that were really causing political tensions in the U.S. So it's not such a new thing now. It's just got to be discussed really from the standpoint of what's our national interest.
There's also a sense of knowing who our friends are. What does friendshoring mean when we try to change up our supply chain? Yeah. Donald Trump recently said that if Deere leaves the U.S. and moves some of its production to Mexico, he said, I'm just notifying John Deere right now, if you do that, we're putting a 200% tariff on everything that you want to sell into the United States. Do you have a clear sense of who our friends are under Donald Trump versus under Kamala Harris?
Well, we know that to Trump, it's going to be American workers, and he's going to use more tools and tools more strongly stated than what the Biden-Harris administration has been doing. So that's the big challenge of how do you really enter a world negotiation where the trading system is broken, the foreign investment system is really broken because, in part, because China is not following the rules and is, the intellectual property problem is still with us, and so we see in each of these areas there's got to be a balancing. I'm back to the same thing of what's the national interest and how do we do the best job for workers in the U.S.
But what Lisa's talking about is Mexico. So is Trump basically trying to ditch the USMCA that he negotiated under his first term?
No. What he negotiated was a very strong agreement. It's not being fully implemented, and Mexico has walked away from some of the principles of that. So as you look at it, these are living, breathing documents. You get the best negotiation you can. That was 2018, and then you try to get Mexico to stay on course. But think how much has changed in Mexico in these last 6 years of a government that really was anti-business, was the first act of AMLO, the current or just departed Mexican president, Lopez Obrador, was to stop the airport that was being constructed. They needed that airport because of the expansion going on in Mexico. But he said, I don't like those contracts, and just ended it. So we've got a partner to the south within the USMCA that's got major problems. So there has to be real discussion in the U.S. of how do we interact with Mexico when they've been leaning toward China.
It's a big to-do list. David Malpass, we've got a lot to talk about. Hopefully we talk before the election once again in the next month or so. Thank you, sir.
Good to see everybody.
Good to see you, sir. David Malpass there, the former World Bank president. Up next on the program, Tom Steyer of Galvanize Climate Solutions. That conversation just around the corner. Equity futures on the S&P 500, negative here by 0.1%. This is Bloomberg.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacroix, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
Or other authorities.
Could face bigger challenges.
Was going to keep rain World Cup. This is a 3
as the economic picture
covering the intersections of Hollywood, Silicon Valley, and
beyond. It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs.
But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, The China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, The China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
2 hours away from the opening bell, just around the corner with equity futures down 0.1% following the 42nd record high close on the S&P 500 of the year so far. We're down about 0.1% on the Nasdaq. On the Russell, we're up by 1/3. Over in Europe, the rally continues across Paris, France, into Italy, into Germany. The CAC 40 up by around about 1/3%. The DAX in Frankfurt, Germany, up by 0.8%. In the bond market, put it all together, your 2-year, 10-year, 30-year yield looks a little something like this. Yields lower by almost a basis point on a 10-year lease at 378.67. Yields have been pretty stable through the week.
If you missed it, welcome to soft landing nirvana. That seems to be where we're at, with the whole world seeming to cut rates and everybody basically saying it's now time to buy risk. It really feels like this week is broken down into 3 questions. How far are policy officials willing to go? How much does this affect the real economy? And just how strong or weak is the economy currently? It seems like all of those answers so far have been pretty far, maybe significantly, and actually pretty strong.
Should the easing out of China lead to high yields in America? We've had that debate through this morning so far. It's certainly leading to higher equities over in China. The CSI 300 on an 8-day winning streak, the longest since February of this year, and on the week up by close to 16%. There's one market that's not rallying right now, and it's down in a big way. Nikkei futures over in Japan, negative and down hard. We're off by more than 4 full percentage points. The Japanese yen is a whole lot stronger. Lisa, dollar yen 143.14.
For the first time in a long time, Japanese stocks aren't on sale in the same way that they had been to foreign investors. So maybe people are getting a sense that, yes, maybe this Bank of Japan is truly going to hike rates more significantly, because they did pick a new leader who is actually open to that kind of normalizing cycle. Again, this sort of shows how much Japan dances to their own music. They currently are continuing to do so. Maybe the last time that you could really go to Japan cheaply was this summer. And if you missed that, I'm sorry, because I heard that the sushi was very good.
Your family did not miss out on that. You timed it perfectly, didn't you?
A member
160,
of my family,
dollar
yes.
yen.
I actually managed to transform some currency at that very peak.
Casabramo, leading foreign exchange worldwide. Under surveillance this morning, Donald Trump saying he plans to meet with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky after criticizing him in recent days. Trump saying that if elected, he will force Zelensky to be the bargaining table with Russian President Vladimir Putin. It's been a difficult week for the Ukrainian leader.
It will. It has been. And you see what the Wall Street Journal editorial board framed it as this morning. Whoever's giving Volodymyr Zelensky advice on American politics is doing Ukraine no favors. We've seen a real change in tone from Volodymyr Zelensky. I sat down with him in July. The sense I got was he wanted to speak to Donald Trump. He wanted to hear what the plans were. He was setting himself up for potentially the polls we were all watching, which is showing that this election is on a knife's edge. Yet he comes here and he says very different things to the New Yorker about the former president, very different things to New Yorker about his running mate, and also decides to go to a swing state of Pennsylvania. And it's not just the Trump campaign that he's unnerving. I spoke to someone in Congress yesterday. The concern is that he will push more Republicans against Ukraine. And whether or not it's Trump or Harris, they need congressional support for some of the aid that they're going to be asking for.
Speaker Johnson calling for the firing of the Ukrainian ambassador this week. I know there's been a lot of news, and it's kind of been buried and slipped under the radar, but that's real news.
Especially at a time where there's a real question of whether or not a Republican-led Congress and a Republican-led government would actually continue to support. I find this interesting that it's coming on a world stage in New York City at a time when the UN General Assembly is here. How much is that sort of emboldening a lot of rhetoric that we're hearing on all sides? And oh yeah, by the way, New York City isn't in such great shape either, as we keep learning.
Let's get to that news. New York City Mayor Eric Adams is set to appear in federal court this morning, where he's expected to plead not guilty to charges including bribery, fraud, and accepting illegal campaign contributions. Adams saying he will continue to serve as mayor and will defend himself against the charges.
Innocent until proven guilty. That is what everyone said, except not really when you look at other Democratic representatives who keep coming out and calling for him to resign. Key question, given how many people have been roped into this investigation throughout the administration, throughout the departments in New York City, the fact that this has gone on for months and months raises the question, how long can this government continue to operate? the U.S.'s biggest city at a time when there are some real questions swirling. And what is Governor Hochul going to do about that?
You made a good point earlier. It looks like Governor Hochul was watching former Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi and how she thread that needle with President Biden. Her statement, quote, "It's now up to Mayor Adams to show the city that he is able to lead in that manner." Putting in his camp, but clearly there's a bias of, look, you don't have the public behind you. It's time to step aside.
Do you remember that line? We're waiting for the president to make a decision. He'll make a decision.
I actually thought it was very much taking a page out of that book, basically saying, you know, we're waiting for him to make the appropriate decision. Do what's appropriate.
The right decision.
Right. So make the decision. You made the decision. You're going to stay. Try making it again.
Watch this space. When we get the news on this one, we'll share it with you. Let's get to this story. An East Coast port, the strike there, starting Tuesday, and it's becoming increasingly likely. Talks between the International Longshoremen's Association and terminal operators have been at a standstill since June. The White House saying it won't step in. We're getting closer and closer to that strike happening.
To me, this is one of the most underplayed stories I could possibly imagine. If they go on strike, it's going to cost the U.S. about $7 billion or more than that a week in terms of lost economic output. You're talking about one of the biggest ports with all sorts of goods, could potentially lead to inflationary types of supply chain disruptions right before an election. So really a fascinating moment that somehow isn't getting as much attention as many people I would think would want to be focused on.
It would be the first time since 1977 it's not getting enough attention, except for when I talk to people in Washington, in the administration, this is one of their biggest risks and wild cards before the election. One issue, inflation. This is a resurgence of inflation. This does not bode well for Biden-Harris. Second, she doesn't want inflation, but does she come out then and support the unions? This is going to be really politically difficult to walk that line.
This is one on our radar for next week, that's for sure. It's been a big week here in New York City. Kamala Harris and Donald Trump have been getting back on the campaign trail as well. The Trump campaign pledging to increase energy production to spur U.S. investment and manufacturing, and the Harris campaign pledging to create a national stockpile of critical minerals in order to reduce U.S. reliance on China. We're lucky this morning. Joining us around the table is Tom Steyer of Galvanize Climate Solutions. Tom, it's good to see you, sir. Welcome back.
Good morning.
It's been a fantastic week of conversations, many of them energy and climate related. I know you've had similar conversations this week. Are you walking away from these meetings this week more optimistic, more constructive about the future?
Well, I came in pretty optimistic about the future, and I'm leaving even more optimistic. I think we're in the middle of a new industrial revolution. I think that the energy transition has a lot of momentum, so I feel very good about where we're going from a business standpoint.
What's encouraging you the most right now? What are you hearing that's giving you the most encouragement?
Well, I think the big thing that's happened is that clean energy and the new technologies are winning in the marketplace, and they're winning in the marketplace around the world. So we can talk, I think most people think that at some point we're going to start going through an energy transition, but the actual truth is we're right in the middle of a very fast energy transition around the world, and really nothing's going to stop.
We're also in the middle of an election cycle. Are you disappointed that Kamala Harris in her 82-page economic policy document was actually touting U.S. record fossil fuel production?
I really think that the Harris-Walz campaign is trying to talk about energy and meet voters where they are, which is about economics. We know that Kamala Harris has been a strong advocate of clean energy for decades. We know that Governor Walz has a very strong climate record. But when they're talking to voters on the campaign trail, it's not about what you want to talk about, it's what they are able to hear. And what everybody in the United States is worried about right now is economics, is about us succeeding, is about jobs and costs, and that's what they're talking about. And I think that's entirely appropriate.
If that is accurate, which I think you do, everyone is talking about this, then why put the brakes on some projects that could fuel all of this? We spoke to the Rio Tinto CEO yesterday who basically said it was the Biden administration who put a pause on a mega copper mine in Arizona. Part of this has to do with politics.
I know that there's a lot of talk about critical minerals, and I know that people are pointing out different ways that this revolution can be slowed or can lose its momentum. And I believe all of those conversations are overblown. I believe that, in fact, what we're going through is a huge business transformation, that it has amazing momentum. Will there be problems with it about permitting and the grid and critical minerals? Absolutely, and people talk about them all the time.
Sure.
But they're missing the big picture, which is, if you look at 2023, globally, 83% of new electricity generation was renewable. Was anybody doing that to be nice? Nobody. They did it because it's a better deal. You know, we're really in the time of cheaper, faster, better. In fact, the new technologies are better and they're cheaper, and people around the world are adopting them for that reason. Not to be nice, not to save the world, because it's a better deal for them.
Just to pick up on that chart of crude production, north of 13 million barrels a day in America. We're certainly less reliant on OPEC. We've had some guests on the program this week making the suggestion that we're becoming more reliant on China for some of those critical minerals. I want to pick up on Anne-Marie's point because I think it's important. The Rio Tinto CEO was talking about Resolution Copper. It's a copper deposit that could meet 25% of American demand year after year for years. I want to understand from your perspective, do you believe that US authorities have actually had a sufficient reality check to understand where we need to get this stuff from and what we need to start doing now to make sure we can meet that demand a decade out?
Look, there's no question that a lot of minerals are dispersed around the world and in countries that aren't necessarily as stable as ours is. But let's take a step back on that one, because the alternative in what we're talking about is fossil fuels. And if you look at the world stage and how many of the wars over the last 50 years have at their heart been about fossil fuels, have been in fossil fuel countries, how many of the wars that we're going through right now are led by people who are in oil-rich countries? I think it's really clear that moving to renewable energy, which is dispersed around the world where people can get it in their own countries and use it in their own countries, is something that will dramatically drive down the conflict in the world and make us much more secure.
Just to build on what John was talking about, we're in the middle of an energy transition that hinges on products from China. Basically, solar panels mostly come from China. A lot of the products that go into batteries of electric vehicles also from China. Is that the path forward?
It doesn't have to be. I mean, there's a real question here, and I believe this is one of the big questions for the United States in this campaign, and it's a big partisan divide in the United States, and I regret to say it. China doesn't have any oil and gas. They are all in on the energy transition. They are electrifying 10 times faster than the rest of the world. If you talk about the new energy movement, half of it is in China for the whole world. The United States, we're the biggest oil and gas producers. We have a huge people who are pushing to stay the same, to move backwards, to rely more on fossil fuels. Let me give you an analogy. Electric cars. The first people to develop an electric car in the United States was GM. GM makes a lot of money selling SUVs. They looked and said, electric car, we lose money on every one, we're not going there. Tesla, who has no internal combustion engine capability, went all in on electric cars. They were the upstart. That's kind of where we are with China. China's all in, and we have people who are asking us to tap the brakes, slow down, let's stay with the 1950s. Absolutely we can win this competition, and absolutely we have to be in this competition. But if we decide that the future is fossil fuels, then we will basically draw a moat around ourselves and not compete in the critical industrial revolution, and that is terrible for us, because this is absolutely where the world is going. We absolutely can compete and win in this, and if we choose not to, that's a terrible outcome for the United States of America.
You made an analogy about this week as being like a shoe convention for shoe manufacturers, for people in green energy space. How many people who came to this shoe convention or energy convention were big tech executives?
A lot. You know, look, I live in California. The center of the tech industry in the United States is in California. And in general, as we look at the scaling up of AI and data centers in the United States and around the world, one of the key elements to how fast that can happen, and for every one of those companies that wants to lead in AI, is the ability to get energy. And so they're all over this, and you know, they are focused on doing it, and they have high expectations about clean energy and being good corporate citizens, but they are, you know, people think Californians are laid-back surfers who smoke a lot of dope. Let me say, serious business people who are competitive.
There's some of that going on too. There's a bit of that going on as well.
You know, life is about balance, Tom. When it comes to Lisa's point about these AI data centers, what we saw from Microsoft with 3 Mile, who is better at this, the tech companies in the private sector or the U.S. government?
Well, it's interesting because let's just take an example. One of the things that is changing, I mean, people are looking at a lot of new technologies for generating clean electricity. And one of them is enhanced geothermal. okay? Enhanced geothermal is basic. Geothermal is the equivalent of Old Faithful, hot water and steam from the earth. And traditionally, it's been done very close to the surface, within 500 feet. And, you know, that's why Old Faithful, it's so close that people can go and it's always spouting. Enhanced geothermal is going down 10 times deeper, using oil and gas technology, oil and gas rigs, oil and gas workers to get the same thing, but in much bigger size. So the question is, okay, did the US government make that happen? Did the private sector make that happen? Did the tech companies make that happen? And the answer is yes.
To put a bow on that, how much are big tech companies looking to buy directly energy assets to own them, to be owners and funders of these types of projects and infrastructure?
I think they're doing something different. I think what they're trying to be is direct buyers from the producers of clean electricity. What you saw at 3 Mile Island, it wasn't that Microsoft wants to own energy assets. It wants to have a direct contract and be the offtake so that they can develop energy assets. And that's the role they're trying to play. And I think that's a super constructive role. And I think that by and large, they're doing a very good job.
Tom, this was a smart conversation, and we always appreciate your time, sir. It's good to see you again.
Great to see you guys.
Thank you. Tom Steyer there of Galvanize Climate Solutions. Let's get you an update on stories elsewhere this morning with your Bloomberg Brief. Here's Yahira Hackers. Hey, Yahira.
Hi, John. Apple is rolling back ambitious plans to bring its movies to the silver screen. Its latest movie, Wolves, is set for release today on its streaming platform Apple TV Plus after canceling plans to release it at thousands of theaters globally. The tech giant originally planned to shell out $1 billion annually on films for cinemas, but several disappointing box office performances have forced the company to shift gears. Apple has declined to comment on the move. Meanwhile, DirecTV and Dish are close to a merger agreement. According to people familiar, the companies are in advanced talks for a deal that would create the largest U.S. pay TV provider with almost 20 million subscribers. An agreement could be announced as soon as the coming days. DirecTV is in talks to control the combined entity, according to sources. And the MLB postseason picture is coming into clearer focus as the Yankees and Dodgers clinched their respective division titles last night. For Los Angeles, it's their 11th NL West title in 12 seasons, with their only World Series win in that time coming in the shortened 2020 season due to COVID. 4 playoff spots remain coming into the final weekend of the regular season, with the Mets looking to clinch a wild card berth before a potentially season-defining doubleheader against the Braves on Monday. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John?
Yahira, thank you. More from Yahira again in about 30 minutes. Up next on the program, a massive week in China.
It's very powerful. It's a very exceptional time where PBOC actually encourage the financial institution, including banks, to get exposure, get leverage in the equity market.
That conversation up next. The View from Invesco, just around the corner. This is Bloomberg.
I think this will probably go down in history as one of, if not the largest financial crimes ever.
I cannot imagine a scenario where $8 billion just disappears.
Bankman-Fried has pled not guilty to multiple fraud charges.
Sam was just too important in the crypto community.
When someone says, I'm going to give $1 billion in the next 2 years, like that catches everybody's attention.
As time went on, their ideas got like weirder and weirder.
I don't think he even had almost a conception at some point that it was wrong or right. I think he just had the mentality that he has to win.
This committee will not stop until we uncover the full truth behind the collapse of FTX.
Sue, Mark.
Are you in? I'm in.
I'm in. We're in.
Will this be the last of its kind? No. This is the nature of capitalism. Get over it.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
With the surge in Bitcoin, you have crypto stocks also surging.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people.
This is a political attack, and we must hold our elected officials accountable.
The transactions.
Really a record-breaking moment.
Bitcoin is the exit strategy.
And the technology.
Awareness is going to grow, and these things grow the overall industry.
Crypto as an asset class is here to stay.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg.
There is this real momentum from Wall Street. We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Equities on the S&P 500, negative by 0.03%. That's a conversation for another day. In the bond market, yields are lower by a single basis point on a 10-year, 378.29. Under surveillance this morning, just a massive week in China.
What we got in this market this week is partly because expectation was extremely low, right? Position were low, valuation were low, and they came up with a big positive surprise. We need to see expectation versus what they deliver. But I want to emphasize, even on the monetary policy side, it's very powerful. It's a very exceptional time where PBOC actually encourage the financial institution, including banks, to get exposure, get leverage in the equity market.
So here's the latest. Chinese equities notching their best week since 2008. Total gains on a CSI 300 coming close to 16%. Single names like Alibaba, JD.com, Baidu, all gaining close to 20%. The rally coming on the back of a long-awaited stimulus coming out of the Chinese government. Joining us now is Christina Hooper of Invesco. Christina, it's good to see you. Welcome to the program.
It's great to see you too.
Is this the real deal, a game changer in China this week?
I think it could very well be. I mean, certainly the initial reaction suggests that it could be, that it's certainly more than was expected, and seems like there's a real commitment to follow up with more as needed.
Talk to me about what changes for you, because a lot of people are waking up thinking, I've been overweight US relative to the rest of the world for a long, long time. Does that need to change?
I do think it needs to change somewhat, but I would say where the bigger overweight is still cash. And so there's an opportunity to deploy and get one's portfolio more into balance, but not necessarily take away from U.S. equities, but just build up exposures to other areas like European equities, like Chinese equities instead. And I think there's a real argument to move more into China because valuations are very attractive. We've just been waiting for that catalyst. It seems to have arrived.
I love this. People, person after person who comes on the show, get out of cash. Why are you in cash? There's so many other things to invest in. Lock in these yields. Go to China. Go to equities in the U.S. Go to Europe. And what did we see over the past week? The biggest weekly flow into cash funds, into money market funds, going back to March of 2023. How do you understand that?
Well, I think there's certainly a lot of nervousness out there. There is an excitement about rate cuts and the opportunities that they bring, but there's also this trepidation that what if that 50 basis point cut was a crisis cut? What if the economy is on worse footing than we think? And let's face it, what if other areas of the world are on worse footing than we think? So I think there's certainly a bit of a split personality for markets right now, where there are those that are hedging their bets. Look at the kind of money that's going into gold as well. But at the same time, there's an excitement about equities, and I think that is rightly placed because I do believe my base case scenario is the U.S. does see a soft landing and that we see a pretty brief soft landing with an economic reacceleration to follow.
There's a real question here about whether that soft landing can come with a rally in everything. The sort of soft landing nirvana that supports bonds as much as it does stocks, as much as it does this broadening out trade.
Well, I think of it as almost the opposite of 2022, where virtually everything sank. And so you can have a year where you have an everything rally. You can have an everything bagel. Why can't you have an everything rally?
I love that. Everything bagel and everything rally. Well, potentially, and your notes put it, the markets are still swimming in a sea of uncertainty. Out of all those uncertainties, what ranks number one for you?
Whether or not the U.S. has a soft landing. Let's face it, we're certainly getting data that tells us that the economy is in fairly good shape. But there is that fear that because of the long and variable legs of monetary policy, that aggressive tightening cycle, that restrictive monetary policy environment catches up with us. And so that's why I think we follow consumer sentiment so closely. And that's why we had, in reaction to the Conference Board consumer numbers the other day. But I would argue when you actually delve into the information, what you saw was consumers got much more negative on the economy, but they still want to spend, they still want to go out to eat, they still want to go to the movies. So I think of it more as an Eeyore economy, where consumers are worried, but they're not necessarily acting on their worries.
It's America. We catch up with the Conference Board a little bit later. Isn't that America? We're still spending. Anxious, but still spending.
Well, you know, to me, this is the sort of big million-dollar question. Everyone's been saying, you're running out of savings. Americans just go and they're reckless, ruthless. They spend anyway. They're going to borrow to spend. But actually, the savings rate it was substantially higher than we previously reported in new data. So maybe people actually haven't been imprudent. Maybe Americans were smartly spending on things that mattered to them and trips and, you know,
They also have credit cards, so even if you're worried about losing your job, you might as well YOLO, go out to dinner, go to the movies, go on a vacation, have some fun.
And Donald Trump's going to cap the interest rate on the credit cards, right?
Potentially.
What did you make of that? Can I just pick up on that? I think it's really important. We've talked a lot about price controls coming out of the Harris campaign. We haven't talked enough about this. Capping interest rates on credit cards. Can you imagine what would happen if we did that? We'd basically only have credit allowed for people who had high FICO scores, and I mean really, really high credit scores. There'd be a lot of people locked out of credit markets.
Two things. One, again, is Donald Trump a Bernie Sanders bro? Like literally a Bernie bro? Because this is what the progressives have been talking about, but at a 15% cap, AOC and Bernie Sanders. But what was interesting is what we heard from Mr. Malpass was a serious, immediate step back. I'm not one of those people. He doesn't really think that that should be happening.
All I can say is think about all the money in private markets that would come up with creative ways to give credit in other more punitive rates later in some other views. So I mean, it's not that they'd be locked out. It's just, you know, you really want to borrow? Come on over here.
Yeah,
I've got a price for you.
Don't underestimate innovation in financial markets in America. Christina, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here. Christina Hooper there of Invesco. In the next hour on this program, we'll speak to Eric Friedman of US Bank Asset Management. We'll catch up with Stephen Trent of Citi, Dana Peterson of the Conference Board. Look out for that. Consumer confidence from them this week, making a lot of headlines. And then we'll catch up with Michael Kondopoulos of Richard Bernstein Advisors. Payrolls is a week away. We'll give you a sneak peek of our survey on the other side. Equity futures just about unchanged on the S&P 500 after closing at all-time highs in yesterday's session for the 42nd time this year. In the bond market, yields are lower by a single basis point. Your 10-year, 378. And over in China, another rip-roaring rally in Shanghai. From New York, this is Bloomberg.
What legacy I would love to leave is to make sure that in my village I have infrastructure. So long when I'm gone, things are still working. Then I have done my job. And if some people get inspired through my work and then try to engage themselves for their community and create something that is inspiring for everyone, I will be happy.
What's the best piece of advice you would give to someone young who wants to make a difference actually in this world? In architecture or with something else?
Well, I'm not the right one to just do that.
I think you are.
Yeah, but with the pressure you have, and then you try to be the good one, the fancy guy, the intellectual one, I have no advice than to believe in yourself and really work hard. You know, when I started, no one would have imagined that I will be able to see my name connected with Aga Khan or Pritzker or sitting at Bloomberg to talk about sustainability, about future of sales. No, myself 5 years ago, if you told me that, I will say no. I will never imagine. So I will encourage everyone to believe in what you're doing and not try to run after the newest of the newest. Just be consistent. Just work on things that matters for you. Really, at the long term, it pays.
From our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis about the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action, every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything. The top names in tech are on Bloomberg.
A large number of countries are subsidizing their regional data centers so that they could become able to build out their AI infrastructure. They recognize that their country's knowledge, their country's data, digital data, is also their natural resource. Not just the land they're sitting on, not just the air above them, but they realize now that their digital knowledge is part of their natural and national resource. And they ought to harvest that and process that and transform it into their national digital intelligence. And so this is a This is what we call sovereign AI. You could imagine almost every single country in the world will eventually recognize this and build out their AI infrastructure.
Nobody covers technology like Bloomberg. Context changes everything. The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day.
Big tech earnings kick off later this afternoon.
Gilead is coming out right now.
We have take two numbers. Back to the markets, right? Our bread and butter.
NVIDIA is one of the best stories in the tech space. That actually matters a whole lot more.
It might shock some of your viewers.
You're watching The Close.
Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
We do feel like we're getting closer to reaching an inflection point, but it's not clear which way the economy is going to break.
Consumerism is very strong right now. We think the consumer is actually really well set up here.
What won't likely validate the Fed's 50 basis point cut will be how good the consumer continues to do.
The consumer's moderating. It's not a terrible thing. This is what we were hoping for.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
90 minutes away from the opening bell. Let's check out the scores. They look like this. We're unchanged on the S&P 500. On the NASDAQ 100, just about unchanged as well. On the Russell, the small caps were positive by a third of 1%. Muted price action this morning. Anything but through the week. Heading towards a third week of gains on the S&P 500. And a run continues out of China. The CSI 300 on an 8-day winning streak on the week, up by close to 16%. This time next week, we won't be talking about China. We'll be talking about the payrolls report. It is just around the corner, a week away today. The estimate, 130K. That's the median. The previous number, 142. The low. Let's talk about the low. 70,000 out of Citi. Andrew Hollenhorst looking for 70K on payrolls next Friday.
Which potentially could be revised into contractionary territory after we get the post-facto data. Key question here is, how much does this really ignite the Fed's response mechanism with bigger cuts? And how much is this viewed as no longer such a positive for markets, given the fact that ultimately everyone is saying now we just need to see the soft landing come to fruition?
This is why I'm excited to talk to Dana Peterson of the conference survey, because when you looked at the data, it does look like people are starting to really have a lot of this nervousness about the job market. Are they plentiful? Not really. Are they harder to find? Yeah, they are.
Do you worry about the what or the why? What they're doing or why they're doing it? What they're doing, they're easy. They're cutting rates at the Federal Reserve. They're doing stimulus over in China. The why? Got a deflationary spiral over in China. Got a slowdown potentially in the United States. If you're in the market right now, we talked about this a few times, are you excited about what they're doing or worried about why they're doing it?
Ostensibly, in China, you've been worried about the why for so long that now the what they're doing is actually really significant. So China's sort of a separate story. In the United States, the why is sort of a question mark right now. Are they doing it because things are actually weakening, or are they doing it to get ahead of potential weakening? Lisa Cook, Fed governor yesterday, and some of the Fed speak we heard yesterday, said that she wholeheartedly supported a half percent rate cut, saying that decision reflected growing confidence that with an appropriate recalibration of our policy stance, the solid labor market can be maintained in a context of moderate economic growth. That's the kind of backdrop, the why.
But based off what's going on in China, if this stimulus package actually helps and you do inflation start to pick up in China, no more of a deflationary trend, how much does that unnerve and hurt the Fed as they are trying to cut interest rates?
Which introduces gold perfectly, a series of all-time highs on a week so far, Bramo.
Okay, so how much is this people hunkering down for inflation? How much is this fear of, some sort of Armageddon because people just, stockpile gold? How much is this foreign buying? Everyone, when I bring it up, I've gotten some eyebrows raised. Some people say, really, Lisa, gold? But it is notable in terms of an inflation hedge that people are going there instead of going into bonds amid this global easing cycle. And that, I think, is something that we have to keep watching.
Let's get to the lineup this hour. Coming up on the program, we'll catch up with Eric Friedman of U.S. Bank Asset Management as the S&P 500 notches its 42nd record high this year. Stephen Trent of Citi as Southwest shares surge on a buyback plan and new passenger passenger policies, and Dana Peterson of the Conference Board on Inflation in America. We begin this hour with stocks hovering close to all-time highs after posting the 42nd record close of the year so far. Eric Friedman of US Bank Asset Management saying this: "We have a glass half full, positive disposition towards risk assets based on a still robust profit cycle and companies focused on rewarding shareholders." Eric joins us now for more. So Eric, are we excited about the stimulus, or are we worried it's too little, too late?
We're excited, Jonathan. I do think that this was a preemptive 50 basis points. You know, we use this analogy with clients. The Fed acts as a personal trainer sitting next to the economic treadmill, and basically they've had to have that ramp elevated for some time. And so I think that what they're seeing is across the consumer spectrum, and your team has done a great job of covering this, is we're seeing that runner slow down, mostly with lower income consumers. And the Fed gets it. They understand that employment risks are actually going up. You know, we used to have, for everybody looking for a job, 2 jobs available. We're actually about at parity right now. 1 job open for everybody who's looking. And the mix of those jobs, Jonathan, are not as robust. It's not as much tech and finance. It's more government healthcare and let's call it more GDP plus type of earning roles. So that is a message that we're taking as a bit of a preemptive move by the Fed, but also a bit of a trial balloon. The Fed isn't in a position where they have to massively cut. They can be more incremental. So again, that personal trainer analogy we think will be a gradual easing as opposed to an abrupt one.
With that in mind, if that's the growth policy mix right now, do you think it supports an ongoing material leadership shift for equities, not just in America, but worldwide?
Yeah, I think it does, Jonathan, but I caution a couple of points just before I say, hey, that broadening out is a good thing. One, we really look at data with respect to corporate IT budgets and where CFOs are spending money, not where they're talking about spending, but where they're actually spending. And that remains in things like big data, robotics, cyber, and of course, AI. So that's a phenomenon that we would not bet against. We think that as a relative return investor, which we are, you want to be at least market weight that category. I would say that with respect to the consumer, again, even though there are things like luxury goods popping on this China stimulus and what have you, that the broadening out is going to be still a very gradual one. One thing we're very encouraged by is what's happening in real estate. That's been the slow-moving train that we've all seen about to crash, but it just hasn't happened yet. The fact that both equities as well as real estate credit are hanging in there says to us the broadening is actually, you know, materializing as a decent thing.
Given the fact that you're somewhat optimistic and think that this is actually real, why are you going into long bonds?
Yeah, at least it's one thing where I'd say this, that, you know, especially where we've been emphasizing long bonds has been in the municipal space for our taxable clients. That's a spot where we think that offers from states and locals are in a decent spot. And actually, that is a yield curve that has uninverted first. So again, we are being rewarded by going a bit further out. I would say that our fair value for the 10-year is a little bit higher in yields than where we are right now. So we haven't been aggressive in government securities because we think fair value for the 10-year is closer to about 4%. So there has been, again, post-Fed, some initial buying of treasuries, but that has backed off. So we wouldn't be as aggressive in governments. We'd be more interested in things like structured credit, as well as munis, where those curves are a little bit more rewarding for us.
Okay, just to go back to your analogy, because we've been full of wonderful analogies this morning as everyone tries to give people a sense of what we're doing. So the Fed's a trainer, the economy is on the treadmill, and the economy, the runner, is slowing down. Question is, are they a 25-year-old preparing for a marathon, or are they my age and, you know, slowing down? So I'm wondering, at a certain point, do we end up, well, it's true, do we end up with an economy with a Fed that can go with rates going substantially lower, or is this a Fed that can only cut so far before ultimately they have to worry about the other side of the equation, which is inflation?
Yeah, Lisa, probably not someone in their early 30s like you, probably someone in their late 40s, early 50s like me. But I think that this is, I'd say there's really a couple of runners on the treadmill, if you will. If we were going to Equinox or Crunch Fitness and kind of survey the landscape, you're seeing that bifurcation happen on a larger scale. So said another way, if you look at all the things that you've been talking about very responsibly, things like auto loans, things like credit cards, things like, you know, individual company data, the lower income consumer is certainly slowing down. I actually just came back from a 3-day stint traveling around Ohio, seeing our clients. people are very concerned about what may happen with respect to government policy. Now, I think, and Anne-Marie has done a great job of covering this, we don't have enough meat on the bone yet for a lot of certainty around policy and policy proposals, but people are concerned about, what should I do if in fact the economy slows down? Do I have enough in my personal balance sheet reserves to withstand it? So I think that there's some level, and you've seen this also in cash levels, it's been a tough conversation to get clients out of cash because they do provide some yield. But I think there is a level of trepidation, but that trepidation is not normally distributed. It's for middle income and upper income consumers are really not as concerned. Lower income consumers are saying, you know what, my personal balance sheet is a bit worse off than it was a couple years ago. I have to hunker down.
Okay, hold on a second, because this goes to the $121 billion that was added to money market funds in the past week, which is the most going back to March of 2023. There is now a record $6.4 trillion in money market funds, just as a lot of people are saying, get out of cash. How much is this directly because of the election? Because people are uncertain about what is going to happen and what the potential disruption could be.
Yeah, I think it's partial nostalgia, Lisa. I think that people are saying, hey, look, I finally have some yield in shorter term paper, so I want to stick there. They have to accept a lower return in doing so. And I think the reason for that, again, partially nostalgia, but also some trepidation about how things are going. And if you look at what we're seeing, just look at the 2-year. I mean, the 2-year has gone from 5.1% about 8 weeks ago down to 3.4, 3.5%, and you still have people stubbornly in cash. So I do think that sends a clear signal that the forward view is not necessarily the backwards view, that people realize that there's been a big pull forward in returns, and they're happy to take a lower return. And I think that some of that is trepidation around what's coming up in a couple of weeks. Look, I can send every chart and stand in front of an auditorium and talk to a client, and they'll say, hey, thanks for the elegant data, but I'm worried about right now. I'm worried about what happens 6 weeks from now because there's a lot of uncertainty. That's, I think, the bit of the compass of what we're seeing with clients right now.
Goldman and Christian Muller-Glissman said the same thing, just policy anxiety potentially putting a lid on things over the next month. Eric, how confident are you that this actually gets resolved in early November? How nervous are you that this goes on for a number of weeks?
Yeah, our base case is that there is a swifter resolution than we had last time around, which isn't going to, necessarily be earth-shattering from an analysis standpoint. But we have to keep in mind that, a lot of the state data is probably going to be more delayed in terms of what we see from counties. Look, there's been a lot of money and technology thrown at this issue, recognizing how high the stakes are. But we can't think that, look, we're going to wake up on November 6th and this will all be sorted out. So I do think that markets anticipate that to some extent. I'm not going to say there's a perpetual hall pass given, but I think that in terms of the bigger rock issues that we're focused on, our base case is for more divided government. Our base case is for more policy inertia. I think that the market is going to be at least happy with some level of clarity, if not complete clarity. But again, we're not 100% confident that it'll be resolved as quickly as it should be.
Eric, when you say swift, I'm guessing you mean within hours or days of the election. But what really gives you that confidence? Because we know that Georgia will be counting every single vote by hand.
Yeah, I'd say, Anne-Marie, likely swift measured in weeks as opposed to necessarily days or hours. And, to my earlier comment, if you think about some of the counties and some of the seats that have had issues and had problems, we can't assume that that'll just be resolved, with a snap of a finger. So if you look at some of the real swing states and a lot of the great coverage that your team has done, we have to think that there will be at least a little bit of back and forth and gnashing of teeth, if you will. I do think that from an investor standpoint, recognizing the big ticket items that are in front of us, unless there is a shift towards more of a sweep for one part or the other in terms of all three branches, certainly that's not going to happen in the judicial branch, but within legislative and executive, that's probably in an environment where investors are okay if that sweep doesn't materialize. I think that where investors get concerned is if either party has that clear mandate, but it's unclear just again how fast it takes to resolve. That's more the issue for investors to think about if they buy or sell here.
Eric, we've got to leave it there. Have a good weekend, buddy. As always, big week next week. Payrolls just around the corner. Eric Friedman of US Bank Asset Management on the difference between Crunch and Equinox, which is For those of you outside of America, sort of budget gyms versus premium gyms, $20 a month versus hundreds of dollars a month in some
It's
cases.
the one that either uses eucalyptus to scent the rooms in the locker, or you end up with something that is not scented.
On policy risk, let's get serious just for a moment. We can just for a minute. This came from Michael Purvis earlier this morning, so if you're just joining us, you might not have heard this. The real election risk is in December. I'll just share the first line of this research with you. The real election risk is not a blue or red sweep, but a narrow win by Harris, a win which becomes contested by Trump. That's the real risk going into year-end.
And it makes it much more difficult to have a real clear-cut answer a few hours or days after Election Day, given what we see going on in these states. Pennsylvania had an opportunity during their legislative session to start counting the votes as they come in, those absentee ballots. They can't. They have to wait for Election Day. Georgia is now saying that every single vote cast has to be hand counted. This is going to take a very long time, and you see both sides, especially the Trump campaign, lawyering up, preparing for potentially taking this to the courts.
Could go on for weeks and not days. Equity futures right now, things are all good. Nothing to see here. Equity futures just turning positive on the S&P 500 as we count you down to the opening bell, 1 hour and about 15 minutes away. Let's get you an update on stories elsewhere this morning with your Bloomberg Brief. Here's Yahira Hackers. Hey, Yahira.
Hi, John. New York City Mayor Eric Adams due in court later today. Adams is facing charges of corruption and taking illegal campaign donations. It's unclear whether the indictment is the last word on federal investigations involving the Adams administration. Federal prosecutors are believed to be leading multiple separate inquiries. Adams has vowed to remain in office, but Governor Kathy Hochul has the power to remove him if he can't perform his duties while fighting the charges. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris is holding a razor-thin lead over Donald Trump in key swing states. New polling from Bloomberg and Morning Consult showing the vice president leading among likely voters by 7 percentage points in Nevada and 5 points in Pennsylvania. She has a very small lead in Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Her lead is within the poll's margin of error, showing the election could be decided by the narrowest of margins or come down to a single state. And more than 1 million homes and businesses are without power after Hurricane Helene made landfall on the western coast of Florida last night. The National Hurricane Center warning the storm could still bring life-threatening storm surge, winds, and heavy rains across several southern states. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John?
Yahira, thank you. We'll catch up with you in about 30 minutes' time. Up next on the program, the Morning Calls, plus Stephen Trent of Citi as Southwest announces major policy changes and a stock buyback. The conversation up next.
We spent some time here on the broader presidential race.
Let's focus in on European politics.
Makes you wonder how politics might play out.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia. We'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart the European trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in every weekday at 6 a.m. London time, only on Bloomberg Television.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
This is the Asia trade.
You're watching the close. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg.
The opening bell, 1 hour and 12 minutes away. Equity futures on the S&P 500 just turning positive in the last few minutes. We're up by 0.05%. Time now for some morning calls. First up, Morgan Stanley maintaining its overweight rating on Costco. The analyst citing strength across product categories and growing e-commerce momentum. Your second call from Citi, raising its price target on Walmart to a street high, 98. The analyst citing increased confidence in the retailer's winning position in the near and long term. And finally, Bank of America downgrading HP to neutral from buy. The analyst citing margin erosion in the company's printer division. That stock is off by 3.6% in the pre-market. Let's turn to the airlines. Stephen Trent of Citi reiterating his neutral rating on Southwest Airlines as the carrier announces a stock buyback and new passenger policies, saying the move suggests that, quote, today's management team remains in the driver's seat. Stephen joins us for more. Stephen, good morning. It's good to see you.
Thank you, and thanks for having me.
Let's start with the premium offering over at Southwest. What's the shift here? What does it look like, and how does it compete with others in the market?
Yeah, great question. So I do think that the premium that you're going to see from low-cost carriers is not going to be the same that you'd find on a Delta or United. So post-pandemic, there is an urgent push, I would say, from discount airlines to at least start to penetrate this market. And given the structural adjustments that have occurred since COVID-19, unless your name is Delta or United, or maybe one or two others, you've been in a tough spot, and there has to be a way of generating more unit revenue.
So is this basically setting the bar really low? You get a seat if you pay extra, and actually you get an assigned seat that you don't have to wait in line. Yay, in Frontier, you get to pay for your can of soda. Is this basically the path of travel?
Somewhat, yes. And we're not going back to the pre-pandemic period where you had a lot of high block hour utilization, and we had adequate air traffic control capability, where if you were a low-cost airline, you win that battle on having the strongest seat mile cost profile with having a lot of flights every day. If you're a network airline, you're never going to win the seat mile cost battle. You win the battle on strong unit revenue. Today, with all the cost convergence that's occurred, we don't have the FAA capability. Air traffic control shortages in some places. There has to be some kind of push to premium. And I think for the low-cost airlines or discount airlines, there's a limit there.
So why aren't you more positive on this stock? You're maintained your neutral. Why are you still skeptical?
So I think, are they doing things that are going to help move the needle in terms of earnings and profitability? Yes. But when we look at what they said in yesterday's event, on a long-term basis, $4 billion in incremental EBIT, that's fine. And they're talking total free cash flow of maybe just over $1 billion by 2027. So when one looks at the EBIT to free cash flow conversion, that's actually pretty weak versus where it was pre-pandemic, where in each case you kind of had 3 and 3. So there's a big earnings quality issue here, even as we're getting that large incremental EBIT number.
How did they capitalize on the CrowdStrike outage?
Sure. So you had some demand spillover, from Delta and others that.
Are those customers sticking?
I think that's hard to say, and I would say no, if I had to take a guess on that. People had this a lot of travel disruption from this massive outage, which in Delta's case, for example, led to thousands of flight cancellations. You look at some of the other carriers, some of them didn't have much capacity to pick up extra passengers because their flights were already full, and July is a really good month for unit revenue. Some carriers did have capacity to take some extra flow, so I would say that's probably going to be temporary.
What I find fascinating about the airline story right now is that it is a perfect microcosm of the haves versus the have-nots. Basically, the people with money, able to spend, able to pay for premium, those airplane carriers are actually doing really well. They're able to capitalize on that. Those trying to cater to lower or middle income families going on trips, they're really struggling. How much does that really reflect the difference that you're seeing in the fates of these different populations?
Yeah, look, I think that's important. And if one looks at some of the discount airlines, for example, that maybe pre-pandemic catered to nonprofit people going on trips, college students, I'm not saying that travel's gone. But when we look at what happens economically over the last couple of years, interest rates have been very high. Maybe some of those folks are traveling less because they're unfortunately falling behind on other things. But for folks that are doing more blended travel, post-pandemic, many are no longer in the office 5 days a week. So that has changed travel patterns, consumer behavior, including the way consumers purchase tickets. And a lot of those folks still have money. And in some cases, the travel that they're doing is at least partially on their employer's dime. So absolutely there's a purchasing power difference when you look at the models.
Two quick questions. First, top pick right now. What's your top pick at the moment?
So Delta is our favorite one of the U.S. airlines. I would highlight we have United Airlines on Citi's focus list.
Big rally over the last 3 months. Final question, most important one. Like to know, the most disruptive part of traveling, I think for a lot of people, I'm speaking for myself, I know, but many of you share this, boarding. What are they going to do with baggage fees? This happens every single flight we go on. There are too many bags going on board. They're trying to find a space for them. Are we moving from a model where they're about to start charging us for carry-on? How close are we to that?
So I think on a widespread basis, that would cause a lot of disruption. So you can see in the case of checked bags, that's already can
big
be
issue.
heading. Yes, yes. I would say on a widespread basis, starting to charge for carry-on bags seems a bit extreme versus the price point that most people are boarding flights these days. So
Every
I'd be
time you
surprised
board,
to see
don't
that.
you have the same problem? Every
Oh,
time,
yeah.
trying to find space for the bags.
Well, and this is the reason why people rush to get on and why people get pretty aggressive to get on first so that they can get their bag up there because there's limited space. And otherwise you could end up with it under the hood and then you got to wait for
They
it.
put in the call at the gate and they're like, we'll take your bag for free. No, you need to pay for this. If you want to take my bag away from me, which I am using as carry-on because that's more efficient, effective, and quicker, you need to pay to take that off me.
Well, you can tell them that. They might say to you, okay, well then we'll make you pay for your carry-on. It might
I
be
would happily play a supplement. Honestly, it would slow it would quicken the whole thing up.
Well, it would also make it more civil rather than have people
Totally.
basically pushing each other out
I
of the
see
way.
John holding on for dear life on his carry-on as he
It
boards
drives me
his
nuts.
next flight.
It makes me anxious walking past those guys at the gate. I'm like, they're going to take something
You
off
gotta
me.
hide it.
Yeah.
Go for boarding group 1. Boarding group A. Try and be in the...
Exactly.
Try and be a man with a suit in group 1. They still try and take the suit off you. We'll have this conversation at the break. Stephen Trainer City, thank you, sir. PCE data up next.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets. Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacroix, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything. Bloomberg loves earnings.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg. It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, the China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, the China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Don't worry, understand. Group 1 carry-on problems, first world problems. I get it. Equity futures on the S&P 500 positive by 0.06%. On the Nasdaq up by 0.1%. PCE data just around the corner. Mike McKee's in the studio. He'll break that down for you. Going into it, the scores in the bond market look like this. 2-year, 10-year, 30-year. The 2-year yield down 2 basis points, 360.82. The 10-year down 2 basis points at 377.53. As the economic data begins to pour out, let's cross over to Mike McKee. Morning, Mike.
Good morning, John, and good morning, everybody. We have some disappointing news on personal income and spending, which is a little bit of a surprise given yesterday's revisions to GDP. Personal income up 0.2%, down from 0.3 the prior month, and spending is up only 0.2. The forecast was for 0.3. It was 0.5 the prior month, so we have a bit of a disappointment there. But in terms of the inflation numbers, they come in as expected, up 0.1% for the headline number, and a year-over-year, and the core is up 0.1% as well. 2.2% on the year-over-year for PCE price indexes. That's down from 2.5, lowest since 2021. 2.7 is the core, goes up just a tick, but base effects there comes in on a month-over-month basis, a little bit lower than anticipated. So at this point, we are in a position to restart the debate. 25 or 50.
We'll have that conversation in just a moment. Let's turn to the price action. I can tell you that that slight downside surprise on core PCE unlocks a bit of a rally at the front end of the yield curve. We're down 4 basis points on a 2-year, on a 10-year down 4 basis points. Also, equities still higher by 0.1% here across the board. In the FX market, euro dollar coming back to about 111.72, so a bit of dollar weakness off the back of this move. Let's talk about this move. Core PCE, just a small downside surprise. It reminds me of something that Kelsey Barrow of JP Morgan Asset Management said on this program just yesterday. The importance of PCE and inflation for the 25 versus 50 debate. I think we've become very preoccupied about the importance of the labor market, but based on some of the guidance we've had from Fed speakers recently, particularly Governor Waller, maybe this inflation report is equally as, or perhaps even more important than payrolls next Friday. This is what Kelsey Barrow had to say. Downside misses on upcoming inflation reports could be enough to keep additional 50 basis point rate cuts alive.
I'm so glad you went there, because to me, look at this data, and basically you're not seeing wholesale weakness, so it's good for equity markets, but it does open the door to a 50 basis point rate cut, which is now being weighted much more heavily in the Fed funds futures, just to put that out there. As people take a look at, ultimately, John, you're going to have a Fed that is going to be more accommodative because inflation does not seem like a threat.
Just reminds me something that Deutsche Bank said recently. The 25 versus 50 debate was never about NFP. The case for 50 rests on policy rates being comfortably above a conservative upper bound of neutral. Front-loading the first 75 to 100 of rate cuts is relatively easy. Do we start to lean into this 50 just a little bit more after this data? I know we've still got payrolls next Friday, but you just wonder, Lisa, what the conversation sounds like through the weekend and into next week.
Well, right now the market is speaking pretty loudly, and the market is screaming that yes, it is more of a consideration to go 50 basis points, because why not? If you don't have an inflationary risk, and ultimately that is the main if, then why shouldn't the Fed normalize, recalibrate at a more accelerated pace, given that you aren't seeing green shoots necessarily under the labor market? And you can see that the preeminent concern is preventing further weakening.
Let's continue the conversation. Joining us now is Dana Peterson at the Conference Board. Dana, welcome back to the program. Got lots to talk to you about that consumer confidence number from earlier this week. I just want to pick up on the data that came out just moments ago this morning. How are you thinking about it? How does it inform your view of where the Fed goes next?
Well, I think the jury's still out. We still have a lot more data we need to see, especially next week's employment data. But, I mean, the good news is that inflation is continuing to slow, and so the Fed can be less concerned about that. If inflation slows faster than the path that they outlined in the September SEP, then certainly they can go 50. But again, I think they need to see the labor market. And I think the labor market's doing fine. When we look at the number of payrolls, you don't need to have 300,000 payroll additions a month when you're pretty much at full employment, and the unemployment rate is very low. Wage inflation is still elevated. So there's still a lot of good news about the labor market. And also when we look at growth, if consumers continue to spend, then that's going to mean very strong GDP growth. So I think the Fed is still going to be data dependent, and all the data from now until November are going to decide whether the Fed goes 50 or 25.
Well, Dana, how low is the bar to go 50? We've got payrolls next Friday. The estimate in our survey is about 130. You said yourself we don't need 200. Something between 100 to 150 is still okay for the economy and where we're at right now. How low is the bar to go 50?
Well, I think if you start seeing negative payroll reads or further creep in the unemployment rate, the Fed's looking at the unemployment rate to kind of top out at 4.4%. The natural rate is 4.5%. So that's still employment. But I think if you start seeing the unemployment rate creep above that, then the Fed is going to lean on, okay, now some of the downside risks that we feared are starting to materialize. So we need to cut rates faster to undergird the labor market.
Were you surprised, Dana, by how weak some of the labor sentiment was by the consumers that you ended up surveying? Were you surprised that people felt like jobs really were getting much harder to get?
Well, not really, because if you think about it, the peak of the jobs hard to get, jobs easy to get differential was back in 2022, when we know it was very easy to find a job. You had all these job openings because companies are still trying to replenish their ranks after the pandemic. Now, companies have pretty much have all the workers that they need. When we talk to CEOs of large companies, about 40% of them are saying, we're not making any changes to our workforce, and the other 40% are saying we're going to continue to hire, and only about 20% are saying, well, maybe you'll let some people go. So it's still a story of hiring and hoarding. And so if that's the case, then you're not going to see big payroll gains month after month because we're at full employment.
We also saw a decline in consumer sentiment just more broadly. And previously, it had been really inflation expectations that were driving that. When people felt like the cost of the goods they were buying were going up at a dramatic pace, they felt pretty bad about that, pretty negative. Do you think that this had more to do with the jobs picture maybe softening from a very strong level, or do you think this has more to do with things like the election and other sentiment factors that come into some of these economic points?
Sure. Well, the measures that go into our headline are business conditions, the labor market, and income. The election or inflation, those measures don't fold up into the headline. And certainly when we look at the headline, it really has been moving back and forth. Certainly the last reading was at the bottom of the range that we've seen over the last 2 years. But certainly we do ask consumers, what do you think about inflation? What do you think about, things that are impacting the economy? It's still the case that prices and inflation, those two words, are still cropping up. Prices, the level of how much things cost is elevated, but they're a little less concerned about the rate of change in inflation. We did notice that the words interest rates and election did pop up in some of the write-in measures. But even still, when we looked at the election, certainly over the last years in terms of those write-ins, it's still pretty low. I think consumers are not really going to get too focused on that as being a major issue for the economy until we get to October.
But to Lisa's point, I understand you have a surgical way of how you go about this survey, but you talk to CEOs, you see what's going on in the campaign trail right now. If you're a CEO and you come out and say potentially you might be moving workers to a different country because you need to save money or you need to find certain labor, you are going to be basically in the bullseye of one of these candidates. Is there a concern potentially in the labor market that companies are just waiting for more clarity after November 5th?
Yes, companies are waiting for more clarity, but the things they are investing in include technology and human capital. And it's really not the case. We're not hearing that companies are looking to offshore people. They're trying to find people right here in the U.S. And certainly the companies that are benefiting from industrial policies around tips and infrastructure and factories are doing quite well. They're giving us a good story. Now, it's the companies that are more consumer-facing where they see, risks of consumers really pulling back. They're much more worried, especially since consumers are still buying a lot of services. But we're noticing that as goods prices fall, consumers are running out there and they're buying cars. So we're not getting that sense that companies are either looking to lay off labor or even move them abroad. It's a very different story.
Dana, I'm pleased that you joined the program today because I'm sure you got a lot of phone calls this week. Dana Peterson there at the conference board on the latest in this economy. Equity futures right now, about 50 minutes out from the opening bell, positive by 0.2%. Session highs. For a second look at the data, Mike McKee, what do you see?
Well, here's one number that's really impressive, and it's going to change some people's minds perhaps about thinking because of the revisions we had to GDP. The personal savings rate for the month, for the most recent month is 4.8%. In July, 4.9%. In June, 5.2%. Now, these numbers back before yesterday were 2.9, 3.1, 3.3. So the savings rate has gone up by about 2 percentage points in each month, which means Americans have a lot more money in the bank still they could spend. Also, driving the incomes this time were a 0.5% increase in overall wages and salaries, which is fairly strong. So people are getting money, people have money in the bank. The forecast for the economy slowing, I'm not sure if people are going to stick to that.
I'm so glad you brought up that savings rate. I thought that was fascinating how much it was revised up in some of the backward-looking revisions. Basically, people haven't used up their cash as much as people previously thought. Does that mean, in some ways, this was just inflation that faded with some of the year-over-year comparisons post-pandemic? Or does this speak to maybe that we are understating some of the strength and therefore the inflation risk in the economy?
Well, it's a combination of both. Obviously, inflation's fade has helped, but it's been hard for the government to measure the economy, as we've seen with the Fed. And so they do these updates, these revisions once a year to GDP to try to bring everything together. And what they've ended up doing is revising gross domestic income up significantly. And that's bringing the two things, the gross domestic product and gross domestic income, much closer together. And that explains a lot of what's been going on here. The interesting thing, too, when you look at the overall inflation rate for the months, we're running at about a 1.7% for the last 3 months for GDP, for PCE headline. And remember, the Fed's target is 2. So for the last 3 months, we've been under what the Fed's targeting.
I thought we had to spend some time below it now to balance things out for the amount of time we spent above.
That's actually not true.
We're not doing that anymore.
No,
we moved on.
They never did that. But everybody thought
we introduced
maybe
that.
they would.
We introduced that plan just before inflation took off.
I asked Jay Powell about that out in Jackson
That worked well,
He
didn't
said,
it?
we're not ready for that, to make that decision yet.
Mike McKee, defender of the Federal Reserve. Let's get to this bond market. Yields down by 3 basis points. On a 2-year right now, 3.59. On a 10-year, down 3 to about 3.77. Mike Kontopoulos of Richard Bernstein Advisors joins us now for more. Mike, welcome to the program. Here's the debate. On the one side, inflation is coming down. Jobs growth is decelerating. On the other, the Fed is cutting interest rates and China is easing. And we get a lot of people on the program confused about what to do in the bond market. Should yields be up or should yields be down?
Well, I think the bond market is actually giving you a pretty good signal right now. What did it do when the Fed cut interest rates last week? You had the long end actually go up, and the front end stabilize and go down a little bit. And that's suggesting that, as the Fed eases policy here, as lending conditions ease, employment is still strong, profits are still accelerating, China is now easing. It all likely leads to longer term growth and inflation expectations. And don't forget, on the inflation front, although everything we've seen, there's no doubt about it, everything we've seen has been positive of late, the comps are going to start getting harder as you get later into this year and early 2025. So some of these very low prints, certainly on a year-over-year basis, may not be sustained. So I think the bond market's actually telling you the answer to your question, which is longer term growth and inflation may actually be higher than what's expected, but there's obviously a tendency to central banks wanting to cut. And so I would expect further curve steepening here and modestly lower front end yields.
So Mike, just talk to me about the long end. What kind of numbers are you thinking about? 375 right now on 10s, 30 still in and around 4%. What kind of numbers should we be thinking about, reconsidering?
I think we're in a range-bound market. I don't think, 10s are going back up to 5 or anything of that nature. I think you're going to live, for the most part, between 375 and 4.25, maybe 4.5, depending on what happens on growth and inflation later this year and into next year. That wouldn't shock me one bit at all. Obviously, the trend has been, higher, getting towards that upper 3.75 to 4% range. And I wouldn't be surprised if it breaks 4 at some point in the next few months. But I don't think we're going back to 5, and nor do I think we're going to 3. I think we're going to be pretty range bound. And so what investors should be thinking about is, as you get below that 3.75, 3.7 level, you're probably supposed to fade interest rates at that point, and duration and interest rate risk. And as you get back towards above 4.25, probably be, adding it back. And I think that range is going to be where we live until there's more clarity on the direction of growth. And that's the most important thing from our perspective.
Mike, it feels like you're pouring a bit of cold water over some of the glory and the celebrations that we've been hearing from so many people over the past week. We've been talking about soft landing nirvana. One viewer wrote in saying it's global Goldilocks. Why are you pushing back against that and saying don't be a hero?
Yeah, well, when I say don't be a hero, I'm really talking about credit risk in that case. On the equity side, I actually think there's tremendous opportunity. Small caps, look at the futures this morning. Small caps, this is kind of Goldilocks for them. Accelerating earnings growth, Fed that's easing policy, so interest rates are not going to go up a ton. And so for some areas of the market, particularly in equities, I would argue, Lisa, that it is a bit of Goldilocks, and small caps being the best, the beneficiary of that. On the fixed income side, credit spreads are incredibly tight. And when credit spreads are tight, all of your return is effectively coming from the interest rate component, not from the credit component. So even though theoretically we should love credit risk here, right? Accelerating earnings growth, easing monetary conditions, maybe stronger growth than what's expected. That should be very, very good for corporate profits and for credit. But the spreads just don't compensate you for any sort of risk. And at the end of the day, we are probably later economic cycle. And so I'd much rather own, decide where to own my risk rather than just overweight credit risk. So something like CLOs, for example, which offer you quite a bit of spread, makes a lot more sense to us than the investment grade market. So it's more about finding the opportunity than not liking, risk at all.
Mike, I love this, and it's so interesting to hear you say this as someone who I followed for a long time from your days back covering the high-yield market at Bank of America. I'm curious about how much you've seen the high-yield market be transformed in some ways, the public high-yield market, from a canary in the coal mine to something that is very separate, that trades on very different fundamentals and technicals.
Yeah, the high-yield market's been really interesting lately because if you look at, let's say, like CCC debt, for example, it's a completely different market than the rest of the market. One of the things that, I would argue is very encouraging about high yield at the moment is that you haven't really had the pickup in default rate. Our default model actually suggests defaults are likely to decline over the next 6 months on an annualized basis and get back towards 2%, which is a very, very low default rate in normal times. But you're absolutely right. I mean, there's all sorts of things going on at the high yield market. There's a lot of innovation out there as well with ETFs, and that's transformed the liquidity of the high yield market to some degree and what you can do there. That's sucked liquidity out of other areas of the high yield market that maybe don't have ETF, where the bonds are not in the ETF. So there's all sorts of things to do in high yield from a liquidity perspective, from a risk perspective. But the signals coming from high yield, I actually think are very encouraging about the broad economy and lending conditions. But again, the spreads don't really excite us as far as being an opportunity in high yield. Again, why own high yield when you can own 8.5% triple B CLOs?
Mike, just before you go, just a final question. Given everything you've just said, where do you and the team see rates year-end next year, 25? What kind of number have you got on Fed funds?
I know, Jonathan, you love to pin me down on a number here. I don't think, listen, I think there's a lot of volatility that can happen between now and then, and a lot of return that can be made. And quite frankly, by the end of next year, it's going to depend on, are we in a reacceleration? Are we in a recession? And I think both are almost equally plausible. So listen, if you're in a recession, I think rates will go as low, 10-year will go as low as 2.5%. If you're reacceleration, you could probably see that 5% handle again. And I don't know which one it's going to be, and I think that's okay. I think really trying to make a call 15 months out is pretty difficult. It's hard enough over the next 3 to 6 months. So not to punt the question, but I'll punt the question.
No, I hear you, but I can come back. If you think that both are equally probable, you can make the suggestion that one is more priced than the other, can't you, right now?
I think that's a fair statement. Although we are kind of splitting the difference right between that 2.5 and 5. So I guess the market is actually giving you that 50-50 odds right now. 2.5 on the long, if you have a recession, 5% if you have reacceleration, 50-50 chance. What's in the middle? 375. So market, I guess, is pricing right now equal odds of either of those scenarios.
Smart, Mike. As always, appreciate it. Mike Kontopoulos there of Richard Bernstein Advisors. What do you make of that?
Basically, no one wants to make the difference between the two, and their tail risks are both feeling equal and completely diametrically opposed to one another. That's where we are.
Things are pretty finely balanced at the moment. Let's give an update on news elsewhere this morning with your Bloomberg brief. Here's Yahira Hackers. Hey, Yahira.
Hi, John. Recapping that data we just got, the Federal Reserve's preferred measure of inflation rose modestly in August, underscoring a cooling economy. The core PCE index, which excludes the volatile price of food and energy, increased 0.1% from July. Analysts in our survey were calling for an increase of 0.2%. The year-over-year data for core PCE came in line with expectations, holding at 2.7%. Meanwhile, Intel apparently turned down ARM Holdings when ARM asked about buying a unit of the company. Bloomberg has learned ARM approached Intel about buying the chipmaker's product division. Intel's response, it's not for sale. Intel was once the world's largest chipmaker, but has become the target of takeover speculation amid a rapid deterioration of its business this year. And Bitcoin is on track for one of its biggest September gains in history. The cryptocurrency is up more than 12% this month, compared to an average decline of 5.9% every September over the last decade, according to data compiled by Bloomberg. Global rate cuts this month helped bid up everything from stocks to gold and crypto as investors bet on more stimulus ahead. That's your Bloomberg brief. John?
Yahira, thank you. Thanks for this morning. Have a great weekend. Up next on the program, setting you up for the week ahead. You're watching Bloomberg TV.
I've seen firsthand how some fashion businesses make women feel. And I think there's one thing, being really vocal and being an Instagram activist and talking about something, there's a difference than putting your money where your mouth is and really trying to do something about the problem. And that's what I did with that business. It was about how do I take everything that I know and I've learned and actually do the opposite. And I think that as a young black female entrepreneur, the only thing that I could do was what I know from my experience. And the honest truth is, I didn't set out to create a company that was like deeply rooted in the principles of inclusivity and diversity. I set out to make a company that was right for me and my friends, and I knew that if I had a problem, chances are somebody else does. And I think that's where so many businesses are, created, when you're solving a problem that's real for you and therefore real for the consumer.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
With a surge in Bitcoin, you have crypto stocks also surging.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people.
This is a political attack, and we must hold our elected officials accountable.
The transactions.
Really a record-breaking moment.
Bitcoin is the exit strategy.
And the technology.
Awareness is going to grow, and these things grow the overall industry.
Crypto as an asset class is here to stay.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg. It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, Monday on Bloomberg.
.37 minutes away from the opening bell. Equity futures on the S&P 500 firmer by 1/10%. Your trading diary, the calendar for today, and the presidential debate at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Wednesday, ADP private payrolls. Thursday, another round of claims. Friday, the big one. Payrolls Friday just around the corner. Mike McKee is still with us. Mike, let's talk about next week. What are you looking for?
Jobs day. Well, we'll look for Jay Powell. And I think if you look at today's numbers, if the Fed were cutting or meeting next week, they'd feel great about cutting rates. Unfortunately, they have jobs on Friday, which will be big. And they've got another jobs report, plus another PCE report before their next meeting on November 7th. So we can't say for sure what's going to happen. But at this point, we've put 50 on the table again if the Fed wants.
We've been done with a quiet period, and we've gotten a lot of Fed speak. Is there any conclusion to John's point earlier about whether the jobs number really is going to be the most important in determining 25 or 50, we get to do this again? Or is it going to be really just simply that inflation is coming down?
Well, I think the timing of the calendar puts jobs in the first place because we get the jobs report for October on November 1st. It's the last major indicator before the Fed meeting on November 7th. The CPI report comes out October 10th, and then October 31st is PCE. So the last number that people are going to be looking at is the jobs number, and we'll see whether or not it pushes the Fed one way or another. We should get an interesting set of comments from Jay Powell on Monday, though, on how he's thinking about all this.
I feel like I'm the only one around the table that's actually interested in the vice presidential debate next week. And I say this, though, because today in our swing state poll, voters continue to give the national economy low marks, with nearly 7 in 10 saying it's going off on the wrong track. Yet you just read through a slew of numbers that said we're actually going down the right track.
Well, that's been a problem for the Harris campaign. It's been a problem for the Biden administration is people don't feel this. It goes back to the old vibe session comment. People are still feeling that things are not good, and the numbers contradict that, but it hasn't gotten into their lived experience yet. Now, food prices have flattened out. Gasoline prices have gone down. Maybe in another month, when we get to Election Day, it will have changed people's mind. Of course, half the people would have voted by then, but it's got to be something that gets through to them in their own day-to-day life.
Mike McKee, thanks for this morning. Appreciate it. Really do. Equities right now on the S&P still positive by 1/10%. Your lineup for Monday: Brian Weinstein of Morgan Stanley, Chris Harvey of Wells Fargo, Maya McGuinness of the Committee for a Not-So-Responsible Budget, and Kathy Jones of Charles Schwab. All of that on Monday morning. Have a wonderful weekend. What a week in this market. Equities at all-time highs. From New York City, this was Bloomberg Surveillance.
From our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis about the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action, every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
You are also an owner, I should have pointed out, of 3 major sports teams.
That's right.
And you're the first woman, as I understand it, the first woman to own 3 major, have stake in 3 major sports teams. Is that right?
Yes, and we'll say African American.
You were approached by the owner then of the, I guess, the Washington Wizards and the Washington Caps about maybe buying the Washington Mystics, which is the women's basketball team. And what did you say?
Well, first of all, it was Abe Pollin. He did come to me and Susan O'Malley, and they said, Abe Pollin says, look, I want you to be the face of the Washington Mystics. And I said, what do you mean be the face of? He says, I want you to buy this team. His health was failing. And I have to tell you, and a lot of women can understand this, we never get these opportunities. So that was the first thing that struck me, and I was flattered. I was really flattered. I said, well, Abe, what are the financials on this? And he handed them to me. He says, well, they're not making money. But I was still intrigued about team ownership.
What about artificial intelligence? Is artificial intelligence going to enable you and others to say, we have enough information to know exactly what something is going to be worth in terms of insuring it or not?
Artificial intelligence is finding its way into our business in a variety of different factors. I think the first piece is getting much better insight into data, which allows us to make better decisions on underwriting. It's also a great opportunity to service business better in terms of like call centers and different ways of what's using robotics and other AI will be very helpful. But it is an emerging practice within the industry and one that is evolving very quickly. So it's also going to present risks that other companies, how they use it and how they use large language models and making sure the decision making is very sound. So it's complicated, but it definitely is benefiting the business today.
Up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at the Forbidden City in Beijing, and this is Bloomberg.
September's not that bad of a month. 30 minutes until the start of trading, and we could hit another new record. I'm Matt Miller.
I'm Shonali Bassick.
And I'm Katie Greifeld. Bloomberg Open Interest starts right now.
Coming up, we're going to talk about the good data. The Fed's favored inflation gauge and consumer spending barely rose in the last month, underscoring finally a cooling economy.
And a razor-thin lead. New polling from Bloomberg and Morning Consult shows Kamala Harris edging just slightly ahead of Donald Trump in the swing states.
And ARM rebuffed by Intel. More details on the latest bid made to the struggling chip maker. We'll take a look at all that and more. But 30 minutes until the bells ring, this is what the market setup looks like. As Matt mentioned, you have a slight rally on our hands, of course, building on all those consecutive days of gains that we've seen. The S&P 500, the NASDAQ 100, currently up about 0.1%. As Shonali said, we got favorable PCE data. We also got more stimulus out of China. You take a look at what the bond market is doing. 10-year Treasury yields right now, Matt, currently down almost 5 basis points, back at 375.
It's not often that we hit record highs with volatility at this high level. If you can see the blue shaded areas in this chart, that's when the VIX is above 15. Yellow is when they're below 15. The only time it typically happens that we hit new highs with high volatility is during COVID and during the dot-com era. So will the VIX come back down if we continue to climb higher?
And a feature of this market, of course, has been single stock volatility. Some stocks to watch: Bristol Myers Squibb, higher after the U.S. approved its first schizophrenia drug in more than 70 years. Analysts say it will bring in $1 billion of annual revenue starting in 2027. Bristol shares up 3.8% nearly pre-market. Also watching the parent company of Weight Watchers. Weight Watchers CEO is stepping down after announcing job cuts. And you have WW International shares up 3%. It has been a tough ride for this stock this year. Also keeping an eye on Alibaba. You have it up 1.1%. Remember, it is among Chinese stocks extending gains this week on the heels of the latest stimulus measures. Quite a ride, Matt, this week we've had.
Yeah, quite a ride today. You know, when I came in this morning, futures were pointed down after another record high yesterday. Now that we got the inflation numbers out, or lack thereof, it's coming back up.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you take a look at PCE coming in as expected to maybe a touch cooler on some measures. It's interesting. That was enough to turn the market green in the pre-market. But really, you're not seeing that much of a reaction because inflation, as we've been discussing, it's not where the eyeballs are. Everyone is just focused on this labor market and, of course, next Friday's jobs report.
Right, a week from today is really the big moment, isn't it? But I do think it's interesting to see how sentiment changes so quickly in the market that we've been living in right now. But, of course, a cooler inflation and a steadier bond market doesn't hurt.
Yeah, let's talk about all of this with the Truist co-CIO and chief market strategist, Keith Lerner joins us now. And really, I mean, Keith, we're in a cutting cycle, so rates down, and forward earnings expectations are at an all-time high, so earnings up. Wouldn't you just expect record after record?
Yeah, well, first, great to be with you. It is nice to see records and really a global rally with almost 90% of countries retrack in uptrends. And to your point, if you try to keep it simple, when you look at markets, what drives them? Interest rates, which are still moving down, and earnings, which you mentioned, continue to make record highs on a regular basis. And then you have the U.S. cutting rates. You have China now providing stimulus, and you have the ECB cutting rates. So the old saying is, don't fight the trend and don't fight the Fed. Well, and we also don't want to fight the Fed. We don't want to fight China, and we don't want to fight the ECB. So all that together, I mean, it just reinforces that the primary trend is high. It doesn't mean we're not going to see normal pullbacks or some gut checks along the way, but this bull market continues to earn the benefit of the doubt.
The trend is your friend, especially right now, of course, when the trend is higher, as you point out, Keith. But let's talk a little bit more about China. Obviously, we've seen a lot of measures come out of China, stimulus coming through. It feels like every single day. But it's interesting, at least from where I'm sitting, you haven't seen a huge reaction to the upside in U.S. equities, as you might expect when you think about all the positive vibes. How are you reading, of course, what we're seeing out of China, those measures, and how it factors into the U.S. market right now?
Yeah, so I'll just say, for context, I mean, the U.S. market is up over 20%. This is the strongest, year-to-date gains for an election year cycle since at least 1950. So I think context is important. And I think what we've seen is, obviously China was underloved, and, this was a shock as far as what they came out with when positioning was very light. So in some ways, I think you've maybe just seen some rotation, out of the U.S. markets into other areas that could benefit from a short-term basis. Longer term, we still like the U.S. markets. We think profitability trends are stronger. We think the economy is stronger. But on a short-term basis, I think maybe the reason why you're not seeing a bigger pop is we're up a lot in the U.S., and now there's been some rotation, to the global markets.
Very simply, even with that rotation, you have seen the S&P 500 hit multiple records this week alone, Keith. And if you recalibrate heading into next week, heading into that labor data, heading into the election season over the course of the next couple of weeks, do you believe that these records can persist?
I guess the way I would say is, the data suggests that we should be higher by the end of the year than we are today. What happens next week or into the election? I mean, normally in October, I heard Matt talking about the VIX earlier. Normally, in an election year, you tend to see a spike in volatility in October. Obviously, a lot of things have been different. We've had different surprises. You tend to have an October surprise as well. So, listen, I don't think it's going to just be a straight-up move. But when you look at historically, first of all, the fourth quarter since 1950 has been up on average more than 4% and positive over 80% of the time. When you're in an election year and you're up over 10% going into the fourth quarter, you've been up every time in the fourth quarter. So I think the trend is still positive. I think the Fed is cutting rates, and we ultimately move higher. But again, I also want to be, frank, that I do think we'll have some gut checks along the way, because everyone's feeling very good right now. There may be something from left field. And we also know this election is still very tight. So
are there places where you take profits, though, at these levels, Keith? I mean, even though we're not at 6,000 yet, 5,800 on the S&P or 5,700 on the S&P is a pretty elevated level. Do you take profits from your winners and rotate into maybe some stocks that haven't done as well?
Well, I think we do. Part of that is happening already when you're seeing kind of the broadening of the rally. I will say, though, I mean, I think a lot of folks have become more negative on tech recently. We actually upgraded our view of tech on the August sell-off, and those markets are still down off the recent highs. So we're seeing better activity this week from semiconductors. We had the Micron news. So I would say as we get into that fourth quarter rally, for folks that have become more skeptical on tech, we still think there's upside there, and that will likely regain leadership as we head deeper into the fourth quarter.
Keith, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on positioning right now, because, of course, we've been talking about money market funds all week. There's now $6.4 trillion in money market funds. A lot of people have pointed to all of that cash that's sitting on the sidelines and saying that's bullish, of course, for equities. That is money that belongs to risk assets. But what do you think the psychology around cash is right now? Because even with rates already cut and we know that they're going to come down more, you're still seeing this steady inflow into money market funds.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. I had a saying last year, maybe it's not coming into fruition. I said everyone loves 5% cash until the market's up 20%. So, you know, some of that cash, listen, I don't think there's a pool of folks that are going to move from the money market and there's going to be like this overwhelming move just to the equity market, because we're already up a lot off the lows and people haven't come in and you've got going into the election. But I think on the margin, you could see a shift. I think the first place where that money is likely to go is the fixed income market. We downgraded our view of cash back in April because we thought the Fed was going to be cutting rates and probably a bit more aggressive here. And to extend into the fixed income market, maybe, you know, 2 to 5 years in the belly of the curve. And then from the, I do think some of that money could move into the equity markets. But again, you know, this kind of conversation, all this money is just waiting there. Some of that money just moved from bank deposits to money markets, and it's not going to move that quickly. So incrementally, yes, it's a positive. And then your broader question, I think sentiment right now is not at an extreme either way. And normally when to make calls on sentiment, you want to see something on an extreme, either pessimistic or overly euphoric. We're not seeing that in most of our kind of sentiment indicators today.
I think it's a great point. You know, we were talking about this yesterday. If you have a savings account that was yielding 5.5 and now it's 4.5, you're going to look for other places to put that money, or maybe you will at 3. On the other hand, I look at this chart, which is money market funds. You can see, as Katie mentioned, it's over $6.4 trillion now. The line doesn't come down in good times. It only drops in a great financial crisis or a COVID crisis. So,
which is bizarre, because that's when you think you would want cash.
Yeah. Right, and I'm wondering if the reason we're seeing so much money still in cash is that fear that's still in the market. You see it in gold as well. And Keith, if you want to sit here and hedge at these all-time highs, or at least keep some money on the sidelines here, what's the best way to do it?
Well, this is going to probably sound simple, but I think a diversified portfolios actually make more sense today than they have for a while. Remember 2022?
They haven't made sense for 15 years.
Yeah.
Right?
60-40, let's say it.
I mean, you know, in 2022, stocks were moving down and bonds were moving down. What's interesting, when we've had corrections this year more recently, the bond market, high-quality fixed income has done well. We are bullish on gold. We have modest positions. It's at all-time highs. Central banks are buying. There's still a lot of fiscal imbalances, uncertainty around the U.S. dollar, so I think that makes sense. And then I think also, you know, going back to, you know, on the quality side, you know, U.S. large cap still makes sense as well. So it may sound boring, but I think, you know, I think having like a little position in gold, some high quality fixed income is part of that hedge. But I ultimately think that on a relative basis, equities are still more attractive and we see more upside. And the last point in the money markets, so you also, the other way to look at it too, money markets have moved up a lot. But the other way you can look at this is money markets relative to the increase in the stock market or the total market cap. And it doesn't look as an extreme when you kind of measure it on a relative basis.
And I will point out that you take a look at Bloomberg's global 60-40 index. It's up almost 13% on a total return basis year to date. So diversification certainly working for you this year, Keith. It's great to speak with you. That is Truist co-CIO and Chief Market Strategist, Keith Lerner. Meanwhile, let's take a look at what's moving underneath the hood right now ahead of the opening bell. We'll do that with Abigail Doolittle.
One stock that we have trading to the downside, Katie, is Dollar General. Shares are down about 1.9%. This after Citi downgraded shares to a sell from a neutral, saying that this company that's usually known for value, well, Walmart's really beating them, that it's hard to beat Walmart's prices, and for that reason, this stock is a sell. Investors taking it seriously, but given the recent quarter where it was a bad quarter and the guidance was awful and the stock was down so much, not down as much as you might expect with a major bank cutting it to a sell. Let's flip up the board here, and here we have a little bit of a mixed market. NVIDIA earlier had been lower. Yesterday, trading lower with Supermicro Computer, down more than 10%. This, of course, as the DOJ is initiating a probe into the company's financial practices. A bit of a AI demand has grown that company maybe more over its skis than it had been. It went from being an $8 stock to a greater than $1,200 stock in a very short period of time. In any case, after that Hindenburg report, the 10K filing delay, we still have this stock down, but not down quite as much as it had been yesterday. And then finally, that China effect, all of the stimulus this week that you have been talking about. It's not just the China tech stocks, it's also Las Vegas Sands and Wynn Resorts, because they, of course, have their footprint in Macau. These shares trading higher, up 2% and 3.5% respectively.
Abigail, appreciate your time. Coming up, we're going to switch to politics. Kamala Harris holds a razor-thin lead over Donald Trump in certain swing states. We're going to take a closer look next at our latest poll. This is Bloomberg.
So a number of people, I think, from Homeland Security and or the CIA or NSA have gone to Capitol Hill and said that TikTok is a danger to our national security. But the public hasn't been given that much detailed information about what the threat is. How much of a threat to our national security is TikTok?
The People's Republic of China acts adversely to the interests of the United States in different ways. One of those ways is through the dissemination of disinformation, the intentional communication of false statements, and TikTok is an extraordinary avenue through which to disseminate disinformation to millions and millions of people.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers jobs day like Bloomberg. Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything.
Let's get to high interest now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu pledged to hold talks on the U.S. proposed ceasefire deal in Lebanon. He speaks at the UN General Assembly in the next hour. The deal is seen as a last-ditch effort to prevent this week's fighting in Lebanon from spiraling into a full-scale conflict after over 600 people were killed. The conflict is with Hamas is ongoing. The Gaza death toll now is over 41,000. In Japan, the ruling party has picked a replacement for its outgoing prime minister. Shigeru Ishiba is set to become Japan's next prime minister next week. The outspoken former defense minister clinched the leadership of the ruling Liberal Democratic Party at his 5th attempt to win. And Vice President Kamala Harris is heading to the U.S.-Mexico border today as her campaign faces mounting pressure to shore up support for what's seen as one of her most persistent vulnerabilities, which is obviously immigration policy. She will also be attending fundraisers in San Francisco and Los Angeles over the weekend. Shonali?
We're going to stay on politics because Kamala Harris holds a razor-thin lead over Donald Trump in battleground states like Nevada, Arizona, and Pennsylvania, according to the latest Bloomberg News Morning Consult poll. For more on the poll, we're going to be joined now by Bloomberg's Gregory Cordy in Washington. And the poll itself is really interesting to see where she's narrowed, where she's still quite tied in Georgia, for example. But back to the point that Matt was making earlier on immigration, she's also in Arizona, where the poll shows her leading by 3 points. Can she take on Trump in a compelling way in the state on the stance of immigration there?
Yeah, she's leading by 3 points in Arizona, but when we asked which candidate do you trust more on immigration, among Arizona likely voters, former President Donald Trump had an 11-point advantage on that issue. So what we're seeing from Kamala Harris is a very deliberate strategy, if you've been paying attention over the past few weeks, of Harris really going towards Trump's strengths as a candidate. She's been going after him on the economy. She's been going after him on immigration. Those are areas where Donald Trump has held a wide advantage on that issue. We see some issues like housing costs and even taxes. Those are traditionally Republican issues that Trump should have the high ground on, that he is now trailing in the trust gap on Harris. And that's because she's just out there talking about these issues, not only visiting swing states, but also she's blanketing these states with millions of dollars of advertising talking about her plans for the economy and on other issues.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to see, of course, Kamala Harris going on the offense here, like you say, to where Trump has historically been strong. We're talking about the economy here. And it gets to this idea that, of course, she's somehow been able to divorce herself from some of Biden's legacy and be seen as the change candidate, even though theoretically she's the incumbent here.
Yeah, it is really remarkable. When we ask people to sort of rate the state of the economy, is the national economy going in the right direction, in the wrong direction, people are just as pessimistic about the national economy as they have been the entire time we've been doing this poll. We've been doing this monthly tracking poll. This is the 12th iteration. We've been doing it since last October. And so people's perception of the economy isn't any better. And yet, Kamala Harris is gaining on Trump on economic issues. And what that says is, as you point out, people are not holding the Biden record against her. They're really giving her a fresh, clean slate to talk about issues almost as if she's not an incumbent candidate. And of course, it's very frustrating to former President Trump, who is trying to attach her to the Biden legacy, even referring to the current administration as the Harris-Biden administration, sort of flipping the ticket around to try to attach her to the Biden economic record. And according to this polling, it's not really working.
All right, got to leave it there. Really appreciate your time and your reporting. That, of course, is Gregory Cordy in Washington. Meanwhile, let's go local because New York City Mayor Eric Adams arrived at a Manhattan court earlier to be formally charged in a federal indictment, accusing him of accepting bribes and illegal campaign contributions from foreign nationals. Adams will likely plead not guilty to the charges. Joining us now with the latest is Bloomberg's Miles Miller. And it's been an amazing 24 hours, looking backwards, looking forwards to the next 24 hours, and of course, what's to follow. What does the timeline look here for Adams?
Yeah, so he'll go before a judge in federal court later today at noon. He's already checked into the federal courthouse, and he'll sit in a room. Instead of being in a cell with other people who are waiting, going before a judge, he'll sit in a room and then be brought by marshals into the courtroom. He'll likely plead not guilty, and then begins this court case. He says he wants a trial soon, but I'm sure his attorneys don't want a trial that soon because there is a voluminous amount of evidence, and the discovery is crazy here. He'll be back in court on October 4th, and he's keeping up his normal schedule. In fact, he's meeting with Italian journalists, an Italian newspaper, later today.
You know, we hear lawyer after lawyer. I was listening to Bloomberg Law yesterday with June Grasso say that this case is pretty cut and dry. I mean, it doesn't look like he's going to have much of a chance fighting at least 4 of those counts. On the other hand, reading the indictment, he's only guilty of allowing the Turkish government to pass fire code, right, for some airline miles. So does he really have a chance to stay in office for the rest of his term?
Not a lawyer, don't play one on TV, but have been a legal correspondent for some time. And what I can say about this is that the onus is on the government to prove the quid pro quo. You have a case here that is largely set up about illegal campaign donations in the form of straw donations from people from foreign governments, and these basically perks for travel. His attorneys are saying that the mayor has always said to operate appropriately, and a lot of these conversations happen with his staff and not with the mayor.
So really quickly here, Miles, we only have less than a minute left here, but what kind of scurry is the governor's office in right now?
She said last night she's, quote, reviewing her options and obligations. The governor has the ability to remove him from office. She has not said she plans to do that, but we do know that she has organized her councils to figure out the parameters in which she could do that. And if she chooses not to act, of course, the inability committee, which includes a deputy mayor and some other folks in city government, can make that happen. But some people who are on the committee have already said he should get his day in court.
All right, we're going to continue to follow this case, obviously, very closely, not only because we're here, but because New York City is so important to the financial industry. Miles, thanks so much for joining us. Miles Miller talking to us about Eric Adams. Coming up, DirecTV and Dish are close to clinching a merger agreement that would form the largest U.S. pay TV service. I feel like this is a deal we talk about a lot.
It's fascinating, but it's coming close.
Yeah, well, that's what we hear, and we're going to give you the details in Social Climbers next. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
This is the Asia trade.
You're watching the close. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg.
Morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia. We'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart the European trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in every weekday at 6 a.m. London time, only on Bloomberg Television.
There is this real momentum from Wall Street. We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets. All right, it's time now for Social Climbers. The company's making waves this morning, and first up, Dell calling its salespeople back to the office 5 days a week, starting next week. The company previously asked employees to work in the office 3 days a week, but of course, this announcement follows a similar missive from Amazon CEO Andy Jassy last week. Next up, a big win for Bristol Myers Squibb. The FDA today approving the company's first new type of schizophrenia drug in 70 years. If this drug is successful, it could help Bristol weather questions about its future, as 2 of its key drugs are set to lose patent exclusivity in the coming years. And finally, DirecTV and Dish in advanced talks to merge in a deal that would create the largest U.S. pay TV provider with almost 20 million subscribers. An agreement could be announced as soon as the coming days, you guys.
Also, that the largest U.S. pay TV company only has 20 million subscribers, right? This is an asset that's in decline. Both of them are assets in decline. And in the past, you would have imagined antitrust concerns here. I don't guess that there would be as serious concerns now.
You have EchoStar shares up 7% pre-market on the heels of this news. That's how much the market wants this to happen. Remember, EchoStar just closed the deal of Dish in December. So this is happening pretty quickly. And of course, the streaming services are out to get them that.
Yeah, big time. Meanwhile, let's take a quick check on markets. Of course, we are 4 minutes away from the opening bell. We know we got that favorable PCE data. We got stimulus out of China. All of that quietly working its way into the market. Coming up, we'll speak to Lauren Goodwin at the opening bell. This is Bloomberg.
In this facility, which is part of your $2 billion investment in the last 2 years, it's a massive amount.
Yes, because, we've focused a lot on automation and upgrading our quality standards so that we can adhere to the US FDA and European standards, because some of our vaccines now are going even to the West, which is a fundamental shift in our strategy, from back in the day when my father started the business, where we were predominantly in India and the developing
India-centric, now you're more global.
Yes.
So you're about 8,000 strong in this facility? All Indian nationals?
Mostly Indian, yes. I would say 99% of talent that we've trained overseas and in India. We have our own internal skill building center where we train on site.
Serum started with just producing vaccine for tetanus, but it's producing a lot more vaccines now. What is the next big thing you think?
A global pandemic flu vaccine is something that we're working on, and I think the world will need that, not only for the annual flu cases, but God forbid there's a flu pandemic. I think we are very well poised to make 1.5, 2 billion doses and roll it out very quickly to protect the world. And we have, of course, the other vaccines, as we talked about, HPV and malaria, that we've just launched, and we're going to scale that up as well.
As we spend some time here on the broader presidential race,
Let's focus in on European politics.
Makes you wonder how politics might play out.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
All right, looks like we could be headed for another record close today after 42 so far this year. Futures continue to climb. This is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller. You can see we're up only 0.1% on the S&P right now, about 0.2% on the NASDAQ. And we did turn around. Futures were down earlier before we got the inflation data showing that the Fed's rate really was pretty restrictive at 5.5%, and maybe still is. The opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange, Legacy Education down at the NASDAQ market site with GLE. We are kicking up to, Katie, possibly another record. We were just talking about this. We had 70 record closes in 2021. 77 in 1995. So we're not near record territory, but it's still pretty good.
Still pretty good, and 0.1%. It may not sound or look like much, 0.2% now, but that's all we would need to get that another record here. So we'll see if that one holds. You have the S&P 500, your big tech stocks as well, and the NASDAQ 100 up slightly right now. Interestingly, you have small caps in the lead with that Russell 2000 currently up about 0.9%, still down on a weekly basis, but of course a strong finish to Friday is in the offing here. We'll continue to keep an eye on that one, but let's take a look under the surface right now, some individual stocks. We have to talk about Bristol Myers Squibb, again climbing after the US approved a new type of schizophrenia drug. Remember, of course, Bristol made a big bet when it agreed to buy Karuna Therapeutics for $14 billion last year to add the treatment to its portfolio. Paying off right now, Chanel, you can see shares currently up about 3.4%.
Got another M&A story for you paying off here. Keeping an eye on EchoStar, up more than 5% as the market opens. Remember, EchoStar has its ownership in Dish, and DirecTV and Dish are in advanced talks to merge in a deal that would create the largest U.S. pay TV provider. And of course, EchoStar shares up more than 60% so far this year, Matt, including these gains.
All right, and Chinese-linked stocks have been on a tear this week following huge stimulus. Well, let's say large stimulus. I don't know if huge is right, 570 billion in stimulus by policymakers. Here's a look at Alibaba in the past 5 trading days, up 21%. The whole market is up, I think, 16% for the week, which is the best week since 2008, which was a bad year, if you recall. Let's take a closer look at China with Bloomberg's Abigail Dougall. Abby?
It really is pretty incredible, these moves that we're seeing. And while the absolute amount of stimulus from a monetary standpoint might not be overwhelming, I think that the wide variety of types of stimulus, including 2 rate cuts and then lowering reserve requirements for banks, more recently property market support, not to mention $142 billion for key banks. That's really what has these stocks juiced. I think that the other big thing to think about, and these, of course, are some of the China tech and other ADRs, and you can see gains of more than 25% each. You know, I think that the other thing to think about is, if you recall back in 2022, that's when the Chinese government became very restrictive from a regulatory standpoint. That's what sent a lot of these stocks lower. But at this point, we do have them higher, as you can see. And if we flip up the board, we'll see some of the measures I was just talking about about in terms of the reserve requirements and other pieces of stimulus. It puts all of it, it's not just the China tech stocks, surprisingly, it's also Chinese stocks themselves. If we take a look at the CSI 300 in the Bloomberg terminal, we will see that we have a massive gain here, as you mentioned, up about 16%. I don't know if this was the index that you were talking about, Matt, but that is the best move, yes, going back all the way to 2008. Really pretty incredible here. Investors liking it after a number of years of Chinese stocks really struggling.
Yeah, big time. Actually, the CSI 300, it's now positive on the year after 3 straight years of losses. Abigail Doolittle, thank you so much. Let's keep the conversation going now with New York Life Investments economist and chief market strategist Lauren Goodwin joining us at the desk on this Friday. It's great to see you.
Oh, good to see you.
So I'm going to ask you to wear your economist hat first, because of course we got PCE at 8:30. It was basically as expected. You think about what we learned yesterday. Of course, GDP coming in a little bit stronger than expected. Initial jobless claims a little bit lower than expected. Is this the soft landing?
This has been the soft landing for the past 9-10 months in the economy, and I think it's something that investors should be and have been really excited about. The real question for investors now is that if the Fed is still restrictive, which I think with 50 basis points off the top they still are, do incremental cuts from here make enough difference to reaccelerate the economy? Our concern is that actually many of the sources of strength in the economy we've seen throughout these last 9 months, and so additional upside from here might be modest. That points to a year, let's say next 12 months ahead, that's good for economic growth. You have about trend growth, but for investors, that might look like an average year, 5 to 7% upside on the S&P 500. After 3 just knockout years, that might feel a little medium.
But the economy seems to be doing pretty well, right? We got a GDP number that was 3%, 2.9. We're still adding over 100,000 jobs a month, and if the flow of immigration is stopped, the labor pool isn't growing anymore. Plus, corporate earnings are expected to be up, I mean, depending who you ask, but like 15%, 18% next year. So isn't it pretty fantastic to have that kind of growth in a cutting cycle?
It really is. It's a constructive economic scenario. What we're concerned about, and I'll say with a lowercase c, is just that any acceleration then as a result of rate cuts is one that makes the cutting process slower. And we know that though the long and variable lags of Fed policy have been quite long in this economic cycle, they have been impacting lower income consumers, floating rate borrowers. We had been seeing stress in these segments pick up, and so I view it as quite important actually that the Fed's able to get back to something closer to a neutral rate in order to sustain the level of growth that we're seeing. If that's not the case and the Fed has to stick at something a little higher, maybe 4.5%, maybe that doesn't provide the relief we need for a reacceleration.
You know, I had an investor make a point to me yesterday. I thought this was pretty interesting, that a lot of the maturities that you would have seen come due are actually next year. And these are all the borrowers that borrowed during COVID at next to nothing in some cases. They're going to see rates of 4.5% much higher because a lot of these could be higher yielding debt. Do you think that that lagged effect you see in the consumer and the corporate sector, that we haven't really seen a lot of the pain yet? What would that look like?
We've been starting to see the pain over the course of this year. It's one of the reasons that we have seen the economy slow, though still very healthy, slow, and the floating rate segments of the economy, again, low-income consumers, floating rate corporate borrowers, start to feel the pinch. And so from our corporate credit teams, including in the private markets, we're hearing that even 50 basis points off the top is making a big difference.
Interesting. And so if you translate that over to the public equity markets, where does that leave you if you take a look at different size tiers? Because the narrative around small caps, for example, is that, one, there's a lot of junky companies in there, but also, two, is that they do have a lot of short-dated maturities coming due, and they're still struggling. Even with a 50 basis point cut, they're still struggling.
Well, I want to just say that for the equity market as a whole, this environment where employment and earnings growth has been strong is one where I think it's probably too early to do wholesale profit taking. Where I haven't been as constructive is in the small cap sector or junkier sectors of the market, really just lower quality equities across the board, because I think in order to see those durably outperform, so not for a couple of days, but really over the next 6 months outperform, you need to see a reset in the cycle. And though we may see growth stabilize here, that's not a reset. And so it's not an environment where I'm willing to go all in on the things that haven't been doing well. I don't see the catalyst for them to do well in a sustained way. And so we're looking at refining an equity market exposure, focusing more on large caps, more on quality, and then on the sectors where I think that some cyclical stability might support what's been a good structural story. So infrastructure is a good example there. REITs, which are likely to benefit from rates moving steadily lower without an economic bottoming.
I got to ask about China, because a lot of the bears would bring up China until this week, when setting out their case. Is $560 billion, is 3% of GDP. You know, pre-TARP, that would have been a bazooka. But post-COVID, it doesn't feel that big. Is it enough to turn this economy around, so important to the global growth picture?
Look, I think most important is that it's an important signal. There's been a lot of concern about what the government would or wouldn't do to address what is a slowing economy. I think the challenge for the Chinese government, and really for investors looking forward, is that the transition that the Chinese government is looking to make, which is one from a very investment-focused economy, which the government can control, to a more balanced design and consumption-based economy, which it can't control wholesale, is that the transmission mechanisms of these policies don't work as well as you shift that model. And so I think it's a constructive signal. It certainly takes one of the major concerns off of the market over the next couple of months. Not that there aren't any others, but it's not necessarily going to be the silver bullet that fixes or rebalances the Chinese economy.
You know, I want to go back to the U.S. economy here to get back to one thing that you were saying about sectors. If we pull up the S&P 500 sectors over the last 5 days, you see a continuation of a trend here since the Fed cut rates, which was a flood of money, frankly, into the consumer discretionary sector. And if we're worried about weaknesses in the consumer, do you think that this move is justified, or do you think that it's contained?
I think that it's contained, and the reason is, well, look, I should say that there is a logic to this move. The idea that because the Fed is cutting rates, that removes a stress on an important segment of the consumer economy, and that may allow consumers to spend more money on discretionary items, less on debt service and things that we know that they've been increasingly concerned about. My concern about that logic is that for that lower income segment of the economy, 50 basis points lower isn't impacting you today. And if you're moving just off the precipice of defaulting on your car loan, I don't know that that means that you're ready to go spend a lot more money at restaurants. And so I think that the logic may be a bit premature, especially because if the consumer did re-accelerate and we saw a lot more discretionary spending, that would slow the Fed's ability to cut interest rates and remove that source of support.
You know, it's interesting, really quickly here, before we let you go, 25% is still the rate on a credit card on average in America. Is that sustainable?
That's if you don't pay your bill. That's if you roll it over, right?
Well, not everybody is paying their bill. In fact, balances are at record highs.
You really should.
I know, and most people are not. And I think that's a problem because there's a lot of people who believe consumer leverage is something that's going to fuel this economy.
Yeah, it's such an important point. And if you remember, as I'm sure you do, from 2000 when we were talking about whether the COVID recovery would be L-shaped or V-shaped, it's clear now that it's been K-shaped, that you see a segment of the consumer economy that's very healthy, that's benefited from a wealth effect, that's still spending, and lower income consumers that are leveraging credit card and other floating rate debt at very high levels, and we're seeing those balances rise. I don't think that that is a sustainable situation for those consumers, and so the aggregate picture that we see about the consumer is masking that. Our only biggest hope is that the Fed can cut rates in time to alleviate some of that concern before it reaches the broader economy.
As we've been saying, we've been on this balance beam for a while. New York Life Investments economist and chief market strategist Lauren Goodman, we thank you so much for joining us in the studio. Happy Friday to you. Now coming up, ARM is getting rebuffed after showing interest in Intel's product unit. We're going to talk about that next. Of course, a lot of deal activity swirling around Intel. This is Bloomberg.
times in tech are on Bloomberg.
A large number of countries are subsidizing their regional data centers so that they could become able to build out their AI infrastructure. They recognize that their country's knowledge, their country's data, digital data, is also their natural resource. Not just the land they're sitting on, not just the air above them, but they realize now that their digital knowledge is part of their natural and national resource. And they ought to harvest that and process that and transform it into their national digital intelligence. And so this is what we call sovereign AI. You could imagine almost every single country in the world will eventually recognize this and build out their AI infrastructure.
Nobody covers technology like Bloomberg. Context changes everything. The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day.
Big tech earnings kick off later this afternoon.
Gilead is coming out right now.
We have take two numbers. Back to the markets, right? Our bread and butter.
NVIDIA is one of the best stories in the tech space.
That actually matters a whole lot more.
It might shock some of your viewers.
You're watching The Close.
Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at the Forbidden City in Beijing, and this is Bloomberg.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
All right, it's time now for top calls. Some of the analyst action in focus this morning. And first up, Morgan Stanley upgrading Wynn Resorts to a buy. The firm cites a near low valuation and an underappreciated opportunity in the UAE. Next up, Citi downgrading Dollar General to sell, lowering its price target as well, with the analysts saying that Walmart's market share gains will continue to pressure the company. And finally, KeyBank says that Bumble is no longer a buy. It's downgrading the online dating company to a hold, saying its app store data is weak and poses a risk to next year's financials, Matt.
All right, so Bumble.
Bumble.
Not interesting for me, you know, because women have to make the first move. In the semiconductor AI race, ARM approached Intel about buying its product division, only to be told that that business isn't for sale, according to people familiar. Both companies declined to comment, but Bloomberg Technology co-host Ed Ludlow has the scoop, and he joins us from San Francisco. So, Ed, this is the second, industrial player maybe interested in scooping up pieces of Intel after its, what looks like almost a demise. Are we going to start to get sharks circling here? Are we going to start to get hostile takeover bids?
It seems like sharks will circle. I mean, you clarified the key point, which is, according to our source, ARM's approach to Intel was rebuffed. And I don't think we have a good sense on the chronology of it. It's logical for ARM. ARM is the chip designer to the smartphone market, right? And it wants to diversify into other areas. But you think about the function of their business. They basically license blueprints, designs. Chip makers take those designs and turn them into commercial products and then rely on a third-party manufacturer to make them. And so by looking at Intel's product business, not its manufacturing business, but its product business, ARM would, on paper, cut out the middleman. But it seems that Pat Gelsinger and Intel, at least according to our source, are sort of digging in.
Sticking on Intel for a second here, I appreciate Matt's point about the hostile takeover idea and the really shark circling here, but isn't this a really good thing for Intel at the end of the day? Doesn't it set up auctions here to get more for the price of the assets that they have?
Yeah, I mean, Qualcomm and Intel and ARM declined to comment, as did Qualcomm decline to comment when we reported that they had made an approach. And, you know, the value of Intel is interesting. I look at the stock trading higher 2% in this market, as in the moment in the session. What does that tell us right now? Probably not a great deal. But, you know, tying all the headlines together, the idea that Apollo is also looking to put in capital, that's consistent with what Intel was doing before this restructuring. We know that they want to separate out the foundry business. Do they need a third party to come in and make a wholesale change to do that? No, they've explained to us how they're going to do it. And the latest that we understand it is that the board has faith in Pat Gelsinger, right? He's still the CEO. But the product business is interesting, and you know, until it goes away, let's see who comes in.
Ed, we thank you so much for your time, as always. Of course, that is Bloomberg Technology co-host Ed Ludlow, always on top of the news, and what a week it has been. Now, coming up, we're going to talk about the M&A world, because boardrooms are changing their strategy, and it's driving a deal-making recovery. We're going to have the scoop next in today's Wall Street Beat. This is Bloomberg.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, Monday on Bloomberg. Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacqua, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Open Interest. Let's take a check on these stock markets. Of course, about 20 minutes after the bells rang, you can see we do have green on the screen, but very mild gains right now. The S&P 500, the NASDAQ 100, barely higher to the tune of about 0.1%, even though we got more China stimulus, even though we got favorable PCE. That seems to be helping out the small caps to a larger degree here. You can see the Russell 2000 currently up about 0.7%, but Shanali, as I said at the open, still poised for a down week on that small cap index.
And it's time now for the Wall Street Beat. The decision-making pendulum is swinging from diversification to simplification. The breakups of companies are now leading to a recovery in deal-making. So across the C-suite and investment banks, nobody minds too much that companies are splitting apart. Joining us now is Bloomberg's Crystal C. It's interesting. You went from this age of conglomerates to this age of deconglomeratization, if you will. You have Sanofi, maybe even Intel, Unilever, all looking to separate businesses. How are investors rewarding this move? And frankly, is private equity just sitting on the sidelines to pick a lot of this up?
Yeah, so we're seeing a lot of simplification in portfolio, and it's specifically in industries where you don't really have to integrate all of your assets. So think about the industrials company, think about the healthcare company with a consumer health business, the consumer company with different brands. And if you look at that, I mean, like you said, investment banks are not really minding it because it's a really good transaction for them to earn fees. So for the market, for investors, they're also thinking about unlocking value. If certain things within the portfolio trades higher than the others, you can make the argument that you're unlocking value just by splitting that one thing off. And if you look at that, it's kind of like everyone is on board with this program.
Yeah, especially investors. I mean, Bloomberg has this great index of spinoffs, and it's close to a record high if you take a look at how these companies are being received in the public market. But of course, we're talking about this year, and you write in your story that at least $250 billion of spinoffs have been completed this year. But this has been sort of underway for a while. You think about GE, for example.
That's right. And if you also think about like Kellanova Mars, which is one of the biggest deals this year, Kellanova was a spinoff or like a breakup of Kellogg. It was WK Kellogg, Kellanova. So I think that is also a second step that people need to think about. Once you spin off a company or once you break up a company, you very much immediately become a target. Let it be private equity, let it be other strategic. But if you are in the board, if you're a management thinking about breaking up the company, you need to think about your job and whether you still have it in 2 years' time once the tax benefit has lapsed.
First, I want to say I'm jaded because because I've seen this over and over. I've been here for 25 years.
This is how Wall Street makes money.
I know. But what about the private equity aspect? You mentioned that. How much are they really buying in? Because they always tout, the 2.7 trillion in dry powder they have at every super return conference. It doesn't seem like they've been spending it the last few years. Are they finally breaking it out?
We haven't really seen that many private equity activities in the take private space or even like getting into the public market. So if they're already on the cap table of a public company, they're on board with this program. They want the company to be simplified and they want the company to unlock value. But on the other side, they're really not, with the interest rate still where it is, like they're really not as competitive as the strategic buyers in this market just yet. So the big deal that we had just talked about, you're still seeing mostly a strategic player being a lot more competitive.
You know who else wins in this scenario? The business schools, because those DCFs, the discounted cash flows for the sum of the parts analysis, is back again.
Excellent. That's fantastic. All right.
Like, stop being nerdy.
Crystal, thank you so much for joining. No, it's interesting to see that we're at this point now. As you say, the pendulum continues to swing. Coming up in the next hour, Doug Kimmelman of Energy Capital talks about the rise in nuclear energy stocks, and FreightWaves CEO Craig Fuller will talk to us about the port strike brewing, which could shut down all ports on the east and Gulf coasts of this United States of America. Markets continue to rise, although the gains may be mild. Every little helps. If you see any green on the screen by the close,
that's all you need for a record.
That's right. It'll be a new world record. This is Bloomberg.
Arch has laid plenty of groundwork for future revenue, but for now, Mark Messler's most pressing challenge as CFO is conserving capital.
You have to have the short-term discipline to sort of circle the wagons around cash. I mean, cash is oxygen. I know where every ounce of cash is going, and but we also have to be nimble around that as well because things change by the day.
Archer went public in 2021 in a reverse merger with a SPAC, Ken Moelis's Atlas Crest Investments. Through August 2023, the company raised over $1 billion from investors including Stellantis, Boeing, United Airlines, and Cathie Wood's ARK Investment Management. Does that ARK investment open doors for you to bring in different kinds of institutional money going forward?
It does. I mean, I think there's a lot of credibility that comes in with an investor like ARK. As I think about, my top targeted list of investors over the next 2 to 3 years, an investment like that gives us some credibility and gives us a little bit of staying power as I go in and talk to other investors.
With the SPAC pipe now closed, Archer's facing a new phase of raising capital.
I know the folks who aren't willing to invest right now may have large pockets of investment in the future. So I want to be in front of them. I'm wanting to show them progress. I want to create credibility with them that we are marching towards our goals of commercialization.
DOJ or other authorities
could face bigger challenges next.
Fed was going to keep rate World Cup. This is a 3
as the economic picture
covering the intersections of Hollywood, Silicon Valley, and beyond.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been the U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
These are two big-time blue-chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Happy Friday, everybody. We made it to the end of the trading week. I'm Alex Steele here with John Tucker and Norma Linda. Paul Sweeney is off today. We have a great hour lined up for you. Yes, the S&P is now at its 42nd record closing high. Maybe we get 43 today. The equal weighted index, maybe we see 20 record highs today for that index. We're going to talk to Ira Jersey, Bloomberg Intelligence Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategist, on the economic data that we got out, personal spending, as well as that core PCE. Plus, Nadia Lavelle is Senior U.S. Equity Strategist over at Global Wealth Management at UBS. She will be joining us. And Anurag Rana, Bloomberg Intelligence Technology Analyst, on a survey about iPhone sales. This doesn't count Paul. He's still waiting for that super boring black iPhone 16 Pro. And Laura Davidson, a Bloomberg Political Editor, on the latest Bloomberg Morning Consult poll. We got a lot lined up for you. It's going to be a very busy Friday. In the meantime, let's get us caught up here. The Bloomberg Business Flash with John Tucker. Are you writing on a napkin?
I ran out of paper, so I'm actually using the tissue box as a notepad. But anyway.
Oh my God, here's a sheet of paper.
Oh, you're so sweet. We are data dependent, and we just got more data from the University of Michigan, the Sentiment Index. Looks like we're feeling a little more upbeat, coming in better than expectations, 70.1. The previous reading was 69. As for the inflation expectations for the UMich, one-year inflation expectations coming right in line, 2.7%. As you said, 42nd record close for the S&P 500. Yes, they could be on track for another one. Fed's preferred gauge of underlying U.S. inflation. Got those figures at 8:30 Wall Street time. Rising mildly for the month of August. After that data, the market still pricing in a split chance between a quarter point and a half point cut at the Fed's next meeting. Right now, the S&P 500, 8 points higher. That's up 0.2%. We're at 57.53 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 176 points. That's a rise of 0.4%. The NASDAQ 100 right now, that's turned lower, down just about 2 points. And as far as yields, the more policy reactive 2-year yield, that's about 5 basis points lower right now at 3.58. The 10-year yield, 4 basis points lower, and that is at 3.75. 9 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500 higher. Energy is in the lead, and the biggest drag right now that's coming from information technology, and that is home to NVIDIA. Those shares down just around 1%. We check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Nora and Alex, happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
We made it. This is exciting.
It ain't over yet.
I know. Don't say that. I know. I just jinxed us. Alex Steele here alongside John Tucker, Norma Linda in for Paul Sweeney. Nora, thanks so much for being here. I really appreciate it. I know it's been a busy week. This is like added extra for you. What kind of stories are you working on right now?
Honestly, of course, always tracking real estate. I mean, I just published a story earlier this week. It was focused on commercial real estate. Actually, we're looking at the financial sector, and it's actually seeing its highest employment level since the 1990s, and that's actually pushing more banks and financial services companies back into Park Avenue. They're trying to find offices that have nice proximity to Grand Central Terminal.
Right. It's like in order to get the people in, you got to go right where they're easy for them to get to. I was talking to Bruce Richards of Marathon Asset Management yesterday, and he was like, look, commercial real estate actually, except for like 10% of it, it's actually really good.
Right. And honestly, offices is a smaller minority of the group when we think about REITs more broadly.
Interesting stuff. Nora Melinda will be here for the next 2 hours with all her real estate updates. All right, let's get more on these market drivers here. Interactive Brokers. Market Drivers is brought to you by Interactive Brokers, I should say. Trade over 10,000 U.S. stocks and ETFs, U.S. equity options, U.S. treasuries, and more on your timetable. Learn more at ibkr.com/around-the-clock. And for that, we go to Vince Signorella. He's Bloomberg macro strategist, joins us here. What are you looking at right now? What's some of the stocks on top of mind?
Well, I mean, Intel's fading a touch down 1%, but I think what people really should be looking at is not really much individual stocks at the moment, but the general market. We've seen a bazooka of stimulus come in from both the PBOC, the Fed, the ECB, all in between rate cuts and extra measures by the PBOC to shore up the real estate market. And we're seeing a rally, but the rally at the moment is pinned right at 5750 with the S&P cash. And the reason for that is there is a collar option that ends at the end of this quarter on September 30th, where a very large U.S. bank, unnamed, I shall not name them, has sold a series of puts, and with that bought calls at that level. And so the market is pretty much stuck at 57.50. They do this every quarter to hedge a very, very long cash position. So what's really interesting is going to be see where things break out come October 1st.
Now, what is your biggest takeaway from that data that we got here this morning?
I'm a little bit disappointed with the spending and sales numbers. You know, the thing you need to look at, if you look at year-over-year retail sales, they're down. And if you look at year-over-year revolving credit, we're at record highs in credit card debt for consumers. So it probably isn't strange or a big wonder that personal spending is declining, and income, of course, declining. I mean, if income continues to fall, clearly spending is not going to be able to keep up. I'm not as optimistic going into the fourth quarter as many are. We got a port strike on the East Coast that's almost going to be a guarantee at the end of this month, and it's probably not a big deal, as a lot of retailers have bulked up on inventory starting in May of this year in expectation of this. But what people need to do is look forward. So they're already bulked up for the fourth quarter.
Now, Vincent, apologies.
Go ahead.
I wanted to know, moving forward, is inflation data going to be as important as it was before, or will the shift now be toward the employment side?
I actually think the inflation number is going to be more important because it's become passé in terms of markets. Markets have just turned a blind eye of inflation, thinking the Fed is only looking at jobs data. But the jobs data is a lagging indicator. The inflation data is a current indicator, and I think it's significantly more important. So if the inflation data pick up, and there's every reason to believe it can, then the Fed's going to be in a bind. They're going to have their hands tied in terms of cutting rates aggressively as the market is pricing in, way more than the Fed dot plot is. And at the same time, if the economy doesn't keep chugging along, you've got that very ugly word stagflation that's going to come back to people's minds.
Hey, Vince, before you let you go, I want to get back to that options thing you were talking about. So 57.50 is basically where a lot of options are trading around, and we don't know the direction of how that's going to break until October 1st because the expiry is September 30th. That feels like super fun and binary.
Yeah, it really is, and it's been going on. I mean, markets have been since last Friday. This has come to fore, and markets have been paying a lot of attention to it. We're right now trading at 57.54. We may see, after expiry. I'm not 100% sure if this expires at 10 o'clock on the 30th or 4:15, where the zero-day trade expiries tend to go, but it's more likely at the 4:15 timeline to cover the complete day, complete quarter. For the bank that's put this on. So we really probably won't get a true direction of what's coming next until October 1st.
All right. I love that. Something to get into. All right. Vince Signorella joining us, Bloomberg macro strategist, joining us on that news. Okay, let's go ahead and get to the economic data of the morning. The notes that I'm getting seem to then reaffirm that Goldilocks scenario, right? Because we have subdued inflation. Everything else seems to be hanging in. The Fed can continue to cut. Maybe they can even cut 50 if inflation's come down enough. Ira Jersey is Bloomberg Intelligence chief U.S. interest rate strategist, and he joins us now. Ira, is that theory like, hey, it's Goldilocks. Hey, inflation comes down. They can cut 50. Is that vibe with you?
It depends if the trend continues or if we stabilize here, right? One of the things, Alex, that I've been looking at is this trend in and slowing momentum in just the number of transactions. So one of the things that you get with the PCE report is not only these, okay, personal spending is up a little bit and inflation is a little bit lower, and yes, that seems like Goldilocks. But when you look at the momentum of the economy and the momentum of personal spending, it's come down quite dramatically, and it even slowed again this in the latest month, which is it's still August, right? So it's still like pretty old data in terms of all before the cut and everything else by the Fed. So it does not point to an upbeat economy right now, and there is this issue, and I'm going to talking about like the potential longshoreman strike. If inflation goes up because goods sector prices continue to go up, I think one of the questions is, will consumers then buy more goods or buy the same goods at a higher price and not buy as many services? Because services is really what's been propping up the economy, and that was confirmed again in this report, with services continuing to be the one bright part of the economy, whereas everything else is actually kind of meh.
Now, one thing I've been trying to get a read on, does inflation data matter to the same extent that it did before, or is now the focus really shifting toward employment?
Yeah, so when you go back 18 months, the Fed basically had a single mandate, and that was to get inflation lower, and it didn't really, care what was going on in the jobs market. The jobs market was fine. So now we're more in balance, right? So yes, the inflation data still matters, but the employment data matters at least as much. And the employment data, is certainly weakening, but in a historical context, you go back a long time ago, and we used to say that like 150,000 jobs being created a month was fine. I think the issue is now is will that continue to decelerate further, and then what does that have a knock-on effect on wages? Because the other piece of the why spending continues to be reasonably robust in the services sector is that wage growth has been okay. So even though there's still a lot of people who are having a problem finding jobs, we talk about new entrants to the workforce, college students who can't find a job after school is trending a little bit higher. But the issue is that even though they have a problem, the people who have jobs have been continuing to get reasonable wage increases, and that's allowed for personal spending to be maintained, 2-ish% per year, and that's not a terrible outcome. The thing is, will that be maintained? And actually, I question whether or not it can be maintained, just given all of the trends that are currently in place.
What's also quite interesting, too, is the amount of money that people still have. And I hear you on the wage increases, but there was a revision in data yesterday that saw that income was actually revised up by about $800 billion between 2022 and 2023. I was also taking a look at money market funds and how much money has gone back into money market funds ever since the Fed did cut. And that if you take a look at, say, income generated from money markets surged to more than $27 billion in August alone. It's like we don't know how to discount that yet.
Well, there certainly is income from interest again, right? We haven't been used to that the last 15 years, but you go back to early 2000s, you go back to the 1990s, and interest income was a non-trivial share of overall income. You can't just look at money market funds, and the reason is that there's still this disconnect between the rates on money market funds, which are still well over 4%, right, on 4.75%, versus deposits at banks, right? Deposits at banks are still paying, relatively low interest compared to money market funds. So people are still, incrementally, when incremental savings goes into money markets, as is still some deposit flight out of some banks and into money market funds. So don't think about that as cash on the sideline. I think that's a mistake. People are doing that. That is savings, right? That is people who are saving their money, and also people who are worried that, like with stocks at their relatively lofty valuations in some people's opinion, then the return to cash makes some sense, because if you can lock in 4% for the next, say, 3 to 6 months and then redeploy that money, people are considering doing that, because you might say, oh well, that's a little short-sighted too, because if money funds are paying 4.75% and then the Federal Reserve were to cut interest rates another 100 basis points this year, then you're looking at where the 10-year yield is right now. So I do think that there are some people who are trying to reallocate, going into safe assets, but that rotation, that's not money that's going to rotate back into stocks just because interest rates are a little bit lower. It's going to find other fixed income assets or find its way back into bank deposits more than likely.
Let's talk soft and hard landings. What has been the general consensus as we've seen this latest data? What are you looking forward to?
Let's pretend that you can't use the word Goldilocks.
Yes, off limits.
So the way that we have. So the way we have it couched, and we put out a piece earlier this week where we looked at 5 different scenarios for how the economy might react, and where Treasury yields and how the Fed might react to each of those 5 scenarios. So one is a hard landing, and that's actually our base case scenario. Is we do think we're going to see a recession in the next 12 to 18 months. And because of that, you have Treasury yields much lower, the Federal Reserve cutting interest rates quite aggressively, even more aggressively than what's currently priced, which is already pretty aggressive, quite frankly. But then there is a chance for a reacceleration, right? So even though I think that there's going to be a recession next year, if I'm wrong, I might be wrong the other direction, which is we see a reacceleration in spending. We see firms not wanting to give up their employees because they're worried about retraining or finding people with the same skills easily if there is a rebound. And if we do have a reacceleration in the economy and inflation starts to tick up a little higher, then the Fed is going to have to stop very early, right? And that means that the whole entire Treasury market is going to have to sell off probably 25 to 50 basis points across the curve if that scenario plays out. So when you take like the weighted average of all of these scenarios equals a soft landing, but that seems like one of the least likely outcomes is that soft landing scenario. More likely we'll have either a hard landing or a reacceleration, but each of those seems more plausible to us.
Totally fair. Real quick before I let you go. But then we get all this inflow of stimulus from China, and does this kind of offset that impact? Does it blunt that?
Well, that's one of my concerns, and one of the reasons why you could potentially get a reacceleration with central banks globally easing rates, like not only China, right, but you have ECB and the BOE as well as the Federal Reserve all easing interest rates at the same time. You do have a global stimulus going that's going to be hitting the market. Now, it might take 3 to 6 months before we see any of that in the data, but it is coming at some point. And the Fed's going to cut in November, and they're probably going to cut in December. So that's going to feed into some next year's outlook for the economy for sure.
All right, Ira, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. It's like the thing we've all been waiting for. We get it, and then it may not be so awesome on a broad level. Ira, thanks a lot. Ira Jersey, have a good weekend. Bloomberg Intelligence, U.S. interest rate strategist joining us there.
Do you look cold?
I do. Wow, calling me out on air?
At least she has
Well, I was concerned.
No. I may be a little stuffy, but in my mind, I do not have a cold. I am not sick. I'm taking airborne, and I will be better and feeling 100% by just right now. This is mind over matter here at this point.
I was concerned. I didn't say keep your cooties over there. I was concerned.
That's why I'm sitting in different seats, so he's like, ooh, awkward. maybe you should leave. All right, coming up on the program, Nadia Lavelle, Senior U.S. Equity Strategist, Global Wealth Management at UBS, joins us for her outlook on the market. Anurag Rana, Bloomberg Intelligence Technology Analyst, on some lackluster reception on the iPhone 16 Pro. They did a great survey, so we're very much looking forward to getting the insight on that. This is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker, the Bloomberg News, and with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Consumer sentiment continues to rise, reaching a 5-month high in late September. More optimism about the economy in the wake of the Fed's interest rate cut, that jumbo rate cut of 50 basis points. You have Treasuries today, they're rallying in price, yield down after the fresh economic data today. That's reinforcing bets for further rate cuts by the Federal Reserve, maybe another 50 basis point cut in the next meeting. The Fed's preferred gauge of underlying U.S. inflation rising mildly in August. Right now, among the leaders in the S&P 500, you have Walgreens Boots Alliance. That is up right now 6.9%. And among the worst performers in the index, Costco wholesale, those shares are down 1.8% after their earnings report right now down 1.9%. You heard Vince there talking about the collar options from maybe a Jamungo bank. So he thinks the 5750 level is somewhere we're going to stick around at the S&P 500. Right now, S&P 500 13 points higher. That's up 0.2%. 5758. The Dow Jones Industrial Average of 305 points. That's up 0.7%. The Nasdaq 100, that's lower, down 18 points. That's down 0.1%. 2 years are down 4 basis points right now. 358 on the 2-year. The 10-year yield is down 3 basis points. That is at 376. Let me do oil. Brent, pretty much unchanged, 71.62. The NYMEX crude, that's up 16 cents, but still below 70 a barrel, 67.83. You still haven't explained to me the exact causation or, the relationship between the crude oil and the refined product, because I am paying like $2.88 a gallon in Jersey.
That's good, right? You're not complaining about that.
No,
right?
I'm not complaining.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
great.
So there's a refiner, and then they buy the oil, and then they do stuff to it, and then they make a product called gasoline, and then the gas station buys
I'm
that
talking about,
gasoline
like,
and then
crack
moves
spreads
it.
and all
Right, but
that
then
stuff.
the refiner makes the profit between what they sell it for and then what the oil is, and that's called a crack spread.
Okay.
And then that product goes to like your gas station, and then the gas station people put the price on it.
A beautiful breakdown.
And I don't pump my own in Jersey.
Well, that's
I know.
weird. I don't know what you
Luxury.
guys do there.
Luxury.
It's a bizarre thing. I don't understand it, but therefore thus.
Yeah, no, I'm happy.
jealous. I mean, granted, I guess I don't
you
have
have
a
a
car,
car?
here in Manhattan.
I love pumping gas.
Whenever you love pumping?
I feel like I'm cool when I do it. The
Even
first
at
time I
night?
did it, I was like, I don't know what I'm doing, and I figured it out, and it was a moment for me.
Even at night?
I didn't get my driver's license until I was like 35.
Aww.
So yeah, I know. I'm really cute.
I got
like
mine
that.
at 16.
Yeah, that's not me.
5
At
times
night,
in
no, but then
Virginia.
no, I make sure I'm okay, and that I don't have to do that at night.
I was actually flying an airplane before I got my car license.
Wow.
That somehow does not at all
You
surprise me.
Northerners.
Out of a cornfield, though. Small little Cessna.
I love that for you.
Yeah. That's what we do.
It's what we do. It's not what we do, but it's what John Tucker does. All right, there you go. That's your business flash. I'm Alex Steele, alongside John Tucker and Nora Melinda. All right, taking a look at these markets here. Yes, it feels like we continue to kind of melt up / move higher, and I say that because clearly we've not seen a ton of volume. Doesn't feel like there's a ton of conviction, but yet we keep making record highs after record highs. The wild card, though, is what's happening with China, and sort of what I'm interested in is where the catch-up potential is. Quants were caught really offside by the move, right? Flows are going to be caught really offside. CTAs will be caught offside. So how do you manage all of that? Nadia Lovell is Senior U.S. Equity Strategist at Global Wealth Management over at UBS. How are you looking at this stream of money that's going to be pumped into the Chinese economy?
It remains to be seen how that actually translates into real demand and the real economy. It's not like the code coming out of COVID when the COVID zero policy was turned off. We sort of flipped a switch and that helped to reopen the economy. It's going to take some time for this to filter through to the economy, just given the issues in the property market over the last couple of years. Yes, you're seeing those China exposed stocks catch a bid this week, but I think that some of this remains to be seen and how that actually translates into profits.
And on a domestic landscape, that data that we got this morning, the inflation data that everyone's looking at, some people are saying that we hit a sweet spot. Others are saying that this, is just a small thing in the pipeline. What do you think the impact of this data that we saw this morning will have moving forward?
I think the focus right now is more on the growth data than necessarily the inflation data. The inflation data recently has been well behaved. It came in line with our expectation, core PCE at 2.7%. So I don't think that was any real surprise to anyone. I mean, monetary policy have started to ease. It took inflation to get us to that, and it will take the labor market to determine how large those rate cuts are going forward. So even though the Fed has said it's data dependent, the data is more focused on the labor market and less so on the inflation at this point.
So what kind of sectors do you like right now?
We continue to like tech, just given the AI tailwinds that are behind tech. We've gotten a number of incrementally positive news this week when you look at, the likes of Accenture that points to continued demand for generative AI and investments around there. And also even Micron earnings this week that suggests that high bandwidth memory chips are sold out for 2024 and into 2025. So we like that story. We also would lean into financials as cyclical value that should benefit from lower interest rates and a potential pickup in loan growth. And then I think you balance that out with some utilities. That this is no longer like your grandparents' utilities. Yes, it's defensive, but it also has those secular tailwinds behind it, given the increase in demand for power associated with AI.
Nadia, what about small and mid-cap stocks? What's your view there?
Yeah, mid-cap is actually at a record today also.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we are neutral on small cap, and so that means you should have a market-weighted exposure to small cap. I think that small cap will benefit as interest rates come down from a balance sheet standpoint, some alleviation of pressure. But what we're really waiting for to become more constructive on the space is a pickup in earnings growth, which just hasn't been followed through yet. I mean, that could come through if we start to see a pickup in PMIs. I mean, PMIs manufacturing has been struggling for quite some time. So if we get that, then maybe we could be more incrementally positive on small cap, and we see that acceleration in earnings growth potentially in 2025.
Well, what about mid caps? Because it feels like that some say that could be the sweet spot, right? Like you're not ready to get into small caps, but mid caps could provide that for you.
Absolutely. I mean, mid cap then tends to be a bit higher quality, so we would also look at that area as well to be able to add to. But our preference overall is really more towards the larger names that we think that do have those secular growth stories. But I think mid cap is also, you can find some value there as well, because you are right, it is in that somewhat of a sweet spot.
All right. Thanks so much, Nadia. Really appreciate it. Nadia Lovell, Senior U.S. Equity Strategist at Global Wealth Management over at UBS. We really appreciate it. So Bloomberg Intelligence did a great survey, which we want to bring to you about the iPhone 16 launch. So apparently, through this survey, it shows that the launch has not done much to excite U.S. consumers despite the AI hype. And this is based on Bloomberg Intelligence survey that daily tracks iPhone lead times, which are now weaker than last year. Anurag Rana, Bloomberg Intelligence technology analyst, one of those behind this survey, joins us now. Anurag, what were your findings?
Thanks, Alex. Thanks for having me. So there are two things we look at. One is, as you said, the lead times. But by itself, we just don't depend on it. The second one is we went out and asked consumers, which we do all for the last 3 years, every time a brand new phone is released, and asked them, are you looking to upgrade your phone over the next 12 months? And a bunch of other questions. So we ask about 20-odd questions in that range. So the thing that we found was only about 55% of the survey takers said they're looking to expand their phone over the next 12 months. That's compared to 60% next year and last year and 64% the year before. Now, this is kind of surprising that the graph is still declining at this point. The reason is one thing we have seen with Apple over the last few years is people are keeping their phone with them for a much longer period of time. They are not replacing it at the same cadence that they did before. We think there are a few reasons for it. One is the phone is actually far more reliable than it was in previous year. Second, it's far more expensive actually. So that's really pushing what we call is the refresh cycle to there. So overall, this is the first sign. There is a lot of noise around AI, but we didn't see that the consumer really are aware of it. I think as the features get launched over the next 12 months, we could see an improvement in these numbers. But so far, pretty lackluster.
I want to talk a bit international. What has demand looked like in China? I know that's been a sticking point for many companies, including Apple.
Yeah, so China has been the biggest, you could say, problem for Apple for the last 2 years. First, it was a COVID-related issue. Then last year, they really got into bigger competition from the local brand Huawei, which launched their first 5G phone and really did well. And since then, Apple's been fighting for more market share there. Apple's been giving discounts, which it normally doesn't give. And with that, it's a very unstable market at this point, and we are not sure how that's going to shape up. Now, over the last few days, just 2 days, we have seen a slight rebound in the consumer sentiment over there. And we are seeing some early signs that the stocks that really cater to the luxury market, we consider Apple to be a luxury market for China, it's doing well. So we really have to see whether that translates into sales or not. But you're absolutely right. China is what's going to make or break their next, you could say, growth expectations. It's not going to be the rest of the world.
But it's so interesting because as we look towards an iPhone super cycle that I feel like I've been hearing about since 2016, like the better the phones get, the longer it pushes out the super cycle. Is that the same thing for other smartphones?
See, yes, we saw the same thing in our survey. Android users are saying the same thing, that they're going to delay purchasing another Android device. So that is truly the case, because you have to remember, these phones used to cost $600, $700 before. Now the bigger ones are costing above $1,000. So it is a big, expensive thing, and they're lasting longer. But another thing you have to think about it, the 16 looks very much like the 15, which looks very much like the 14. Mark Gurman's done an exceptional job in this area, and he says the 17 is going to be the big phone with major changes. And I think that's where the super cycle comes in, is for the next 12 months from now, not over the next financial year for Apple.
So are customers just essentially getting bored with the fact that they don't feel as though there's many advancements from iPhone to iPhone? Is that something that we're seeing now with this new rollout?
I think that may change in 6 months when a lot of these AI features come out. Right now, the hardware looks very much similar to the old hardware, and there are no features launched at this point. The phones are capable of running Apple Intelligence on the phone. I mean, the iPhone 16 and 2 versions of the iPhone 15, frankly, but the rest of the world isn't. So if these features are compelling enough for users, and if somebody has a 12, 13, 14, even a 15 base model, they may be incentivized to go out and upgrade it. But I think we need to launch those features before that we see any change in that sentiment.
Can you just talk a little bit more about Apple's competitive nature in the AI landscape? What are expectations for this?
Yes, when you look at Apple, you could say arguably controls the biggest and the most expensive distribution system that any company offers right now, or has the ability to do it, because these iPhone ecosystem is so rich that and they can license this technology from everybody. They have their own model that runs on device. They have licensed OpenAI's technology for the next version of it, and it's possible. I mean, they may go out and license Google's technology also, because remember, they're already working with Google on the search part of it. I think that's really their strategy.
Hey, Anurag, always a pleasure. It was a great survey. Thank you so much for joining us on it. Anurag Rana, Bloomberg Intelligence Technology Analyst on their iPhone 16 survey. All right, coming up, Laura Davidson is Bloomberg Political Editor. We're going to discuss and break down the latest Bloomberg Morning Consult poll, how everyone is faring in swing states. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker. You have the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Brought to you by Commonwealth. Join over 2,000 independent financial advisors who are taking control of their growth with advisor-centric support and future-ready technologies. Grow on your own terms with a partner dedicated to your success. Go to Commonwealth.com to learn how. Right now, the major stock averages, they are higher, about 0.2% higher right now, and yields are lower. Bunch of data today. University of Michigan reporting its National Consumer Sentiment Index rising to a 5-month high in late September. This is a solid advance, and it follows last week's, of course, the 50 basis point rate cut from the Fed. The Fed's preferred gauge of underlying inflation also got that this morning. That rose mildly in August. Looks like it's on Fed for on target for the Fed's target of 2%. The Fed's preferred gauge of underlying U.S. inflation, again, rising mildly for the month of August. Right now, the S&P 500, 14 points higher. That's up 0.25%, 5760. The Dow Jones Industrial Average of 334 points. That's a rise of 0.8%. And the Nasdaq 100 right now, that is down 17 points, down about 0.1%. Among some of the most actively traded stocks right now, shares of NVIDIA near the top of the list. Those are down right now 2%. This is I don't know why, but Sherwin-Williams hitting a record high today. Ticker symbol SHW. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. You figured it out? Because I don't know. All right.
No, I was just looking.
I got to paint this weekend too, so maybe that's why.
They're anticipating that for you? Okay, maybe.
We check the markets all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Nora and Alex.
Thank you so much, John Tucker. Alex Steele here alongside Nora Melinda. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We bring you all the top news in business, economics, and finance through our lens of our Bloomberg Intelligence folks. They cover 2,000 companies and 130 industries all around the world. We also tap the best of Bloomberg. And one of those things is this great Bloomberg News Morning Consult poll. It's a great poll, and it measures all the different aspects of the election. Now, in the latest poll of swing states, it shows that Vice President Harris now is leading among likely voters by 7 percentage points in Nevada, 5 points in Pennsylvania, 3 points in Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and 3 points in North Carolina. Both Trump and Harris are tied in Georgia. Joining us is Laura Davison, Bloomberg Politics editor. Can you walk us through, I know I gave the broad strokes, but can you walk us through some of your takeaways from this poll?
Yeah, so Harris is leading in all of these swing states. So I'll note that those leads are within the margin of error. So what that tells us is that this race is really, really close. This is something that we have seen, across polling, other polls for several weeks now, and this is really going to be a nail biter of a race. And that either candidate really has the potential to win any of these states. And the Electoral College could come down to just one state. One of the ones that's being most closely watched right now is Pennsylvania. That's really a must-win for Harris, and it's the biggest Electoral College prize of all of these. When you kind of dig down into the data a little bit further, what is one of the key takeaways this month is that Harris is really cutting into Trump's lead on trust in the economy. We polled every month about how much people, whether they prefer Trump or Harris or Trump and Biden on a bunch of different topic issues. Trump throughout the entirety of this poll has had a lead on the economy, though Harris has really narrowed that gap. And that's really come as she started to lay out her policies on housing, on taxes, on prices and inflation. So this is sort of an indication that some of those messages are getting through to voters. The other main issue that voters say is their top issue this cycle is immigration. On that, Trump still holds a pretty big lead. So that's where you're going to see Harris focusing a lot of her attention, including today. She's headed to Arizona to go to the border. She'll, have a rally in Nevada later in the weekend. So you started to see her focus, she's tackled the economy. That's something that we'll still see as key to messaging, but now turning attention to immigration.
Now, since Kamala Harris announced her run for presidency back in July, has there been a specific shift at all in terms of her lead in the polls?
Yeah, we have seen her generally cut into to Trump's lead, both in national polls as well as swing state polls like this Bloomberg News Morning Consult poll. And on the issues too, she has inched up. Specifically on the economy, she's grown her lead when it comes to abortion, housing, democracy. But the immigration is kind of that one key issue where she has not really made any dent in Trump's lead there. This is sort of notable as Trump has made a lot of inflammatory statements, including at the most recent debate about this unfounded claim, I should note, about immigrants in Ohio eating household pets.
In terms of the issues, though, I'm wondering in terms of the why do we think that she's gained more in the economy? How has she been able to close a little bit of that gap?
What we have seen from her campaign really over the past 4 or 5 weeks is they've been putting out different specific policies. So she put out a policy calling for an increase of building of housing units as well as this down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. You've seen her call for an expanded child tax credit. She's also called for other tax cuts, including one that Donald Trump has also embraced, no taxes on tips. She's called for an end to corporate price gouging and has sort of a fuzzy proposal there. We polled specifically on some of these policies, and they are broadly popular, talking, more upwards of 60, 70, and in some cases even 80%. So that means that she's winning over not just Democrats, but also a decent chunk of Republicans as well. And of course, independent voters, those are the people that she needs to win over in order to win this election.
So for the average listener, how important are polls in an election year?
So polls are an important tool, but they, aren't necessarily, 100% predictive. They can give you a snapshot of where the race is right now. And obviously, as we know this year, that, a lot can happen in a couple weeks and really change the contours of this race. So, it's important to know that, this is sort of where the race is now. There is a margin of error. So it's important to not just look at, the headline numbers, but also, how much those have fluctuation within them.
Where does President Trump, former President Trump, still poll quite well? Like, what issues and how does that play out in the specific states?
Yeah, so he, really, immigration is one where he still has a strong lead. He also, still has a lead on the economy, albeit much smaller than he used to. Some of his proposals are also broadly popular. The most popular issue we polled this month was no taxes on Social Security benefits. This is one that he has, trotted out on the campaign trail. It's very appealing, of course, to older voters, but this is one that, has broad bipartisan support. He also has a proposal to end taxes on overtime pay, really very appealing to blue-collar workers. Some of his other proposals, however, things, like increased tariffs. He's also talked about increasing the state and local SALT deduction cap. That's something that he talked about in New York this past week. Those are less popular, more around 50% of people like those.
You mentioned Pennsylvania being the grand prize this year. How are the two candidates strategizing and trying to tackle that area?
So the airwaves there are blanketed in ads. When you look at ad spending from both campaigns, that is where they are putting, if not the majority, but at least the plurality of their money. So they're spending heavily in that state. You also see lots of visits there. Harris, very strategically chose Pittsburgh as where she was going to give her economic address earlier this week to talk about, bolstering the industrial economy and looking at steel and iron manufacturing. Trump, will see him go there next week. He's planning a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, at the same site where the first assassination attempt was in July. So you're seeing the candidates spend a lot of time there and spend a lot of their money, and that's really kind of where you see the bulk of the campaigning happening.
There has been a lot of criticism around Harris's campaign that she's light on details, and I appreciate that she did give that speech, as you referenced, in Pittsburgh, but nonetheless, in your poll finding, is that still a problem?
So it shows that she is, we actually asked a specific question of, which candidate is described as having the best detailed policy positions. In August, she was trailing Trump, and then in September, she's leading him. It was sort of they were pretty close, and, relatively close, but she has pulled ahead. And part of that is she has given more economic speeches, and she also put out a document this week. This was, however, after the poll was, but she put out a big 80-page document that had some more policy details. It was still largely a political document, but she put some stuff on paper. So these are the kinds of things her campaign sees as helping. Trump has done less in terms of like writing out his ideas, but he's been sort of trotting out ideas week by week.
All right, Laura, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Laura Davison, Bloomberg Politics reporter on the latest Bloomberg Morning Consult poll. Coming up, Vincent Piazza is Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Equity Research Analyst for oil and gas. Their tropical storm, Helene, is coming in. It barreled through Florida. It's disrupting power, what it means for the oil and gas industry that's pretty well versed in these sort of disruptions. But in this kind of market, what does it mean? This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Happy Friday, everybody. Alex Steele here alongside Norma Linda. Paul Sweeney is off today. He will be back on Monday. We are broadcasting to you live from our Interactive Broker studio right here in Midtown Manhattan. The news over the last 12 hours was Hurricane Helene has just barreled into the western coast of Florida. Dangerous winds knocking out power for more than 1 million customers and threatening to unleash deadly flooding across several states. Helene made landfall near Perry with top sustained winds of 140 miles per hour, and that's according to the U.S. National Hurricane Center. It made it a Category 4 on the 5-step scale before weakening now to a tropical storm. And this just, I mean, these headlines just keep on coming fast and furious. We wanted to take a business angle to it and look at the oil and gas industry. Vincent Piazza, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Equity Research Analyst for oil and gas. Vincent, to some extent, these companies are very well known to these risks. They know how to shut down the infrastructure. They know how to shut down any sort of offshore rigs, etc. What have they done in the path to the storm?
Yeah, you're right. You know, the companies, the infrastructure benefited from, well, probably not the best word to say, but the storm moved eastward, so it was not a direct hit on the installations. And in fact, some of the operators are looking to restart the platforms. I know Chevron mentioned earlier that they'll be looking to bring production back on the 6 platforms that they shut in. It's never really about the supply side, because as you mentioned, Alex, the companies are well versed in executing these types of disaster plans. Where the impact really is on the demand side. And especially for guys like me who cover natural gas, you know, those without power, that can be a longer term issue across many states. And the latest stats that we have, we're looking at least roughly 4 million people without power at the moment across states like Florida, somewhere around 1 million, Georgia, somewhere around 1 million. And I think if you add the Carolinas together, that's somewhere around 2 million. So there's as much as 4 million residents without power, and that is truly devastating. Although if this had occurred in July and August, where the weather would have been much warmer, it would have a more devastating impact. We're right in the middle of shoulder season here, so maybe there's a little bit of reprieve with the weather, but over the next 6 to 10 days, our weather projections, what we see from across the various providers is that it is somewhat still warm in that neck of the woods, but probably not as bad as it would have been if it had hit during July and August.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the idea of a demand. Just how catastrophic could a backup in demand be for oil and gas companies here?
Well, if we look at the last couple of days, you know, you're roughly looking at 2 BCF a day of demand coming off. And, you know, power gen is a very important end market for many of these producers. It's the supply into the electricity facilities, and that is a significant source of consumption for natural gas. So it is a very important market. It is interrelated because when a storm like this hits, thousands of customers come offline. And of course, these customers not only use these facilities for air conditioning, but also hospitals and also other areas, other institutions need these facilities as well. The HVAC facilities, especially in the South, where it can get very, very warm. And that's where this storm has hit. If we're right, 4 million folks without power, that takes a long time to bring back online, especially now.
Yeah, absolutely. And at the flip side, just before we let you go, have about a minute left. I'm taking a look at crude here, WTI at 68, right? It doesn't sound so bad, but I look at that curve. We are still in backwardation, but the re-rating we've seen in the whole curve at that front end has been quite extreme. At what point do producers get worried?
So producers are pretty much still in a little bit of a sweet spot here. You know, that 70 handle is still okay. The demand side of the equation for global crude, that tends to be the real concern. What happens overseas, especially in China, that still seems to be somewhat of concern. Demand overall, especially here in the U.S. as well, as things tend to slow. But for the most part, the producers are holding in discipline very, very well. We as analysts and investors are more concerned with that discipline and returning excess cash to investors, either in the form of dividends or share buybacks. So the operators have been hearing that message and have been sustaining that discipline overall.
All right, Vince, really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Vincent Piazza, joining us. Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Equity Research Analyst, Oil and Gas, joining us on the impact of the storm Helene that has wreaked havoc there on Florida as well. Coming up in the next hour, we got a lot of fun stuff lined up for you. We're going to hit markets, also take a look at how do you restructure your portfolio. You not only do you have the Fed cutting 50 basis points, Nora, but you also have China with throwing a lot of money now into the market. We've been waiting for this for years, and it's actually finally happening. How offside is positioning?
It's so interesting to watch it's really so interesting to watch this and just see how it all just permeates into the market and how people are really shifting their positioning in this time period.
Yep, and how the catch-up trade winds up looking and what the risks are associated with that. We'll break that down all within the next hour. Happy Friday. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been the U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
These are two big-time blue-chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Happy Friday, everybody. We made it to the end of the week, and quite a busy week it was. I'm Alex Steele alongside Nora Melinda. She joins me for the next hour. Paul Sweeney is still off today. We have a great hour lined up for you. We're going to kick everything off with Michelle Martin, President of Prosperity, to discuss her market outlook. What do you do when the Fed's cutting? You have a global easing cycle really perpetuated also by China. How do you need to rethink your portfolio? Plus, it's Friday. We got Munis in Focus. Danielle Morin is Bloomberg Municipal Finance Team Leader. She heads up all our coverage there for Bloomberg. She'll be joining us. And Moo Jin Ho is Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Technology Analyst. There's a lot of issues at Super Micro Computer, the DOJ, getting wise to this now. What's his take on this, and how do you need to think about the stock as we go forward? But let's kick it all off for you right now on this Friday with Charlie Pellet on a Biz Flash. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much, and happy Friday, Alex Steele. We have got stocks trading mixed right now. The Dow, the S&P, they're both higher. NASDAQ, though, in the red. And this Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Commonwealth, supporting more than 2,000 independent financial advisors with a 2-to-1 advisor-to-staff ratio. Small firm attentiveness, big advisor impact. Go to commonwealth.com to learn about our consultative support and technology. So here's where we stand right now. We got the S&P up 12, 57.57, up by about 0.2%. The Dow is surging 371, up by about 0.9%. But a retreat for a lot of the big tech names today. Little changed on the NASDAQ Composite Index, down 5 right now, a drop of just under 0.1%, while the NASDAQ 100 Index is down 0.2%, falling 37 points. But the Russell 2000 Index, small cap shares, the outperformer, surging now by about 1.4%. 10-year 3.77%, with a 2-year at 3.59%. Gold down 0.8%, 26.50 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.4%, 67.94 for a barrel of WTI. Bottom line here, U.S. stocks trading mixed. Treasuries rallied after fresh economic data reinforced bets for further rate cuts by the Federal Reserve. Nadia Lovell is senior equity strategist at UBS Financial Services, and this morning, right here on Bloomberg Intelligence, she talked about the latest inflation data.
The inflation data recently has been behaved. It came in line with our expectation, core PCE at 2.7%. So I don't think that was any real surprise to anyone. I mean, monetary policy have started to ease. It took inflation to get us to that, and it will take the labor market to determine how large those rate cuts are going forward.
And coming up, more on the markets with our Abigail Doolittle. Then at 11:08, Michelle Martin, president of Prosperity, will talk about her market outlook. Costco shares declining after earnings. Right now, we got Costco down by just about 1.5%. New York Mayor Eric Adams is in Manhattan court this morning, being formally charged in a sprawling federal indictment accusing him of accepting bribes and illegal campaign contributions from foreign nationals. In the meantime, Democratic Congressman Jerry Nadler says Mayor Adams must resign. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Alex Steele here alongside Norma Linda joining us. She is in for Paul Sweeney. You know, it's just so interesting how much the game has changed just in the last couple days with all the stimulus coming from China and just trying to get our heads around, how offside are investors, how offside are fund flows. There was a great story on the Bloomberg, talked about China quants got hit really hard. They were short the index futures. There was also a glitch at the Shanghai exchange, so they couldn't sort of trade when they needed to. It's unfolding some quite drama.
It's a lot going on right now, and I'm just really interested to see how investors will really reposition themselves coming off of this news.
Yep, I totally agree with you. So let's get more into the market details here. We get market drivers with Abigail Doodle, Bloomberg News Chief Markets Correspondent. Abigail, what are you watching today in the market?
Well, I'm certainly watching some of these China-influenced stocks, especially more so on the week. The NASDAQ Golden Dragon Index on the week right now up about 24%. That's the best week since March of 2022 on this stimulus bazooka out of China. And Matt Miller earlier today in Open Interest was making the point that it's not a massive amount of money compared to some of the other stimulus packages we've seen. But in terms of the breadth of types of stimulus, the rate cuts, lowering the reserve requirements for banks, property support, along with $142 billion for key banks, it really seems to have done the job. The CSI 300 in China up about 16% on the week, the best week since 2008. And something that I think that it really signals is the idea that the Chinese government, in terms of stepping in and regulating China tech back in 2022, which really sent a lot of those shares lower, if you recall, with Alibaba and some of those investigations, and made some U.S. investors say China is essentially uninvestable. That seems to maybe this is the beginning of a reversal. One of the interesting stocks, so of course that means Bilibili, JD.com, Alibaba, all those stocks higher. The ones that are really catching my eye today, though, are the casinos. So Wynn and Las Vegas Sands, they, of course, have those Macau properties, so those stocks are up sharply. So it's just interesting to see that liquidity go to these interesting pockets, commodities as well. Although U.S. stocks, while they are higher on the week, right now you have the NASDAQ down slightly, you have the S&P 500 up slightly, and on the week, the S&P 500 is up for a third week in a row, up 1%. But you wouldn't necessarily guess that was because of a stimulus bazooka over in Asia. So it doesn't seem to have really come to the broader markets here quite yet.
Right, and it's interesting to see when we were watching it on a domestic landscape there. But I know you're also watching super microcomputers. What's going on there?
Yeah, that's a really interesting one. So last time I saw it was barely down. So of course yesterday, this is the server company for AI chips, and there's a bit of a recovery. Now it's up 3.6%. Yesterday it had been down more than 10% on the day on the announcement, 12%. On the announcement, the Department of Justice is starting a bit of a probe into their accounting practices. Is there financial shenanigans going on there? The whistleblower involved in the Hindenburg short report back in August that preceded them delaying the filing of their 10K is involved. The risk here is really that they find something more. I was spending some time on the phone yesterday with Woo Jin Ho, our Bloomberg intelligence analyst, and he said, for the record, that he does not think that there's any financial malfeasance here. However, that there could be weak accounting controls. The distinction is important because the one would be, bad intent. The other one would be just bad management. And he also made the point this had been a really small company, very small company. The stock not so long ago had been $8. Earlier this year had been more than a $1,200 stock on a stock-adjusted basis before being added to the S&P 500. And you put the DOJ on them, and what if they do actually find something else? So it's a lot of pressure. They have about $1 billion in working capital. This could really take some wind out of their sails.
Yeah, it's been quite a week for Supermicro. I was interested. You were mentioning the flows with some of the Chinese related stocks. It's so interesting too because I wonder when we see sort of a broader move, like if China's putting money into the economy in this kind of way. Is the cyclical trade for real? And does it have legs? And if it does, is that more of like a Europe story than a U.S.? And I don't know the answer to that yet, but I'm thinking about that.
No, I think that those are really interesting points. And I feel as though you had been suggesting that on the close the other day, too, that the stimulus that's going into the Chinese economy right now, that it could take some time to come through to the U.S. You're also mentioning Europe because, of course, there are those trading ties there. And I think that it's a good point because we really don't know what it is going to do for their economy quite yet. And, of course, there's a presidential election and the former president, Donald Trump, vowing to put on more tariffs. So even if they do put stimulus, that's one reason to think that it may not hit these shores, or at least directly. So, yeah, I think it's worth watching. And it's really interesting that it is certainly hitting the China tech ADRs, but also, to your point the other day, the materials and some of the commodities, given the fact that China is the world's largest user of natural resources, something certainly to keep an eye on going forward.
Yeah, great stuff. All right, Abigail, thanks a lot. Super appreciative. Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle, Bloomberg Chief Markets Correspondent, joining us now. So let's get more into it. Michelle Martin is president of Prosperity. It is an Eisner Amper company to discuss her market outlook. She joins us now from Minneapolis. Hey, Michelle, I feel like some takeaway from the last 2 weeks has been are we actually in a global easing cycle now that China's on board? And does that change how you think about things?
It certainly does, and thanks for having me on today. I think with the global easing, there's more likelihood that we might be heading for a soft landing. We're seeing it across, what's happening with China today or this week, and we're certainly, with interest rates coming down, it appears that we're in a really good place. It's been a great week for that, and the trends are showing that there may be more cuts ahead.
And when we're thinking about China just as a has a big economy, how much do we really think that this will affect other aspects more globally, and pointing it back to the U.S. here?
So it's interesting, and I think you were just talking about this. We've been on the sidelines as it relates to China, as many have, just based upon the performance. I think we would typically have a wait-and-see attitude, again, understanding what comes out of the election and what tariffs might be in place. I think that we've seen a general trend of companies moving away from China. So I would say that we have looked at getting back into emerging markets, particularly with this news with China, and we would ease our way back in.
How do you do that? Like, is it local consumer-facing stocks? Is it through ETFs?
It's through generally ETFs and mutual funds within our portfolios, absolutely.
And how aggressive, you said dipping your toe. So how does that progress work? Like, you dip your toe and then what? Do you wait to see if more stimulus comes? Do you wait to see how assets perform?
Yes, exactly. What we're really looking at, Nora, is for the trends to take hold. So in other words, it would be a dipping the toe in, probably a position of a couple percent in a portfolio, and then really watching what that performance looks like, what the volatility is, and if we're starting to see the trend become solid, more than an indication. It's relatively recent. So we would want to, and from an emerging markets perspective in our portfolios, that generally is a relatively low allocation for us to begin with.
Can you just speak a bit more to the opportunity in emerging markets more broadly?
Well, I think the thing that's really interesting about emerging markets, being a part of.
Looks like we're freezing up a little bit. Let's see if we can reestablish that connection with Michelle Martin, President of Prosperity. We're just going to reestablish that connection and see if that winds up making sense. Okay, but what you were asking about was flows, right? And sort of really diversifying out?
Right. I mean, I think that's really interesting, especially as we've really been looking at the China stimulus and how it's really been affecting. I mean, we just had Abigail Doolittle here talking about how it's even affecting casino stocks. Mm-hmm. So I'm really curious how she and other investors are really thinking about how they're going to be allocating their money, and if they want to put some of it into emerging markets as we're looking forward.
I've been talking to a tactical strategist at one of the main banks, and just how it's been a really painful week for some of the investors, and the flows are now flying into stuff that we haven't seen before, and that's been a really painful week. And take a look at tech and the underperformance that we've seen, right? Like Micron was a one-off,
right?
This week, but if tech continues to kind of underperform,
what does that mean?
What does that mean? Like,
what does that mean?
And then on a headline level, can the headline S&P go up if tech is underperforming? It may be, but even so, is it just churn kind of under the surface?
Right, and it's accounted for so much of our gains this year. It's really had the wind in the sails here.
Yeah, exactly. So definitely looking forward to that. All right, I think she's back. Michelle Martin, President of Prosperity, joining us. Sorry about that glitch, Michelle. So you were saying in terms of flows and where it's all going, walk us through it.
So I think, generally, from a flow perspective, I think where we're really watching things is we've had really strong success with high yield credit, but in the equity market, we're really looking at the trends that are starting to take hold. And what we're seeing particularly over the last quarter is that we're seeing dividend paying stocks, value stocks in sectors like utilities and industrials really start to take hold and outperform, and perhaps become more of a position within our portfolios. Technology has been such a strong performer, and what we're seeing now is that technology is basically consolidating. It's come so far so fast, and we're starting to see those trends start to change. That also gives us an indication that we might want to be looking at Europe a little bit more. We've been waiting for Europe for that trend to solidify. We have underweight in our international stocks in general, both in developed international as well as emerging markets. And so this is actually starting to look much more attractive in those sectors as well.
Now, Michelle, how are you all thinking about small and mid caps? Is there a play there?
Well, there is, and we've definitely had a presence in the mid cap space, holding back on small cap. But with interest rate cuts, there's definitely an opportunity because particularly small businesses have much more sensitivity to interest rates. So with the cost of credit going down, there's absolutely an opportunity that we could see a rebound in small cap.
And I say if because it's like I've heard the story before, right? I've heard the story about European cyclicals. I've heard the story about small caps before, and they always seem to manage that story for like a few weeks, and then all of a sudden we're back to the basics, right? So this is the question.
That's right.
Why? What conviction do you have that this time might be different?
Well, I think we're seeing it in the results. We're seeing some quarterly numbers that are starting to point towards that. We saw small cap rally earlier this summer, and then we had a big pullback in it. So, as I had mentioned earlier, it really is important to start to see those trends take hold, to start to see the consumer confidence with small business owners. I think that plays into it as well. And to have banks be a little bit more agreeable to lending. We're seeing credit standards being relatively tight right now. So I think that conviction is probably still a little ways out from our perspective on small cap. So we're kind of waiting on the sidelines, ready to jump in. But the environment is definitely more favorable than it has been.
How are you thinking about opportunity in the equities market? Especially, we've been hearing people saying that we could be at lofty levels. How are you looking at that as we think about year end and all the rate cuts that people are pricing in?
You know, it's so true. I think, and we actually have been slightly underweight to equities just because of where we're at. Equities are somewhat priced for perfection, particularly on the growth side of the equation. So I think it's stay steady, invest for the long term. I think what we're really looking at and what we're seeing with a lot of client accounts or people that we're talking to is that money markets have been so favorable, and so they've pulled out of the markets thinking that they're overextended. I think that it's definitely methodical, a phase in. I think the challenge is that if you wait on the sidelines too long, you kind of miss.
Mm-hmm.
If we look back even to the years of after the Great Recession in 2010, 2011, I had many clients that were just afraid to get back in and sat on the sidelines and really missed that opportunity.
Yeah.
So I think it's a gradual phase back in for those that are sitting on the sidelines.
Right.
And then it's really being thoughtful about tactical shifts within the equity exposure to these areas that, are showing some opportunity.
All right, Michelle.
Most people.
Yeah,
Yep.
Michelle, we got to leave it there. We're up against a break, but it's such a good point, and also sort of when we're going to wind up seeing that money come out of high yield savings account and money market funds. Michelle Martin, president of Prosperity, because you're still getting 4%. It's still 4%. All right, we're going to continue the conversation with these markets right after the break. This is Bloomberg Intelligence. Happy Friday.
Intelligence, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, and we are brought to you by Commonwealth. Join over 2,000 independent financial advisors who are taking control of their growth with advisor-centric support and future-ready technologies. Grow on your own terms with a partner dedicated to your success. Go to commonwealth.com to learn how. We got a 1% rally in the Dow Jones Industrial Average right now, surging 425 points, 42,603 right now on the Dow. S&P up by about 0.1%, higher by 8 points now at 57.53. Could see yet another record today in the S&P. NASDAQ, though, trading lower, down 0.2%, down 37 right now. The Russell 2000 index of small cap shares advancing by 1.4%. Treasuries paired their rally. U.S. stocks clung on to modest gains as the latest inflation data did little to alter expectations on the Federal Reserve's path. S&P, as I mentioned, trading higher by 7. The 10-year yield right now, 3.76%. The 2-year, 3.58%. Gold down $19 the ounce, down 0.7%. Crude up 0.2%. Well, certainly one of the big questions for investors has been the stimulus from China, what it means for the investment outlook there. Michelle Martin is president of Prosperity, and eyes are Amper Company. She was a guest moments ago right here on Bloomberg Intelligence.
We would typically have a wait-and-see attitude, again, understanding what comes out of the election and what tariffs might be in place. I think that we've seen a general trend of companies moving away from China. So I would say that we have looked at getting back into emerging markets, particularly with this news with China, and we would ease our way back in.
Michelle Martin of Prosperity. New York Mayor Eric Adams arrived at a Manhattan court this morning to be formally charged in a sprawling federal indictment accusing him of accepting bribes and illegal campaign contributions from foreign nationals. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Now on Bloomberg Intelligence, Munis in Focus.
Focused on Munis is brought to you by Build America Mutual. Build America Mutual insures municipal bonds that finance essential infrastructure and provides guaranteed income to improve any portfolio. Be part of Building America and invest in BAM insured bonds. Well, joining us now for the segment for this week is Danielle Moran, a Bloomberg Municipal Finance Team Leader. It just means she has all the municipal bond stuff, and she joins us now. So it's been a whole week plus 1 day since the Fed cut 50 basis points. We've seen a wave of refinancing already when it comes to, say, housing and mortgage and stuff. Are you seeing it in the muni market?
Absolutely. This year we have seen a ton of issuance just broadly in the muni market as borrowing costs have gone down and there's been a bit more of a stable rate picture. But we've also seen refinancing or refunding bond volume jump about 70% from last year's levels. Wow. And so issuers across the country are seeing these rates, indicating that they're probably going to get lower and using the opportunity to take out higher costing debt that they sold years ago.
So, of course, we know every asset class operates differently. So how has the muni bond market been reacting to this Fed rate cut cycle?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of them are preparing new sales to refinance. A lot of bankers and issuer clients are saying that they would like to take the opportunity and save some money by locking in some of these lower rates that are expected. So usually bonds take a couple of weeks to come to the market. So they're starting that process now, and we're likely to see issuance of these types of new debt for refinancing purposes continue into 2025.
What are the yields we're talking about? Like, were they paying 9% and now they get 6%? Like, what am I looking at?
So muni yields aren't generally that high. Right now, the 10-year yield is about a 2.6. The 30-year yield is like a 3.5. But munis tend to have a 10-year call. So the ones that are being refinanced now were sold in 2014, 2015, where rates were higher on a historical basis.
I see. So then that really does wind up making quite a difference.
Definitely.
What are some cool issuance you're looking for?
So we have a couple of deals that are coming up to market. The Metropolitan Transportation Authority, anyone who rides the subway, is planning to sell $821 million of new debt to retire and refund existing debt in the next couple of weeks. The Chicago Transit,
which I'm sure will all go to making sure the subways move really smoothly and on time and are clean.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Yes.
Wouldn't that be nice?
The MTA is one of the biggest issuers in the market, and everyone in New York has passionate feelings about it. So it is one to watch, certainly.
So what's going on with Buffalo Bills fans?
Ah.
They're scoring another victory in the muni bond market?
Yes. So Erie County, New York, where right around where the Buffalo Bills play, are issued bonds this week to help finance a new stadium. So Bills Mafia are very enthusiastic fans of the NFL team, had the opportunity to invest in this debt, which is tax exempt when they sold. They included what is called a retail order period. So a day before institutions like mutual funds and ETFs were allowed to buy the bonds, they offered them to mom and pop retail buyers, which is quite common in high tax states like New York because they get that tax exempt yield. And what's interesting is that on a 20-year offering for the Erie County debt, investors would have needed to buy a corporate security or other type of taxable debt at a 7% yield to compete. So they actually got a pretty decent payoff.
That's interesting. One of my favorite stories for this whole week in Bloomberg was colleges are tapping like an M&A Wall Street playbook to basically grow to compete with the Ivies. Is this have an impact in the muni market?
For sure. So this was a really great story done by my colleagues Francesca and Amanda. That was a big take earlier this week. And it focused on Northeastern University, which was once a commuter college up in Boston that has developed this playbook and started to create campuses around the country. So now they have more than a dozen campuses in places like Miami, Portland, Maine. Recently, they merged with Marymount Manhattan up here on the Upper East Side to have a profile in other areas of the country. And it's just so different from what we've been seeing in other colleges, which on the small private school space have often struggled with enrollment challenges. And this is a way for them to market themselves to new students and to even get some international interest.
That's really interesting. But what are muni bond investors looking out for as we're heading into year end?
Oh, that's a great question. So muni investors are focused on total returns at the moment. The muni index is up around a little over 2%. High yield muni bonds are returning more than 7% this year, which is a pretty nice return for investors willing to go down the credit spectrum. And then going into next year, we're just focused on the issuance. Issuance has been really strong ahead of the election. Most people expect that to fall off as deals were pulled ahead before November. So we might see some decent return in November and December as that supply winds down.
All right, great stuff. Really appreciate it. Thank you so, so much, Danielle Moran, joining us. She covers all things muni market. She's the team leader for Bloomberg News when it comes to munis. All right, let's go back to Supermicro. So the stock is up by 3%, but it had a really rough day yesterday. It was down by as much as 15%. The latest from a report is that the DOJ is looking into an ex-employee's claims that the server maker violated accounting rules just a few years after settling a bookkeeping case with the top financial regulator. So joining us now is Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Technology Analyst Woo-Jin Ho. Woo-Jin, you've read the reports. We've also seen what the Hindenburg research has said about the accounting of Supermicro. What do you think is happening?
Well, I think it's similar to some of what the Hindenburg reports have been citing. There were some unknown sources in the Hindenburg reports about accounting irregularities. And a lot of it, I think, goes back to the past in terms of how they were booking sales. Some of the reports that I've read stated that they were booking services as product, and that potentially could be misleading. But Alex, I just want to remind you in the audience is that it's more historical than forward-looking.
So is this just bad intent or bad management? That's something that we were talking about earlier with Abigail Doolittle. I'm curious your take on that.
Well, it could be both one and the same, right? In the sense that, look, when Alex and I spoke about this company in the past, we were talking about the management team acting like a small cap company in an S&P 500 world. And they're still acting as if it was a S&P 500, a small cap company. I do think that they need an infrastructure to really deal with a large cap investor base. So, is it intentional? Can't tell. Maybe the DOJ probe might reveal something. But is it a poor management team? The one thing I will say in that regard, this is the second time, right? If you recall, back in 2017, they were delisted. So, where there's smoke, there is a little bit of fire.
Why didn't they learn a lesson here then?
Tough to say, right? I can't, I don't know what's in the minds of the management team.
What?
One would have hoped. Right. I would wish, right? But at the end of the day, these guys grew very, very rapidly. And I think they were drinking out of fire holes and trying to keep up with this growth.
So what's the overhang on the stock? I mean, I appreciate the stock action now, but going forward, what's the overhang on the stock from this?
Yeah, look, the biggest overhang on the stock, Alex, is probably the 10K filing. I hope that they file on September 30th, but we do know that there is a delay. They have 60 days before the NASDAQ would consider delisting, and even then, that can be extended. I will say that there are a couple of benchmarks and milestones that we need to look forward to. If we don't get that 10K filing, it's probably going to be earnings, and then they'll probably have to give us an update in terms of what the filing status may be. And also possibly the guidance, right? In my investor conversations, it's all about the guidance. Are they going to maintain that 26 to 30 billion fiscal 2025 guidance? And my bet is that they will.
So do you think that investors will still have conviction about this stock, or do you expect them to start looking toward competitors?
Well, I think we should distinguish competitors, investors, as well as customers, right? From a customer standpoint, I do think that customers are kind of locked into Supermicro. And I say it in this sense, right? Dell has about $3 billion in backlog that they still can't fulfill. HPE has roughly $3.6 billion in backlog that they can't fulfill. So if you really need an AI server and you've already locked in with the Supermicro, there's very few places that you can go to replace a deal. It's not as if you're returning a can of tomatoes to the supermarket and getting a different brand here, right? If you have something that's planned over the next 6 months for an AI server deal, you're probably going to be locked in with Supermicro. So it's really tough to say, and that's why I feel good about these guys maintaining their outlook.
All right, fair enough. Wooj, really appreciate it. Woo Jin Ho joining us, Bloomberg Intelligence, a senior technology analyst on Supermicro, and the DOJ seeking more on some allegations that perhaps they violated some accounting rules. All right, coming up, we're going to continue the conversation with Bloomberg Intelligence experts. Nathan Dean, he's senior policy analyst. We're going to break that down over his latest research on Vice President Harris as well as former President Trump's plan. We heard the other day from Vice President Kamala Harris in Pittsburgh about her economic plan. Go through some of those details and if they really wind up sort of moving the market here. Taking a look at where the market actually is, you're seeing the Dow outperform up by over 1%. Part of that is Honeywell announcing a dividend there, so that really helping boost the Dow in general. Honeywell boosting its dividend for the fourth quarter. Much more coming up. This is Bloomberg Intelligence. Happy Friday.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We're looking at a mixed market. The Dow surging by 1%. S&P little change right now. NASDAQ in the red. And we are brought to you by Commonwealth, supporting more than 2,000 independent financial advisors with a 2-to-1 advisor-to-staff ratio. Small firm attentiveness, big advisor impact. Go to commonwealth.com to learn about our consultative support and technology. Treasuries paired their rally. Stocks clung on to modest gains as the latest inflation data did little to alter expectations on the Federal Reserve's path. The S&P holding on to a 5-point gain. Yes, looking at a potentially another record, up 0.1%. The Dow up 413, now up by 1%. NASDAQ down 45, a decline there of 0.3%. Russell 2000 index of small cap shares surging by 1.4%. The 10-year 3.77% with the 2-year 3.59%. Gold down $25 the ounce, down 0.9%. And West Texas Intermediate crude below $68 a barrel, 67.64 now, a decline of just under 0.1%. PCE Friday, the Federal Reserve's preferred measure of U.S. inflation, rose modestly in August. And with that story, here he is, Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Core PCE climbed just 0.1% in August, the smallest monthly increase in 3 months. Annualized inflation is also tame. The Commerce Department report suggests the Fed will remain on track for more easing after last week's jumbo half-point interest rate cut. Separately, economists surveyed by Bloomberg see U.S. inflation finally descending to the Fed's 2% target early next year. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Boeing shares up 1.5%. Boeing and the union covering striking workers are resuming stalled contract talks as the embattled playmaker seeks to avoid a prolonged stoppage by about 33,000 workers. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, thanks so much, Charlie Pellet. I'm Alex Steele alongside Nora Melinda. Joining us, Paul Sweeney is off today. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We're broadcasting to you live from Interactive Broker Studio right here in Midtown Manhattan. We cover everything that you need to know, business, economics, finance, and politics through our lens of our Bloomberg Intelligence folks. They cover 2,000 companies and 130 industries worldwide. Next up is Nathan Dean. Honestly, there's no one better. He is Senior Policy Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence, and he joins us now from Washington, D.C. What have you learned over this last week about policy from Harris or Trump, and how are you factoring that in?
So I think we're still in the stage of the campaigns where they're putting out a lot of statements, but when you look at the process of how they would implement those statements, taking into point President Trump's 60% tariffs on goods from China or Vice President Harris's anti-price gouging proposals, it's important to remember how Washington works. So in President Trump's case, when he says, I want to put a 60% tariff on all goods from China, the power of the presidency is a lot more powerful, and he can do that and bypass a lot of the opposition to that tariff. But on the flip side, when it comes to Vice President Harris and her price gouging proposals, you know, that's something that you would have to go through Congress, and legislation is not easy to come by. And a lot of the price gouging statutes are at the state level and already somewhat exist. So we actually think it's much less of a risk for that type of policy. So again, we're in the campaign season. Everything has to be taken into account. How are they going to get their plan through in the new year? Is it either Congress, regulations, or executive order?
So when we think about policy, I know Vice President Kamala Harris has really been proposing some ways to juice the residential real estate market, and I focus on real estate stocks, so of course this is really of interest to me. But I mean, when we think about all the things that she is promising in her plan, which a lot of people have said does lack explicit details, do you think that this is something that could actually be implemented into policy, or does it seem to be more of a talking point?
So I think I would call it a phase 2 policy. And what I mean by that is, to your point, there's not a lot of detail out there. And housing policy itself is very difficult at the presidential level because, look, if you want to have more homes, but then on the flip side, people don't want the value of their homes, the already existing homes, to go down. And so many times we don't see presidential candidates really get into housing policy all that much. So in Vice President Harris's case, if she were to win, I think what would happen is that she would begin to formulate a housing policy in 2025. 5 and save it for like a phase 2 section. Maybe there's something that she can do with the FHFA. Maybe there's something she could do via the regulatory route to try and increase the number of homes that are out there, cut some of the regulatory red tape and such. But I don't think you're going to see an immediate reaction to the housing stocks or to real estate stocks, for example, if Kamala Harris were to win, because to your point, there's just a lot of details out there we just don't know.
So based on your point of how you get things done, executive order, regulation, or through Congress, I want to hit on regulation for a moment, because we've seen a very active DOJ and a very active FTC. What's your best guess in a Harris or Trump presidency on how that evolves?
So I think in a Harris policy, you're going to see more DOJ and more FTC in terms of enforcement risk. And the reason being here is that the Supreme Court has taken certain steps over the last couple of months to sort of take away some of the rulemaking ability of the regulators. It's much more difficult to create a regulation. So as such, if I'm Vice President Harris and I want to change behavior, I'm going to increase my examination, increase my enforcement side, and enforce the rules that we already have in place. So someone over at the FTC, if Lena Khan is still there next year, she certainly is going to continue that tough scrutiny of certain sectors like the technology side. If President Trump wins, then you have a certain change of mindset at the top, and you have a deregulatory effort beginning to take place, and maybe the enforcement side remains just as tough in certain sectors. Think of, if J.D. Vance's economic populism gets into the White House. But I think overall, the risk of an enforcement risk would decrease in a Trump presidency.
I just have some breaking news that I want to bring to everyone. Israel carries out a series of strikes on some Beirut suburbs. This is the state-run agency NNA is reporting this from Lebanon, that there have been blasts in Beirut. Israel says it targeted Hezbollah's headquarters in southern Beirut, and this is from an IDF spokesperson commenting on that. So it is official that Israel said it has hit Hezbollah's main headquarters in southern Beirut as the violence there continues to unfold. Okay, Nathan Dean, back to some of the politics and the elections, etc. In terms of executive orders, are they effective in terms of policy, and are they immediate?
So I would say about 85% in my estimation of executive orders are just fancy ways of the president to pick up the phone and direct his or her staff to do something either the legislative route or the regulatory route. But like I said before, the power of the presidency is more powerful when it comes to tariffs, national security, foreign relations, and trade. So if you're looking at the President Trump scenario of tariffs, and look, tariffs are going to be popular with President Harris, Vice President Harris as well if she were to win. So if you're looking at tariffs, the teeth of those executive orders is certainly there as a risk or as an opportunity. But I would state is that tariffs should be seen as a tool for presidents to negotiate. So if it does happen, you'll probably see an executive order come out saying that I'm going to put a tariff in place in 270 days, or unless this country doesn't do anything else. It's a negotiation tool. But also just remember that there are, reciprocal arrangements. Other countries are allowed to put tariffs on our goods. And so we're going to be looking at, if a tariff does come into place, is it almost seen as like a double whammy for U.S. exporters? If you're using foreign stuff to come into the United States, you have to pay for that tariff. And if you're trying to sell it outside of the United States, it could be a double whammy. So the tariff argument is, headline risk initially. We have to see the specifics of it. And then ultimately, we'll then just be able to talk about the impacts and how much of it is really going to cost the American consumer.
Hey, Nathan, super quickly with about a minute, I wanted to ask you, of course, a lot of voters are really thinking about the economy right now, and that's really been a campaign point for both candidates. How does that actually look in terms of how it would materialize if either of them were to go into office, considering the Federal Reserve is the one that actually takes care of monetary policy?
It's something that it's a great question, because there's this conception out there that the president has the ability to direct the economy, and as our rate strategists and our equity strategists tell me all the time, that the Fed is almost, if not more important, or is important, if not more. And so I think it's going to be about messaging, because if it's Vice President Harris or President Trump, whoever comes in next year, they're going to have to take steps to actual steps to show the American consumer that they're dealing with inflation and they're dealing with price costs, and then hope that the Fed sort of aligns with it.
Hey, Nathan, we really appreciate Nathan Dean, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Policy Analyst, joining us there. We really appreciate that. Just to update you on those headlines. headlines. Israel says it has hit Hezbollah's main headquarters in southern Beirut. We will continue to watch those headlines and bring them to you as they cross. All right, coming up, Mandeep Singh, Bloomberg Intelligence senior tech industry analyst, will be joining us. Apparently, ARM went to Intel to see about buying a unit. Intel said no thanks. We'll look at the different options for Intel going forward. This is Bloomberg Intelligence. Happy Friday.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Happy Friday, everybody. I'm Alex Steele alongside Nora Melinda. Paul Sweeney is off today. We're live from Interactive Broker Studio right here in Midtown Manhattan. It is Hispanic Heritage Month, and every day at this time, we are celebrating significant moments in Hispanic heritage. And now, with your installment for September 27th, here is Bloomberg's Sebastian Escobar.
Thank you, Alex. On this day in 2021, Jose Diaz-Balart becomes the only U.S. journalist to anchor both cable and broadcast television in English and Spanish.
I'm Jose Diaz-Balart, and right now the stage is set for a high-stakes week on Capitol Hill.
The Cuban-American journalist joined MSNBC to host Jose Diaz-Balart Reports, while taking on a broader role at Telemundo, anchoring monthly specials and breaking news events, and anchoring NBC Nightly News Saturday on NBC News. He also anchored special coverage on several platforms, including Peacock, earned multiple Emmy Awards, and interviewed numerous United States presidents, newsmakers, political leaders, and thought leaders. He also moderated U.S. presidential debates. Jose's bilingual career in journalism reminds us the importance of speaking multiple languages. And that's today in Hispanic Heritage. I'm Sebastian Escobar.
All right, thanks so much, Sebastian. We appreciate that. Going to the markets here, some of the headlines is that Intel rebuffed an offer from ARM after ARM inquired about buying a unit from Intel. Mandeep Singh, senior tech industry analyst, joins us now for Bloomberg Intelligence. Mandeep, is this just going to be like a string of random suitors for random parts of the business here? Like, what was your take on this?
I mean, in this case, it's very specific in the sense that Qualcomm was more about chip design. ARM is specifically interested in the IP related to the instruction set business that Intel has. Remember, Intel has got a lot of assets within the company, which is, patented. It's IP that's very desirable. That's been the basis of their moat for the last 40 years. And ARM is a competitor to Intel's x86 architecture, but at the same time, ARM wants to expand into other adjacencies. And that's where, they are looking probably to buy some of that IP or patents from Intel. I mean, we don't know the details. That's just a speculation, but I can't imagine ARM getting into chip design or foundry manufacturing. That's just way out of what they're doing right now. So the natural extension of their business would be to buy some of the IP from Intel.
I mean, the company's got quite a few suitors. We're seeing shares down as much as 52% year to date. What do you think would really be a positive outcome for the stock? What are analysts saying the route that they should be taking?
I mean, everyone looks at Intel based on the sum of the parts basis, and clearly the current market cap of Intel doesn't justify, all the assets and the IP that is within the company. At the same time, they're bleeding money when it comes to the foundry side of the business, losing almost $7 to $8 billion a year. They're investing a lot in CapEx, subsidized by the U.S. government. But the turnaround clearly hasn't played out. And that's where, the bigger you are, the harder it is to turn around the ship. But at the same time, one could argue, that x86 business will rebound if this AI super cycle has to play out, because they still have that dominant 80% share when it comes to the PC market. And if everyone is upgrading their PCs, guess what? It will be an Intel PC. It's not as if they are losing market share on that PC side. So that's the hope when it comes to the Intel turnaround.
So do we know when the PC market, the consumer market, is going to start turning around? Like it feels like the trough is in, but how long that looks and what that looks like?
I mean, we just have to watch for data points. In fact, Micron this week gave us one data point. They called out AI PC being, rebounding, and 2025 being a better year than the past couple of years. So clearly that inventory correction has happened, and we have seen a trough. And now it's a question of how fast does the units recover. And I think that's where Intel will see a nice rebound on that client PC side. On the server side, I mean, clearly there is no fix right now. They are losing share to NVIDIA and AMD, and that's unlikely to change in the near term.
Hey, Mandeep, with about a minute on the clock, I'm curious, what will investors really be looking for from earnings? What's the most important thing here?
Well, I think they're looking for a plan. So Amazon, tying up with Intel to use their foundry side for chip manufacturing, that's a positive sign. The question is the scale at which Amazon is going to look to use Intel versus TSMC that they're using right now. So that foundry business is where Intel is bleeding money. Hyperscalers partnering with Intel on that side is great news, and I think that's where you want, more positive news in terms of Microsoft and other hyperscalers really ramping up on Intel Foundry.
All right, Mandeep, thanks a lot. We really appreciate Mandeep Singh, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Tech Industry Analyst, joining us on Intel and the struggles and kind of how we wind up moving forward from there. Nora, thanks so much for joining me this week.
Wonderful, and it's happy Friday, right before lunchtime.
It
but
is.
Don't tune out.
And you only broke machinery like at the end of this. She
I
broke
only
a
broke a
light
light?
on one of the screens. We were kind of joking, like she's holding it with her hand right now.
You have to
for
get me
those
out of
us.
here.
What
break something
are you
else.
going to be working on like next week? We're not in earnings yet, right? And that's
We're
sort
not
of
in earnings.
your jam. jam. What are you going to be working on until then?
I mean, really just looking at the outlook for the real estate market, especially as we've been watching the Fed and thinking about rate cuts. On the residential side, I'm looking to see when is going to be that magic number that we're going to see people rushing back into the market and looking to buy a home. And on the commercial real estate side, when will it be a little bit cheaper for borrowing costs?
Yep, and also what the liquidity situation winds up looking like, and with China now really coming into the market as well, and where does that spread, I think, as many play catch up. Nora, thank you so much, very much appreciate that from you. All right, taking a look at the markets here, you are seeing an S&P pretty much flat now, giving up some gains. The Nasdaq's down 0.3%, the Dow's still up by about 0.9%. Volume is a little bit mixed, but man, it has been quite a week with a lot of liquidity there coming from China that's impacted many funds. That does it for Bloomberg Intelligence. Balance of Power is up next with Kaylee Lyons. Happy Friday.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Washington, D.C.
Welcome to Balance of Power. I'm Kaylee Lyons in Washington with an eye on New York this hour, as any minute now, Mayor Eric Adams is set to be arraigned at the federal courthouse on federal bribery and fraud charges. We'll have the latest with Bloomberg's June Grosso. Plus, we'll have the latest in the presidential race as Kamala Harris visits the border in Arizona today. At the same time, Bloomberg and Morning Consult's new swing state poll shows her up in that state and most of the others tied with Donald Trump in Georgia. We'll have the details with Bloomberg's Wendy Benjaminson and our political panel, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano. Plus, a red headline just crossing the Bloomberg terminal, Israel saying it has hit Hezbollah's main headquarters in southern Beirut. We'll have more on that ongoing conflict with Kelly Grieco of the Stimson Center this hour. So it's a lot to get to. As first, though, as always, we got to get a check on the markets. Charlie Pellet, what's it look like up in New York?
Right now, absolutely flat on the S&P 500 index. Kaylee Lyons, the S&P up by 0.5 point, barely. I'm calling it unchanged. The Dow up 346 right now, up 0.8%. We've got NASDAQ in the red, down 60. A decline now of 0.3%. NASDAQ 100 index down 0.5. The standout, though, Russell 2000 index of small cap shares up now by about 1.4%. 10-year yield 3.75%, with a 2-year 3.57%. Spot gold down $23 the ounce, 26.49, retreating from a record, down 0.9%. Crude back above $68 a barrel, 68.04 right now on WTI, up by about 0.5%. As for markets, the election in the fourth quarter. Keith Lerner is co-CIO of Truist Advisory.
Normally, in an election year, you tend to see a spike in volatility in October. Obviously, a lot of things have been different. We've had different surprises. You tend to have an October surprise as well. So, listen, I don't think it's going to just be a straight-up move. But when you look at historically, first of all, the fourth quarter since 1950 has been up on average more than 4% and positive over 80% of the time.
Lerner was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Television. Amazon's $4 billion investment pack with AI firm Anthropic has been cleared following heightened UK scrutiny into big tech's spending spree on artificial intelligence software. And New York's embattled mayor Eric Adams arrived at a federal courthouse this morning to be arraigned on charges at this hour that he accepted illegal campaign contributions and free overseas trips from people looking to buy his influence in city government. Now, he did give a thumbs up, but did not pause to speak to reporters this morning as he headed into Manhattan Federal Court, Manhattan Court. We will have more with our June Grosso coming up in just a moment, right here on Bloomberg Radio. So again, recapping, S&P 500 index flat on the day, down by 0.5 point. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcast. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Here she is. What are we, Kaylee Lyons?
All right, Charlie Pellet checking on the markets and teeing up perfectly our conversation on the latest with New York City Mayor Eric Adams, because Charlie is right. Any minute now, in fact, right about now, he is set to be standing before a federal magistrate judge at the Southern District Courthouse in Manhattan for his arraignment on 5 criminal charges, including wire fraud and bribery. It's Friday. Bribery. Of course, this is after his indictment was unsealed yesterday. He is maintaining his innocence. We'll see what his plea is here. But for the latest, we want to go now to June Grasso, as Charlie promised, host of Bloomberg Law. So, June, just walk us through how exactly this is going to go. We've been following arraignments in the last year very closely, as we've seen a number of high-profile figures having to do this, from Donald Trump to Bob Menendez and others. Are we going to see an Eric Adams mugshot by the end of the day?
I don't think so, because it's federal indictment, not a state indictment. A lot of those mugshots came out with the state indictments. I mean, basically, it's the same procedure that Bob Menendez, and in the same courthouse and by the same U.S. attorney that Bob Menendez went through a while ago before his trial. In the case of high-profile figures like Mayor Adams, it's sort of a formality, really, because there's not going to be any question about bail, and that's the main thing that you hear in these arraignments. What happens is they read the charges, but in this case, his attorney will probably waive the reading of the charges, and then he'll plead not guilty. And then the judge will set some dates, perhaps, for his next appearance. And this is a magistrate judge. This is not the judge that is actually going to handle the trial of Mayor Adams, assuming we get that far. So a little bit of formality. Okay. Maybe he'll speak when he comes out, although a lot of people, a lot of legal experts were questioning why he even spoke yesterday, not thinking about the politics of it, but the legality of it, and not wanting, lawyers not wanting their clients to say anything in those settings that might be used against them, because you know that the U.S. Attorney's Office is listening to everything that he says. But political expediency, I guess, won out.
Well, and I think we all remember well the Trump trial in New York of earlier this year, in which we heard from the former president every day at the courthouse.
Sometimes twice a day.
Kind of de facto news conferences. Yes. Yeah, that's absolutely right, June. You just alluded, though, to what kind of comes next in the process here, and that another date could be set by the magistrate judge. Just how far away would we be from that next step? How much, dead time around this will there be?
It could be very quick. I mean, it could be a week or a few weeks, just to sort of set things up and get things moving. I mean, what Eric Adams is going to want is discovery from the feds, what the information that they have to turn over. I mean, if you look at the indictment, there are so many people who are, of course, not named in the indictment, but Adams staffer, businessman 1, businessman 2, Turkish official, Turkish Airlines manager, and some of those names are already known. Some have been served with subpoenas, some phones have been seized, and some are cooperating according to what the New York Times has outlined. So you're going to want to know all that information. That's going to be the basic, and then we'll see what the motions might be as you come up to trial. I don't see a real defense so far being stated by his attorney, Alex Spira, who's a very well-known attorney, Elon Musk's attorney, Alec Baldwin's attorney. He represented Jay-Z at one point, too. He has been very out there, something that federal prosecutors can't do, getting out there and sort of talking about the case. And he has criticized the federal prosecutors for leaks and for holding, I think he called it a dog and pony show, instead of announcing these things in court, instead holding a press conference, which is not unusual at all in a situation like this, but also criticizing them in different ways. So you can see that he's going to be making a public attack on the case, but I have yet to see, and he did say something about the fact that these trips and the kind of upgrades that Adams got over the years are things that ordinarily will happen for politicians. It's not unusual, but looking for his defense, I haven't seen it yet.
All right, June Grasso, host of Bloomberg Law, on top of this story for us. Thank you so much. And of course, we'll bring you the news when we do indeed get that plea from Mayor Adams. And if he does speak outside the courthouse, we will be bringing you that live here on Bloomberg Radio. So that's what's going on in New York. But we also need to talk about what's going on in the Middle East, as Israel has just said it hit Hezbollah's main headquarters in southern Beirut. The Israeli Defense Forces on X saying that the IDF conducted what it's calling a precise strike on the central headquarters of the Hezbollah terrorist organization, embedded under residential buildings in the heart of a part of Beirut. This, of course, is coming after we heard from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the UN General Assembly in New York earlier today, saying Israel has no choice but to keep fighting.
As long as Hezbollah chooses the path of war, Israel has no choice, and Israel has every right to remove this threat and return our citizens to their homes safely. And that's exactly what we're doing.
If you're watching on YouTube, you can see that he was addressing a room that was more empty than it was full. We want to get the latest now on this conflict and turn to an expert on armed conflict. Kelly Greco, the senior fellow with the Stimson Center's Reimagining U.S. Grand Strategy, is with us here on Balance of Power. Kelly, it's always great to have you. So I guess my first question is, we have been seeing Israel conducting these strikes for well over a week now. 700 people, according to Lebanese authorities, have been killed, including some 50 children. And now they hit Hezbollah's main headquarters. Is this not something they should have done first?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. It's quite an escalation, I would say. I think that's probably why it was not struck first. Both sides, Hezbollah and Israel, have been trying to take actions, increasingly gradual escalatory actions, but trying to keep it below the threshold that will result in a full-out war. And as they're proceeding up this sort of escalation ladder, they're getting closer and closer to that. And I think that that's what this strike is meant to signal, is that Israel is willing to escalate further.
Well, so if Israel is willing, it becomes a question of how Hezbollah meets that escalation, if it has the desire to do that as well. What kind of response would you expect from this Iranian proxy when its headquarters were hit and it is escalatory in your view?
Yes, I mean, I think the challenge here is that there are no good options for Israel right now, and there are no good options for Hezbollah. We see a lot of signs that Hezbollah does not want an all-out war. It doesn't really serve its group's interests, and so it's been trying to respond in some way to reestablish deterrence with Israel. So trying to respond to these tit-for-tat moves, but again without triggering a larger response from Israel. But if it tries to, at this point, back down, it's at risk of losing some kind of face, right? It's spent years trying to build up this deterrence against Israel. And so backing down is really hard for it because there's going to be concerns that it looks weak. And that's really the last thing that it wants. But at the same time, it's losing some of the support of the local population. And so it's really boxed in its choices. And I think they're going to be trying once again to thread this very thin needle of responding in a forceful way without triggering an all-out war. But this is a very dangerous dance, and each round it's getting more and more dangerous.
Well, I wonder, Kelly, if this really is about what Hezbollah wants, or at the end of the day, if it's about what Iran wants of Hezbollah.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a great question. One of the things that I think is sort of ironic is that I think Iran and the United States find themselves in similar positions right now in terms of the Middle East, and that Iran does not seem to want an all-out war. The United States does not want an all-out war. But we're also both trying to support our local partners. We're trying to support Israel. They're trying to support Hezbollah, which is a really important proxy actor for them. And so trying to almost restrain our partners so that we don't end up in this all-out war, but while still being seen as supporting that local partner ally. And so there is a role here, though, for Iran to step in and to try to restrain Hezbollah and try to get them to back away from the brink. And I think that's actually going to be critical in helping to calm things down.
I just want to quickly mention some breaking news as we've been monitoring the New York courthouse in which New York City Mayor Eric Adams, after yesterday being indicted on federal fraud and bribery charges, is being arraigned. He has pleaded not guilty to those federal charges. Of course, he was facing 5 charges in total. That is the latest as expected. He has entered a not guilty plea, and we'll continue to keep you updated on that story, especially if we hear from him outside of the courthouse. Kelly, I'd like to move on to a different conflict, because also in New York today, we saw a meeting take place between Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and Donald Trump. It, of course, comes after Zelensky met with Biden and Harris at the White House yesterday, and after Zelensky and Trump have exchanged some public criticism of each other in recent days while Zelensky has been here in the U.S. Now, Trump said after their meeting that that he had, quote, learned a lot, but that he has not changed his stance that negotiations could bring an end to the war. Are we really at that point, Kelly, where this only ends with a negotiated settlement of some kind?
Oh, yes. I think we've been at that point for a very long time, that this will ultimately end in some kind of negotiated settlement. I think it's important to remember that the vast majority of wars do end that way. They do not end in outright victory for one side or the other. The real challenge, I think, right now is convincing both parties that they would be better off going to a negotiating table and settling the war rather than continuing to pursue it on the battlefield. And right now, certainly the Russians want to continue to pursue it on the battlefield. They're making gains in eastern Ukraine. They're obviously want to see who's going to win the next presidential election. And the Ukrainians, it seems, are also not ready to negotiate, although that one I think is a little harder to understand because their position is quite difficult. They're very overstretched, particularly with this offensive in Kursk. But I think ultimately we're going to have to get to the negotiating table. And that's really, I think, the question we should be asking is, what is the plan to get there? That's one that has not been articulated by Ukraine or the Biden administration.
Well, in the meantime, Kelly, we know Ukraine has been making asks of the Biden administration to try to strengthen its position, including the desire for them to be able to use long-range weapon systems to target targets deeper in Russian territory. What actually changes about the state of this conflict if the Biden administration finally relents on that?
Yes. So, this is part of the so-called victory plan that Zelensky came to D.C. Or to visit Biden to discuss. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be much of a victory plan. It's, as you kind of pointed out, it's more of a shopping list. And one of those items is long-range strike permissions. I think the idea that the Ukrainians have is they'd like to be able to hit airfields, in particular where the Russians are launching fighter bombers that are carrying these glide bombs that have been used against their positions at the front. So that would be one of the key things. And they'd like to hit infrastructure, probably some energy infrastructure as well. The problem, though, I think with this is it might provide some tactical benefits, early on. But very quickly, the Russians are going to move these things. Russia's a large country. They'll move them back a couple hundred miles, and it won't really impact the battlefield or the course of the war in a very significant way, which I think is why the Biden administration has not provided these permissions, is that it doesn't have a huge impact potentially on the battlefield, but we have a very small supply of these kinds of long-range weapons, and we need them ourselves. And there are, of course, these significant escalation risks.
So it is, just quickly here, Kelly, it's in part a defense industrial base issue, too.
It's a defense industrial base issue, and it is an escalation issue. Putin announced a change to the nuclear policy, essentially saying that any non-nuclear country that strikes Russia, if they have assistance from a nuclear-armed state, it is considered a joint attack. And that Russia could respond with nuclear weapons. And that's something that we have to still take very seriously. It's not a good sign anytime a country changes its official nuclear policy.
All right, Kelly, always great to have you. Kelly Grieco, Senior Fellow with the Stimson Center's Reimagining U.S. Grand Strategy Program. Appreciate your time. Now, I do just want to reiterate the breaking news here at home, as New York City Mayor Eric Adams has pleaded not guilty to federal fraud charges. That indictment, of course, was unsealed yesterday, facing 5 charges in total related to allegations of corruption, fraud, wire fraud specifically, and bribery. We're going to have the latest on New York throughout the next hour here on Balance of Power. We also have to talk about Bloomberg and Morning Consult's latest swing state poll. So we'll have more ahead on that with Bloomberg's Wendy Benjaminson. It's all ahead, so stick with us right here on Bloomberg Radio.
12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. No bail. New York Mayor Eric Adams pleaded not guilty moments ago to federal charges that he accepted lavish travel perks and illegal campaign contributions from foreign nationals. Adams entered the plea this morning in federal court in Manhattan, a day after an indictment was unsealed that detailed a pattern of alleged conduct that sparked calls for his resignation from his political rivals. The first-term Democrat has vowed to continue to serve as mayor of the nation's largest city. Mayor Adams will not have to surrender his passport as part of the release. U.S. stocks trading mixed right now with the S&P 500 index lower. The Dow does remain higher, up by 0.6%, up 254 points on the Dow, but the S&P now lower by 3, down by about 0.1%. Nasdaq down 75, a decline of 0.4%. The Russell 2000 index of small cap shares climbing now by 1.1%, with the 10-year at 3.74% and the 2-year 3.56%. Spot gold down $18 the ounce, down 0.7%, 26.54 right now, while West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 1.2%, 68.52 a barrel. Boeing and the union covering striking workers are resuming their stalled contract talks as the embattled plane maker seeks to avoid a prolonged stoppage. Boeing shares up now by 0.8%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here she is, Kaylee Lines.
All right. Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Checking on the markets and the latest headlines out of the courthouse in New York, where Mayor Eric Adams has just pleaded not guilty to federal bribery and fraud charges. His lawyer says that he will be seeking to dismiss those charges against Adams next week, and that he will request a, quote, speedy trial for this case. We are watching the courthouse in Manhattan to see if Adams himself will be given any remarks after his arraignment. We'll, of course, bring them to you live here on Bloomberg Radio if and when we get them. But again, looking to dismiss charges, according to his lawyer. He has been released from the courthouse without bail, and he will not have to surrender his passport, though he cannot contact other witnesses in this case for the time being. So that's the latest, and of course, we'll continue to monitor this for you. But we're also monitoring another story today, and that is the latest Bloomberg News Morning Consult swing state polls. To give you the headlines here, Kamala Harris is up against Donald Trump by 3 points on average across all 7 of them. She's up by 7 points in Nevada. That is her largest lead. 5 in Pennsylvania, 3 in Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin, 2 in North Carolina. She and Donald Trump are tied in Georgia. Now, we should note that these figures are within the margins of error, but perhaps most remarkably, this data shows that she has eaten into Trump's lead when it comes to the economy. So we want to dig into all of these figures now and turn to Bloomberg's poll guru, Wendy Benjaminson, who is here with me in our Washington, D.C. studio and has dedicated so much time to these polls over the course of what has now been a full year, right, Wendy? This is number 12. Right. Of course, when the poll started, it was Joe Biden versus Donald Trump, and now it's Harris. I would like to begin with the economy statistics, though, because we saw for Biden that was a serious weak point, and initially for Harris, it was a big weakness as well. Absolutely. Maybe less so now with Trump only with a 4-point advantage over her.
Absolutely. Since she became the nominee and since she has been pushing her opportunity economy, as she calls it, she has been able to chip away at that lead that Donald Trump has on the question of who do you trust to steer the U.S. economy. And in just 1 month, from late August to late September to yesterday, that lead has shrunk from 6 points to 4 points, and the trajectory suggests that she's getting better. She is also trusted more by voters to help the middle class, which is a huge electoral benefit. She is also, when we did a blind taste test on their economic policies and their tax policies, sure, everyone responds that they like it if the government is going to give them money or charge them less. But when you broke it down by specifics, the 4 most popular policies among swing state voters were ones that she had promoted. The only one in which Donald Trump bested her was in eliminating federal taxes on Social Security, which of course is very popular also with older voters who tend to be Trump supporters.
Well, that's a very fair point. And when we consider the policies, I also think it's interesting because we have spent so much time, the media as a whole has spent a lot of time talking about the detail or lack thereof of some of these proposals. We have seen Harris just this week putting out, of course, a policy book that's 80-something pages long. And in this poll, it finds 43% of likely swing state voters say Harris has detailed policy positions compared to 40% for Trump. So eliminating some weakness there as well.
Absolutely, which is a little odd because she really hasn't detailed them that much. There are a few that she has detailed, and maybe to a voter saying, I'm going to extend the child tax credit or increase taxes on people who make over $400,000. Those sort of subject lines that she has promoted seem like details. On the other hand, Trump has offered just about as much detail, if not more, on his policy proposals. But I think the trust of whether he will actually carry those through or whether it's a thought that popped into his head at the moment is still a question.
Yeah, I wondered about that as we saw them giving competing manufacturing speeches this week where Donald Trump was putting specific figures on a 15% tax rate for companies that make goods in America, and Harris just talked about a general idea of a tax credit for manufacturing in America, but didn't put a number on it.
No, a lot of that might be practical. I mean, Donald Trump can say he wants a 15% tax. But he has to get that through Congress. And we all know that when Congress starts making sausage, there's a lot of things that change, as that goes on. So perhaps it's more realistic for her to say, I just want to help manufacturers with this tax credit, but not get into the specifics because first she needs a Democratic Congress to get that done.
Yeah, it's a very good point that we have to keep in mind. They can only promise so much that they can deliver on unilaterally. I want to talk about a different subject as well, Wendy, because Harris is going to Arizona today. Of course, one of these states, as we mentioned, our poll finds her up 3 points, but she's specifically going to the border. Another area in which Donald Trump has been hitting her heavily on. And it does show, according to our polling, an area that's still weak for her. He has a material lead on that issue.
This may be her absolutely biggest weakness because she's very popular with women on her stance on reproductive rights, on the caring economy, on these things that we've been just talking about. But on the border, Donald Trump still holds a 14-point lead among swing state voters, and that includes Arizona and Nevada, two heavily states that have a lot of immigrants coming in from Mexico. And he has a 14-point lead over who do you trust to steer immigration. And so she's got this very narrow row to hoe today when she gets down there, which is to say, I'm going to be tough on the border. I'm not going to let everyone in. And yet, for her fans on the left, I want this to be part of the caring economy. I want to help people who deserve to be here come in and make a life. And yet I'm also going to crack down on the rest of it. So she's got to present that sort of, tightrope of both policies at once, while also fending off him saying, well, I've been hammering her on immigration and now she's going to Arizona, as if it was reactive, which it may have been.
Well, sure, especially as we're in the final stretches here. It is interesting to consider, though, as she visits Arizona and our poll finds Trump winning on immigration 11 points in Arizona by 9 in Nevada. These are also states that our poll shows she is winning. So I wonder if that's an indication that the border, as crossings are down, I believe they're at levels now that they were at the end of the Trump administration, in fact, is losing some steam in terms of issue prevalence for voters in these battlegrounds.
I think that's right. I think some of the really harsh rhetoric voters are seeing from Trump and Vance, J.D. Vance, his running mate, on the Springfield, Ohio, the pet eating things may be eating into it. But also remember, in Arizona, there is an abortion rights referendum on the ballot, and that may be driving a lot of pro-reproductive rights voters, women voters, young voters, voters of color, to Harris's side.
Well, and what all this points to is those states we're talking about are in the Sun Belt, is reinforcing this notion of a wider map for Kamala Harris than Joe Biden enjoyed, that it is no longer just about the Rust Belt and those blue wall states. And that means that if all of these areas are competitive, again, we're within the margin of error here. This is still a neck-and-neck race. That's a lot of different places to have to spend money.
That is a lot of places to spend money. Luckily, she's got it. I think we had a headline on the terminal the other day that she's spending $5 million more a day than Donald Trump. And the Democratic Senate Campaign Committee, the Democratic House committees, they are spending tremendous amounts of money in these states as well. So you're just getting that Harris message bombarding you all the time. And Trump obviously gets a lot of what we call free media, which is he has a news conference, he says something outrageous and we all write about it. He doesn't have to quite, work to get in the news as politicians who don't say outrageous things do.
Yeah, that earned media is a very real thing, although the RNC has openly told us here at Bloomberg, for example, that they are looking at spending more money in places like Pennsylvania and North Carolina when the polls show that it is tightened. In North Carolina, do we expect that any of these results are impacted by Mark Robinson and the scandal that has unfolded around the Republican gubernatorial candidate who has ties to Donald Trump?
Yeah, I think, well, he is in deep trouble. I think his chief of staff resigned. Most of his staff resigned. The polls are showing him way down after these lewd comments were found on a porn website. So, it's looking very good for the Democrat, Josh Stein, to win. There are Republicans who might decide that the governor's race is over in North Carolina and think Trump is going to win a conservative state like that. So why get up and go vote? It could suppress Republican turnout a little bit. But if people are very enthusiastic about Donald Trump and he is spending more time there, that might get people to the polls who might just skip the governor's race.
And that's just one instance where we're looking at a scandal surrounding a political figure and considering the impact it has for people seeking office across the state. The same could be said of New York, Wendy, after the indictment of Mayor Eric Adams yesterday. Again, he pleaded not guilty to federal bribery and fraud charges. Just within this last hour, we may see him outside the courthouse. There's been a lot of talk about the impact this could have in these competitive New York districts that could make or break the House majority. And now you have Democrats like Jerry Nadler saying Adams needs to go. The question is, will he, and what happens if he doesn't?
Absolutely. Democrats in New York are holding the door open, trying to get him out the door as fast as possible, even before any of these charges are proven. And that's because Republicans made a lot of ground on congressional seats on Long Island, parts of New York, and Democrats need to stop that. And they assume Kamala Harris is going to carry New York State, of course, and New York City, but it's those congressional races in the suburbs that they are very worried about. And if Republican turnout is big because the mayor of New York is corrupt, that's not going to help.
Well, and as we say, there's members lining up to push him out the door, to use your words, Wendy. Two notable ones aren't, though. Chuck Schumer, the Senate Majority Leader, and Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader in the House, have not yet, both New Yorkers, have not yet publicly called for the resignation. But I wonder if we're about to see a repeat of what happened with Biden, where all of that conversation among the people whose voices matter the most, it's happening behind closed doors and we're just not seeing it.
Absolutely. I have a feeling the private conversations between Hakeem Jeffries and Eric Adams are much different than we're hearing.
All right, Bloomberg's Wendy Benjaminson, great stuff as always. Congratulations on another enlightening poll that Bloomberg has done with Morning Consult. Appreciate it. Now, again, just to reiterate, we are watching the courthouse in Manhattan where Eric Adams has just been arraigned on these federal charges, which he has pleaded not guilty to. We have heard from his lawyer who says he will be looking to dismiss these charges next week. We've also understood that this release for Eric Adams from the courthouse today comes without bail. He will not have to surrender his passport, although keeping in mind many of these charges he is facing here actually do relate to travel to Turkey and other places with Turkish Airlines, and a lot of the indictment actually included Adams staffers communicating with airline officials, so that passport notion is interesting. He has also been instructed not to contact other witnesses in this case. So that is the latest from New York City. We'll, of course, bring you any remarks we get from Mayor Adams if we do get so. He is maintaining his innocence and vowing to stay in the seat for now. We'll have much more ahead with our political panel here on Bloomberg.
12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. New York Mayor Eric Adams has pleaded not guilty to federal charges that he accepted lavish travel perks and illegal campaign contributions from foreign nationals. Stay with Bloomberg for the very latest. The Dow higher, S&P, NASDAQ both in the red. Key takeaway on the S&P, though, little changed on this Friday. Down by half a point right now. The S&P at 57.44, giving up earlier gains. We've got the Dow holding on to a gain of 245 points for the Dow, up now by about 0.6%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 49, a decline of 0.3%. 10-year at 3.73% with a 2-year 3.56%. Gold down $18 the ounce, $26.53, a decline right now of 0.7%. And West Texas Intermediate crude pushing higher, 68.17 on WTI, up by 0.7%. Crude advancing as Israel said its military struck Hezbollah's headquarters in southern Beirut in a wave of fresh bomb attacks. It is a major escalation of hostilities in Lebanon. Americans see better times ahead, and with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
The University of Michigan reports its National Consumer Sentiment Index rose to a 5-month high in late September. The solid advance follows last week's Federal Reserve vote to slash interest rates. Consumers see the U.S. inflation rate ebbing, perhaps running at the slowest pace in 4 years. Separate government data show the Fed's preferred measure of inflation rose modestly in August. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Dell Technologies is calling its salespeople back to the office 5 days a week. Starting next week, the company previously asked its employees to work in the office 3 days a week. Dell shares right now down 3.2%, all part of a broader tech sell-off. So again, recapping, little change on the S&P, down now by 1 point. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here she is, Kaylee Limes.
All right. Charlie, thank you so much. Of course, I'm in Washington, but we have a close eye on New York, where Eric Adams, the mayor, has just pleaded not guilty to federal charges. He has actually just emerged from the federal courthouse in Manhattan with his attorney and has walked up to the microphones. We'll, of course, wait to see if we hear from him. His lawyer is speaking now. Let's take a listen here on Bloomberg.
We expect these charges to be dismissed. You all remember the Brian Benjamin case. Similar shaky theory. That case was dismissed. Same prosecutors, same theory, but the spectacle of this so exciting to them that they wanted to bring another one of these cases. This case isn't even a real case. This is the airline upgrade corruption case. The third thing we said is that we demand that they bring exculpatory information and the discovery to court on Wednesday. As you know from looking at the indictment and from what happened in court, there are no emails, text messages, or any corroboration whatsoever that the mayor knew about anything having to do with these campaign donations. The entire body of evidence is one staffer that says there was a conversation. What you have not learned is that that staffer has lied, and the government is in possession of that lie. When that staffer was first interviewed, that staffer said that Mayor Adams knew nothing about this, he was not involved in this, and that he is innocent. They have that information. They have not turned that over to us. They have not turned that over to you. And so it sort of does not surprise us that they did not answer any questions at that press conference, their little press conference the other day. They have no answer for any of these questions. And they didn't want to stick around from questions either. Questions like, why are they doing this? Why are they targeting him? The questions you all started to ask as they were leaving. They normally answer questions. They didn't want to stay for questions in this case. And they left, and they made this assertion, or this, they implied that somehow he's disappointing people, or that people ought to be disappointed in him. It's not him doing this. It's the other government that everybody should be disappointed in, bringing this case against the sitting mayor. I don't have anything further today, and thank you all.
If Oakland calls on you to resign, will you? Corrupt, Mr. Mayor, will you corrupt? Did you take 3 hotel rooms?
That was Alex Spiro, who, of course, is the attorney for New York City Mayor Eric Adams. The mayor there not answering questions from reporters assembled outside the courthouse as to whether or not he will resign in face of these charges he is facing, which, of course, today in his arraignment, he pleaded not guilty to. These charges including bribe and bribery and wire fraud relating to allegations of corruption and taking incentives from foreign agents and foreign officials. Of course, Turkish Airlines, something that we heard his lawyer alluding to there. He called it the airline upgrade corruption case. They are vowing, of course, to fight these charges. And Eric Adams, to this point, has given no indication that he does plan to resign. This is despite the fact that we are seeing growing calls from both sides of the aisle for him to do so in light of these charges. The latest being New York Congressman Jerry Nadler, who said today that while Adams does deserve due process, he, quote, has lost the ability to effectively lead the city and must resign. I actually heard something similar today with not a Democrat, but a Republican New York representative. Congresswoman Nicole Malliotakis told me this on Balance of Power once these charges were unveiled.
We have a city right now that is in peril. And I think that this is a major distraction for the mayor. I think the mayor needs to focus on these serious charges. You have to remember that there are multiple people within his cabinet that have resigned. So I think this is really the tip of the iceberg. But it has made this city really failing. It's failing. And people are suffering as a result.
Now, it is notable that while we are seeing a growing chorus of voices calling for his resignation, three of perhaps the most important voices in New York politics have not yet done so. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, House Democratic Leader Hakeem Jeffries, not outright calling for him to resign, at least publicly, and New York Governor Kathy Hochul, who does have the power to remove Adams should she choose to do so, said in a statement yesterday that she expects Adams will take the next few days to review the situation and find a, quote, appropriate path forward. So let's get into this now with our signature political panel. Jeannie Shanzano is in New York, where, of course, she is a professor at Iona University, also senior democracy fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress, together with Rick Davis of Stone Court Capital Partners and Republican strategist. Jeannie, you are there, so I'll come to you first. How long do you expect it will be before the rest of Democratic New York politics turns against Mayor Adams?
You know, I think it depends on how this rolls out. You know, we just heard you were playing his attorney, Spiro, talking about, for instance, the case of Brian Benjaminson, who was a former lieutenant governor of New York. He resigned after he was indicted. And of course, what happens in a lot of these cases, and that one we understand is still pending, is that the process itself is so devastating to these politicians, they resign. And as we saw with Bob McDonald in Virginia, for instance, after a long series of appeals, they may not be found guilty. And I think as we look at the case of Eric Adams, you know, what are his options? Eric Adams doesn't have a lot of incentive right now to resign. So I think he stays there until and unless Kathy Hochul removes him. But of course, Kathy Hochul has her own political challenges at this moment, including being a fairly unpopular governor. So, you know, I think there's a long way to go here until Adams steps away, for instance.
Well, to your exact point, though, Jeannie, Governor Hochul has faced some criticism and some blame has been pointed at her for the losses Democrats were dealt in 2022, in which we saw many of these Biden districts flip to Republicans. And those are the very same districts we are now considering when we think about who is going to control the House after this election. Is it not important for Democrats who want to get the House majority for Hochul to force Adams out if he doesn't resign himself?
Yeah, I mean, I think if Democrats start to feel that this could cost them the House, then certainly we will see movement, particularly, obviously, somebody who could be Speaker of the House if Democrats take the House. You know, and that's the other part of this story. We have, for the first time in American history, potentially two leaders, the House and the Senate, from New York, both Democrats, who have yet to speak out on this. And, you know, that is a wholesale shift from where we have been. And so a lot of power in New York impacting the federal level, and they may have some sway here. But again, it would all be pressure on Kathy Hochul, because I don't see, at least at this point, Eric Adams feeling like there's any benefit to him to getting out. And I think they're going to really need to pressure him to make that case.
Well, Rick, this is kind of giving me flashbacks in some ways to what we just went through with President Biden, as there were growing public calls from members of his own party for him to step out of the 2024 race. He ultimately did so, and our understanding is, based on the reporting, that happened after private conversations that the likes of Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer had with him. And I wonder if that's how we should expect this to go down, that we aren't going to hear from these individuals publicly. This is all a behind closed doors operation.
Yeah, I think that's a combination. I mean, you talked earlier about Jerry Nadler speaking out, calling for him to resign. That's a pretty serious situation. Nadler, senior Democrat, both in New York but also nationally, and certainly in the congressional caucus. And by the way, what we haven't talked about too is a lot of Democratic candidates running against these Republicans in some of these key swing districts in New York have also called for Mayor Adams to step aside. So there is a very loud drumbeat within the party politically between now and November. Look, if he survives between now and November, it's a different game, right? I mean, that pressure comes off. He'll either get the blame for losing those seats or people will ignore him. But you're right. I think that Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries have the ability, along with Governor Hochul, to quietly move him along, find a way to get him out of the seat. It's an embarrassment for the Democratic Party and the leaders in New York to have him sitting there in the mayor's office while going through a prosecution. I mean, it's not so bad about like this week what's going to happen, but you can imagine 6 weeks, 6 months, maybe even a year from now, where the entire mayor's office is completely shut down because of the mayor being in litigation.
Well, yeah, and there's the question of the actual functioning of the city government we have to consider here, because there is no telling how long this process will take to play out, although Alex Spiro, Adams's attorney, has said he would push for a speedy trial if they don't get their wish to have these charges dismissed. I also wonder what role here former prosecutor and current vice president and Democratic nominee Kamala Harris may have in all of this. Jeannie, does her voice need to be heard, or should she not weigh in?
You know, I don't think it is to her benefit to weigh in right now. I think she should let the process move forward by itself. You know, for her to step into this now is not something that is to her benefit. But I do think we should underscore what is very scary here we're seeing in New York and around the country. The charges on the foreign influence in our politics are utterly devastating. We have seen it with China and this recent arrest early September of a woman who'd been active in New York politics for a long time. We are now seeing the accusations with Adams, which go back to his time as borough president. You know, so with Turkey, if they are, you know, obviously just charges now, that is something that really does need to be addressed. And more than her talking about Eric Adams' future, I would like to hear Hochul, Kamala Harris, and Donald Trump speak about foreign influence in our elections. It is a real problem at this point.
Rick, I'd like to ask you a different version of this same question. If Harris shouldn't herself weigh in, do you expect Donald Trump might draw her into this? Could this idea of corruption in Democratic politics be something he weaponizes against her?
You know, it's tricky for Trump to talk about corruption and
fair enough.
Stepping aside because of prosecutions. He's got a sort of litany of that himself, which is why I think it actually is an opportunity for a sister soldier moment for Harris. I mean, look, she's a former prosecutor. She's a vice president. Justice Department is under their administration. She either believes the Justice Department or she believes Adams. That's how simple it is. And if I were her, if she wants to be tough on crime, if she wants to go to the turf that Republicans are in, and that's what she's doing today on the border, then she would say, you know, Adams, I'm sure, is a fine man and due process is equivalent. Is equal to him, but the reality is he has this distraction and he should move on. I mean, like, that would send a signal to a lot of moderate voters, not just in New York, but all around the country, that she's not putting up with this kind of behavior. If it's been charged by the feds, you know, it's kind of on her watch. And I think that gives her an opportunity to look tough on crime.
All right, Rick Davis and Jeannie Sheehan Zaino, our signature political panel, joining me on this Friday. Thank you so much. Of course, we'll hear much more from Rick and Jeannie in the next hour of Balance of Power, especially as we look at Bloomberg and Morning Consult's new battleground state polls that show Harris leading Trump by 3 points across the 7 swing states that could decide this election, including Arizona, where she will be going today, making a visit to the border which is one of her weakest issues. I also want to point out, as we were just having a conversation around justice and Jeannie raised foreign interference in American politics, I'll have an important conversation coming up in the next hour, exclusive interview with the U.S. Deputy Attorney General Lisa Monaco, who will be talking to me about election interference, including the new charges the Justice Department just unveiled against some Iranian operatives for the hack of the campaign of former President Donald Trump. That is ahead, and a lot of other conversations are as well. So stick with us right here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg.
politics to the world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Welcome to Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Kaylee Lines in Washington, where we've got you covered from D.C. to New York to the Middle East. This hour in New York, Mayor Eric Adams has pleaded not guilty to federal bribery and fraud charges. We'll have more with our political panel, who will also weigh in on Bloomberg's new polling with Morning Consult of the swing states, showing Kamala Harris ahead of Trump by 3 points across the battlegrounds. Morning Consult's Eli Oakley will be here with more on that as well. Plus, news in the Middle East as Israel strikes Hezbollah's main headquarters in Beirut. We'll have more with former national security official Hagar Shamali, and a very important conversation this hour, an exclusive interview with the U.S. Deputy Attorney General Lisa Monaco on foreign interference in the U.S. election. It's a lot to get to, but we begin, as always, with a check on the markets. Charlie Pellet has a look in New York.
Hi, thank you very much, Kaylee Lines. Good day from New York with the Dow higher, the S&P trading unchanged right now, swinging between gains and losses right now, just about flat on the day. We've got NASDAQ down 42, tech selling off today, NASDAQ down 0.2%. The Russell 2000, though, holding on to a gain. Small cap shares up now by just about 1%. So again, the Dow up 210 now, up 0.5. S&P will call that unchanged, and we've got NASDAQ down by about 0.2%. 10-year at 3.74%, with the 2-year right now 3.56%. Gold is retreating $21 the ounce to $26.51, a drop there of 0.8%. But West Texas Intermediate crude is advancing up now by 1%, 68.33 a barrel. Oil rose after Israel said its military struck Hezbollah's main headquarters in southern Beirut, ramping up tensions in the Middle East. Boeing and the union, covering some 33,000 striking workers, are resuming stalled contract talks today as the embattled plane maker seeks to avoid a prolonged stoppage. We've got Boeing shares higher by 0.7%. And as we have been reporting, and as we are covering, New York Mayor Eric Adams pleading guilty this morning to federal charges, pleading not guilty, I should say, again to stress, Mayor Eric Adams pleading not guilty to federal charges that he accepted lavish travel perks and illegal campaign contributions from foreign nationals. Adams entered the plea this morning in federal court in Manhattan, a day after an indictment was unsealed that detailed a pattern of alleged conduct that sparked calls for his resignation from his political rivals. So a not guilty plea this morning from New York Mayor Eric Adams. Recapping, stocks trading mixed, S&P up by 2 points. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcast. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. And once again, your host, here she is, Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you very much. A look at the latest headlines around New York City Mayor Eric Adams and the latest trades on Wall Street as we close out the trading week on this Friday. But I've got some figures for you as well. Fresh data out of the swing states, thanks to Bloomberg's new polling with Morning Consult, that finds Kamala Harris up 3 points against Donald Trump across the 7 battlegrounds that could ultimately decide this election. To run you through the headline figures, she's up 7 percentage points in Nevada. That is her widest lead. She leads by 5 in Pennsylvania, 3 in Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin, up by 2 points in North Carolina. The only state in which she and Donald Trump are tied is in Georgia. But all of these figures are within the poll's margin of error. It's important to note. But what's also important to note is that these figures also suggest that the improvement she's seeing in the polls is coming simultaneously with improvement on the issue of the economy. So for more, let's turn to Eli Oakley. He is Morning Consult's U.S. politics analyst, joining me here on Bloomberg TV and radio, as he does every month when this poll comes out. Always good to see you. Eli, let's just start with the economy overall first, because this data is striking for us here at Bloomberg. Trump only up 4 percentage points on the economy overall. And when likely voters were asked who they trust more to handle the cost of everyday goods, it's a virtual tie. 47 Trump, 46 Harris. What has changed here?
Well, Kamala Harris is getting good marks on just about everything we're testing right now. And that's translating to how voters are perceiving her on the issues. I mean, we saw even improvements on issues like immigration. But look, when you dive into the economic issues, I mean, the cost of living, healthcare, and housing are the top 3 concerns for likely voters across the swing state map. And on all of those issues, she is making gains. She already had an advantage on healthcare. She's picked up an advantage on housing, and she's tied with Trump on the issue of costs. Voters are taking a look at her. It seems that some of her economic messaging is breaking through to them, and that's translating to a big growth in trust across a lot of these states.
Well, so let's think about how this breaks down state by state, because obviously she's looking at varying degrees of leads here or lack thereof. In Georgia, for example, where she's tied, is there a relationship between how voters in these states are viewing the economy and how well she is performing, or is it other issues depending on which state we're looking at?
I mean, this electorate is so partisan at this point. I think a lot of this is coming down to the kinds of voters who say they're likely to vote in November's election. I think that we're seeing in some of these other states more enthusiasm among Democratic voters. I think that in Georgia, perhaps it's a little less among Democrats. You know, that's Donald Trump's big play here in the next few weeks, is whether he can change this likely voter sample that we're getting right now. That has been his political magic when he has won elections, is bringing in voters who do not say today that they're likely to vote. Right now, among these people who are excited about showing up at the polls, he is not performing that great. Across the swing states on the economy in particular, we have seen a bit of an improvement in how voters are perceiving their personal situation, the country's situation. That is something that I think, if it continues, seems to be something that would benefit Kamala Harris. But look, it's going to be a long few weeks as Donald Trump tries to win back some of these folks.
Yeah, well, I wonder how these results may have been changed by a Fed rate cut as well, or the expectation that it was happening. We know that borrowing costs could have a big impact in terms of how people are thinking about their own balance sheets and the cost of buying a home or what have you, right, Eli?
Yeah, I mean, that is a big deal. A lot of voters, about half of voters, I think, said that might have a positive impact on the economy. You know, Kamala Harris has been out front on this housing issue in a way that President Biden really wasn't. I think voters, particularly in Nevada, are thirsty for answers on this issue as they face high housing costs there. She's taken plans to the electorate to deal with this issue in a way Donald Trump hadn't, and it appears that's resonating. She's doing very well in Nevada in a way Biden wasn't. Donald Trump is not competitive there currently, and some of this stuff seems to be breaking through to folks.
I also want to talk about the issue of immigration, because that's the one she's focused on today. She will be this afternoon traveling to Arizona, making a trip to the border, which of course Republicans have been critical of her not doing during her time as candidate and vice president as frequently as they believe that she should. On immigration, that does still appear to be a weakness for her in these states, Eli. A 14% lead enjoyed by Donald Trump on that issue, and it is a wide margin as well in states like Arizona and Nevada.
Yeah, I mean, since Joe Biden took office, even back when he was very popular at the beginning of his term, this immigration issue has weighed on him and the Democratic Party overall. I think what Kamala Harris is trying to do today is to go on the offense against Donald Trump and highlight the fact that he helped kill a bipartisan immigration bill in Congress this year. You know, a lot of things that happen on Capitol Hill don't break through to the electorate a big way. And so it's incumbent on her to try to raise that to voters. I don't know how trusted she is on that issue right now, just given the posture voters have toward the Democratic Party. But, you know, addressing the issue, taking it head on, is something that could break through and help her with some of these remaining undecided voters.
Finally, Eli, as we consider the Sunbelt states, the border states or border adjacent states like Arizona are one thing. Then there's states like North Carolina, which have had their own kind of disruptive events, if you will, over the course of the last several weeks. When it comes to the Republican gubernatorial candidate, Mark Robinson, who of course was endorsed by Donald Trump, has faced allegations of making some pretty disturbing messages on a number of porn platforms, for example. Have we started to see that show up in the data? Do you think that has any role in the 2-point advantage Harris is currently enjoying in that state?
I don't think we saw much change month over month. I mean, this survey was conducted just after some of these revelations about Mark Robinson came down. In our surveys we've seen it here at Morning Consult, he was already trailing Jeff Stein by double digits in that state. He was underperforming Donald Trump really, really significantly. The voters of North Carolina do not seem that interested in what he has to offer them. The question will be the amount of energy that folks put into that state now, though. Are Republicans going to write this off a bit? They probably shouldn't. It's a very important state for their chances. But, Democrats in Jeff Stein has a great opportunity here to try to lift up Kamala Harris with a campaign that's going to have a lot of energy among Democrats who see victory coming up in November.
All right, Eli Oakley, always great to have you. Morning Consult U.S. politics analyst. Thank you very much for joining me. Now, we want to turn back on these poll results to our signature political panel. Rick Davis, Stonecourt Capital partner and Republican strategist, alongside Jeannie Shan Zeno, senior democracy fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress, and Democratic strategist, both of them Bloomberg politics contributors. Rick, I'd like to begin with you, just given your deep knowledge of the state of Arizona. She is obviously going there today. This poll shows her leading Trump by 3 points within the margin of error. She's specifically going there to address the issue that she perhaps is weakest on, if our polls are to be believed, immigration. How capable of moving the needle on this issue will she be if she goes to the border? Does it actually make a difference with 40 days to go until the election?
Well, I definitely think it makes a difference. This is the biggest hesitation about Kamala Harris that voters have, especially in the Sunbelt states, and doesn't rank as big an issue in the blue wall states. But if you want to compete in Georgia, in Arizona, and Nevada, in North Carolina, you have to have something to say about immigration. And she's been relatively quiet. I mean, she has been going heavy on economic issues, and then obviously starting to show in the polling data that you just discussed. But this is a chance for her to change the script a little bit. And she's got something to say. I mean, Donald Trump killed a bill that would have been a significant change in border policy for the first time in decades. That was supported actively by the Biden-Harris administration. So that'll be her talking point today. And if she can create some comfort that she isn't the raging liberal with open borders that Donald Trump has painted her as, then I think she will satisfy some of the questions that undecided voters might have about her. And she's not only showing up at the border, but she's also posting up a new border ad that'll help echo whatever happens today on the border.
So, Jeannie, I'd love for you to weigh in on this as well, knowing that Harris, at the same time, she's tried to showcase that she has been a prosecutor. She repeatedly says that she's prosecuted transnational criminal organizations and targeted the flow of illegal substances and activity over the border. She has also talked about, and we saw her do this in an interview on MSNBC earlier this week, how she also supports creating more legal pathways to immigration. What is the appropriate balance for her here if she does want to draw in these independent voters, but also not alienate certain portions of her party?
Yeah, it's a tough act for her to walk, but I think you used exactly the right word, Kaylee, and that is prosecutor. She has today got to prosecute Donald Trump for killing the bill and leaving us in the position where we are now. That's what she's got to say. We had a bill. We were pushing forward for change. It was bipartisan. The Wall Street Journal, conservatives all described it as the toughest border security bill, and yet you killed it solely so you could run for president and have a chance of being elected. She's got to prosecute that case, and then she's got to make the case that this is part of her economic security care economy, that she is both tough on the border, tough on security, and she also recognizes that we have a society in which immigrants and migrants have played a critical role in making us who we are today, and we should be proud of them and welcome them when they come here legally, and she's going to ensure that happens. So she has a lot to say today. I think she should have been doing this earlier, but it's important she's doing it now because, as you were just mentioning, the Morning Consult poll, all polls show she is still behind on Donald Trump when it comes to this issue of the border in the minds of many voters.
But is gaining ground on him when it comes to the economy, which you were just alluding to, Jeannie, and Rick also mentioned. So I guess to some extent that does show us that her messaging and the policy ideas she has put forward are resonating. I just wonder, Jeannie, if you think we're starting to reach the point in the election cycle where economic feeling is going to be, to a large degree, already banked in, even if we have seen it change over the course of the last several months since Joe Biden was the candidate to now Harris. Things can only move so much from here, I would imagine, right?
That's true. And I think, Harris has done a good job, but I also think two other factors are important. Number one, the numbers and what has happened economically have worked in her favor. Consumer sentiment out that you were just talking about, that's to her favor. The Fed's decision September 18th, that's to her favor. So she's benefiting from a stronger economic numbers that people are feeling and seeing on the ground. And she's also benefiting, quite frankly, from the fact that Donald Trump simply seems not to be able to prosecute the case against her. He is out hawking commemorative coins when he should be making the case that she and Joe Biden have been bad for the economy and bad for security. So I think she's benefiting from those two things almost as much as she has from her ability to sell her plan and this care economy. And all of those things have allowed her to decrease the amount by which voters see him as good for the economy. Now, let's not forget, voters have something to lose. She's got to keep saying, do you want to take somebody who's threatening 60% tariffs? That's inflationary. That hurts our jobs. Don't let him do that, and don't let him risk what we've done as we've come so far. And people don't want to risk that. And so that's to her benefit as well.
So, Rick, what do you do if you're Donald Trump? Do you double down on economic attacks to try to stem the tide of her progress on this issue, or do you pivot to other areas of weakness more aggressively, like the border or something else?
Well, I would remind everybody that it was September 17th in 2008, in the middle of a winning campaign that John McCain was running against Barack Obama that changed the entire world's economic point of view when Lehman Brothers failed.
Fair point.
And completely upset the campaign. So I would not say it's too late for economics to play a significant role in this campaign. And unfortunately for Donald Trump, it seems to be headed in the opposite direction. Record week that Wall Street has had this week. These things add to the flavor of voters' views about Kamala Harris and her economy. It's not just the speeches and the ads that she's running. She has an environmental picture that seems to be helping her. That being said, the biggest hurdle I think that Donald Trump has right now is he's getting outspent 4-1 on TV in the targeted swing states. So when she says something, 4 times more people are hearing it than when Donald Trump says it. And we know Donald Trump is a master of earned media, but unless he can stay disciplined on the messages that he is talking about, he's going to get outshouted on all these issues by the Harris campaign. And so I know Republicans are particularly concerned about the fact that Donald Trump is getting drowned out. And the facts are that he is running out of time to prosecute this attack on Kamala Harris, whether it is on immigration or the economy or any other issue that is current in the news today. Donald Trump spent the whole day today getting, basically news around meeting with Zelensky on Ukraine, not an issue that is going to be particularly helpful to him. It's stunning to see Kamala Harris actually up by a point in our poll on commander-in-chief ratings. So right now is a bad cycle for Donald Trump.
All right, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shan Zaino, our signature political panel, thank you so much for joining me on this Friday. We appreciate it. We still have more ahead here on Balance of Power as we turn our eyes toward the Middle East with Israel striking Hezbollah's headquarters in Beirut. We'll have more ahead with Hagar Shamali next on Bloomberg TV and Radio.
7:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow holding on to a gain of 187 points now, up by about 0.4%. Stocks, though, have been fluctuating right now. The S&P in the red, down 5, lower little change this Friday, down by about 0.1%. NASDAQ lower by 68, a decline of 0.4%. The Russell 2000 index of small cap shares rallying by 0.8%. 10-year 3.74%. The 2-year right now 3.56%. Spot gold down $24 the ounce to $26.48, a drop there of 0.9%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 0.7%. WTI now at 68.15. Oil rose after Israel said its military struck Hezbollah's main headquarters in southern Beirut, ramping up tensions in the Mideast. Oil stocks are advancing. ExxonMobil up 1.8%. BP up 1.4%. Chevron shares up by just about 1.9%. New York Mayor Eric Adams pleaded not guilty to federal charges today that he accepted lavish travel perks and illegal campaign contributions from foreign nationals. And Dell Technologies is calling its salespeople back to the office 5 days a week, beginning next week. Dell shares today part of a broader tech sell-off. Dell down by 3.5%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcast. Balance of Power continues. Back we go for the Friday edition. Here she is once again, Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lines in Washington. Welcome back to Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio, where we've been keeping an eye on the Middle East today, as Israel says it struck Hezbollah's headquarters in Lebanon as it continues its fight against the Iranian proxy. This is something that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu talked about on the floor at the United Nations General Assembly in New York earlier today, just before we learned about this strike, saying that Israel has no choice but to continue.
As long as Hezbollah chooses the path of war, Israel has no choice, and Israel has every right to remove this threat and return our citizens to their homes safely. And that's exactly what we're doing.
Again, what they are doing appears to be going after Hezbollah headquarters. At least that's what they've said. And we've just learned within the last few moments that the Pentagon did not know in advance that Israel was going to conduct this operation. Sabrina Singh, a spokesperson at the Pentagon, briefing reporters, saying that the U.S. had no advance warning of Israel's attack in Lebanon, and that, in fact, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin was speaking with Israel's Yoav Gallant when the attack was already underway. So for more on this, I'm pleased to say joining me here in our Washington, D.C. studio is Hagar Shamali. She is formerly of the National Security Council, where she was director for Syria and Lebanon, and is now founder and CEO of Greenwich Media Strategies. Hagar, welcome back.
Kaylee, good to see you in person.
It's great to see you as well, especially when we have news developing like this. Does it surprise you that Israel did not tell the U.S. what it was about to do when it is a strike that largely was seen or is being seen as an escalatory one?
It doesn't. First of all, if you look at similar assaults like this or attacks in Israel's history, they don't always give the U.S. a heads up when they've been targeting terrorist commanders and so on, things like that. They don't often, because these are very sensitive operations. Often they have to verify for sure that their target is in fact there. And then sometimes those decisions are made within minutes. Sometimes they take longer, but often minutes. But also on the U.S. side, they're worried for a leak. And if a leak happens, that target moves and they lose the opportunity the way they see it. And the U.S. operates no differently. When we targeted bin Laden, we certainly didn't give the Pakistanis a heads up that we were going into their territory on top of it. And so that did not surprise me at all.
Okay, well, fair enough. I wonder if it surprises you then that Netanyahu was saying, we have to keep going. We will continue to do this, even in the face of U.S. and other allies pushing for a 3-week ceasefire with Hezbollah. He is saying that Israel has no choice. To what extent is that true?
So, okay, well, a few things here. So first, his remarks don't surprise me. And part of it, one of the things, that I really think we need to notice is that over the last few months in particular, the Israeli government has really been, the Netanyahu government has been quite public and very clear on its intentions. And the international community, the United States, Egypt, and Qatar, who are mediating a ceasefire, are still pushing for a ceasefire. And that is the noble and right thing to do. We should be pushing both sides to a ceasefire, even if we drag both sides to the table, kicking and screaming. But at the end of the day, both sides are also communicating very clearly that they're not ready, that they want to continue fighting. And even with what's happening in Lebanon now, very quickly the United States put forward a ceasefire proposal, and just as quickly as they put it down, the Israelis and Hezbollah shot it down. And so there is no appetite at the moment. On Israel's side, when it comes to Lebanon in particular, they view that the fact that the north of the country is completely empty undermines the integrity of their territory. And the problem with that is that they genuinely fear that Hezbollah is going to do an October 7 style incursion to go in, to invade, or to compromise that border. And it's also a reflection of the failure of the UN, because the UN is supposed to maintain the blue line between both and maintain that line as disarmed. And they clearly haven't been able to do that. And so that's Israel's view here. But the problem is, while they're saying, Hezbollah, you've been lobbing missiles at us nonstop, and we kept it, kind of the secret understanding at a tit-for-tat level, and now we're done. You have to stop. We want to return our citizens to the north, and we can't have this land be empty. The problem are the assaults they're pursuing now, while it shows that Israel is not afraid of a full-scale escalation, it's just going to create another generation of people, and it's going to further undermine what is already a failed state in Lebanon and create a generation of people who are going to run into the arms of terrorism as a method. And that's my concern for Israel's long-term security. But I understand why Israel feels they need to approach Hezbollah through military action as well.
Well, and we should point out, Lebanese authorities say more than 700 people have been killed in strikes just over the course of the last week or so, 50 of them children. It does raise the question, though, Hagar, of what kind of retaliation you would expect from Hezbollah, who maybe doesn't have great incentive to escalate this conflict if they don't have to, but also if your headquarters have just been hit, you don't want to be seen as weak, right?
Yes, they've actually been seen as quite weak over the last few weeks in particular, because the tit for tat that's been going on for the last 11 months between Hezbollah and Israel seems to have actually genuinely weakened Hezbollah's leadership for sure. They've targeted apparently 500 commanders. Their communications, as we've seen, are all compromised, and now they feel they can't communicate with each other. And you also have weapons depots and so on that have been targeted. That doesn't mean that they don't have more operatives, that they don't have thousands more operatives, thousands more missiles, and that could cause a great destruction, of course. But we're seeing them struggle. The Iron Dome is intercepting many of the missiles, of course. Some of them are hitting. It's still not safe in the north of Israel. But Hezbollah is showing, in my opinion, a weakness automatically, and it makes me wonder if they're going to try to go back to the status quo, because Iran doesn't want to confront Israel directly. They want their proxies to do it.
Well, I was just going to ask about the role of Iran in this. Would Iran rather Hezbollah be perceived as weak but not actually have this escalating into a wider regional conflict, or do they want to have their proxies still be able to fight their fights for them, and therefore would be encouraging Hezbollah to do what it needs to do to showcase strength?
Yes, well, so it is absolutely in Iran's interest to have its proxies continue to attack Israel, continue to bother Israel and undermine Israel for sure, without Iran being roped in any way. And we saw that after Israel attacked Hamas's leader in Iran, Ismail Haniyeh, back over the summer. You saw Iran respond with a lot of bluster and promising to respond. But we haven't seen that response yet. Nope. And it was because ceasefire talks started to become very serious, because a ceasefire ultimately benefits Iran. Iran is weak right now. The regime is weak. Their people don't really want the regime. And so they know there's only so far they can go. And the threat of the U.S. getting involved if Israel is attacked by Iran is a deterrence that serves quite well in pushing back on Iran. But that's why they're happy having the Houthis attack, Hezbollah attack, Hamas attack. And Israel views this, it seems, as a war to fundamentally change things on the ground, like a 1967 war, like a 1973 war, not in terms of length. The length, I think, will be much longer. But this isn't anymore about punishing Hamas, defeating Hamas. This seems to be for them more about their existential, this threat to their existence, and that they want to fundamentally change how terrorists are operating on the ground and posing a threat to them.
Well, that does make me wonder about Israeli public sentiment, because we have seen domestic pressure on Netanyahu, especially as it pertains to Gaza, given the hostages that remain there, especially in the aftermath of the death of the 6 hostages that were executed by Hamas most recently. I wonder how sentiment factors into the conversation around the north and Lebanon, and if there may be more support domestically for what Israel is doing there than there may be in Gaza at this time.
Domestically in Israel, you mean? Yeah. I do believe there's more support.
And does it matter, frankly, at all to the Netanyahu government?
Well, what matters to the Netanyahu government, or Netanyahu himself, is that he wants to remain in power. And he knows that if he does it, he cuts a ceasefire deal, not on his terms, or even on his terms. His far-right cabinet members who are extreme could collapse his government. And then it will go into an election. He'll lose that election, and then he'll face corruption charges that he's going to face at some point, inevitably. And so there's on that side. Domestically, you do have a very strong push for citizens to return to the north and to feel safe returning to the north. And so I don't see yet a pushback in Israel. It could change, though. It could shift. In Lebanon, nobody wants to invite a war. Nobody who doesn't support Hezbollah is excited about a war being invited into the country. But there is a deep understanding that Hezbollah is the one that invited this war for non-Hezbollah supporters, meaning Christians and Sunni for the larger part. But that doesn't mean that they also want Israel pursuing these attacks in Lebanon in general, even though they know that Hezbollah is the one launching these missiles in the north.
Finally, Hagar, as we consider the domestic pressure on Netanyahu and some of these other domestic pressures within all of these different countries, there also is great domestic pressure in the U.S. on this administration to get a ceasefire done in Gaza. We've heard from President Biden after announcing he would not seek re-election. One of the things he said he wanted to accomplish before leaving office is not just a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas, but peace in the Middle East. It feels like we have gotten significantly farther away from that goal than we've gotten towards it. And I wonder if you think any of what he wants to accomplish is realistically going to get done before he leaves office in January.
Well, the short answer is no. I don't think any of it will get done. But unfortunately, when he said the part about the ceasefire, I do think that at that time in the summer that he could believe that. I believed it. I said it on this show. Yeah. There were a lot of factors that seemed like a ceasefire was near. And I will say in history, in many Israeli peace negotiations, you've had U.S. officials, and they still say the same thing. It's down to the 10%. It's down, as Secretary Blinken said, to the last 3 paragraphs of an 18-paragraph proposal, ceasefire negotiation. And even with that, many times negotiations have failed over not being able to agree on that last 10%. And the administration itself seems to have lost hope in the idea that a ceasefire is achievable by the election. Middle East peace, I don't think is achievable. I'm so sorry, but I don't think that's achievable for a while. Certainly not now. But no, I don't think that even they believe it's achievable at this point.
All right, well, we have just had a headline cross the Bloomberg terminal that Biden has been briefed on these Beirut strikes by his national security team. Again, this is after the Pentagon said that the U.S. was not told in advance that these strikes were coming. Hagar, great to have you here in studio, especially as we're dealing with news like this. Hagar Shamali, of course, formerly of the National Security Council, now founder and CEO of Greenwich Media Strategies. Enjoy the rest of your time in Washington. Appreciate you being here on Balance of Power, and especially the conversation around the proxies of Iran and Iran itself. We're going to continue talking about Iran in our next conversation as the U.S. Justice Department today unveiled charges against a number of Iranian operatives for allegedly carrying out the Iranian hack on Donald Trump's 2024 presidential campaign earlier this year. It claims these individuals gained access to internal documents of people working on the campaign, then shared that with journalists and officials working for what was then the Biden campaign. We're going to have more on this in an exclusive conversation coming up in just a moment with Lisa Monaco. She is the Deputy Attorney General of the United States. So stick with us for that. We'll have more ahead here on Bloomberg TV and radio.